Book 4th, Chapter 5 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. When Ben-Hur sallied from the great warehouse, it was with the thought that another failure was to be added to the many he had already met in the quest for his people, and the idea was depressing exactly in proportion as the objects of his quest were dear to him. It curtained him round about with a sense of utter loneliness on earth, which, more than anything else, serves to eke from a soul cast down its remaining interest in life. Through the people and the piles of goods he made way to the edge of the landing, and was tempted by the cool shadows darkening the river's depths. The lazy current seemed to stop and wait for him. In counteraction of the spell, the saying of the voyager flashed into memory.
"Better be a worm and feed upon the mulberries of Daphne than a king's guest."
He turned and walked rapidly down the landing and back to the khan.
"The road to Daphne?"
the steward said, surprised at the question Ben-Hur put to him.
"Have you not been here before? Well, count this the happiest day of your life. You cannot mistake the road. The next street to the left, going south, leads straight to Mount Sulpice, crowned by the altar of Jupiter and the amphitheatre. Keep it to the third cross street, known as Herod's Colonnade, turn to your right there, and hold the way through the old city of Seleucus to the bronze gates of Epiphanes. There the road to Daphne begins, and may the gods keep you."
A few directions respecting his baggage, and Ben-Hur set out. The colonnade of Herod was easily found. Thence to the brazen gates, under a continuous marble portico, he passed with a multitude mixed of people from all the trading nations of the earth. It was about the 4th hour of the day when he passed out the gate, and found himself one of a procession apparently interminable moving to the famous grove. The road was divided into separate ways for footmen, for men on horses, and men in chariots, and those again into separate ways for outgoers and incomers. The lines of division were guarded by low balustrading, broken by massive pedestals, many of which were surmounted with statuary. Right and left of the road extended margins of sward perfectly kept, relieved at intervals by groups of oak and sycamore trees, and vine-clad summer houses for the accommodation of the weary, of whom, on the return side, there were always multitudes. The ways of the footmen were paved with red stone, and those of the riders strewn with white sand compactly rolled, but not so solid as to give back an echo to hoof or wheel. The number and variety of fountains at play were amazing, all gifts of visiting kings, and called after them. Out southwest to the gates of the grove, the magnificent thoroughfare stretched a little over 4 miles from the city. In his wretchedness of feeling, Ben-Hur barely observed the royal liberality which marked the construction of the road. No more did he at first notice the crowd going with him. He treated the processional displays with like indifference. To say truth, besides his self-absorption, he had not a little of the complacency of a Roman visiting the provinces, fresh from the ceremonies which daily eddied round and round the golden pillar set up by Augustus as the centre of the world. It was not possible for the provinces to offer anything new or superior. He rather availed himself of every opportunity to push forward through the companies in the way, and too slow going for his impatience. By the time he reached Heraclea, a suburban village intermediate the city and the grove, he was somewhat spent with exercise, and began to be susceptible of entertainment. Once a pair of goats led by a beautiful woman and goats alike brilliant with ribbons and flowers, attracted his attention. Then he stopped to look at a bull of mighty girth and snowy white, covered with vines freshly cut, and bearing on its broad back a naked child in a basket, the image of a young Bacchus, squeezing the juice of ripened berries into a goblet and drinking with libational formulas. As he resumed his walk, he wondered whose altars would be enriched by the offerings. A horse went by with clipped mane, after the fashion of the time, his rider superbly dressed. He smiled to observe the harmony of pride between the man and the brute. Often after that he turned his head at hearing the rumble of wheels and the dull thud of hoofs. Unconsciously he was becoming interested in the styles of chariots and charioteers as they rustled past him going and coming. Nor was it long until he began to make notes of the people around him. He saw they were of all ages, sexes, and conditions, and all in holiday attire. One company was uniformed in white, another in black. Some bore flags, some smoking censers. Some went slowly, singing hymns. Others stepped to the music of flutes and tabrets. If such were the going to Daphne every day in the year, what a wondrous sight Daphne must be! At last there was a clapping of hands and a burst of joyous cries. Following the pointing of many fingers, he looked and saw upon the brow of a hill the templed gate of the consecrated grove. The hymns swelled to louder strains, the music quickened time, and, borne along by the impulsive current, and sharing the common eagerness, he passed in, and, Romanized in taste as he was, fell to worshipping the place. Rearward of the structure which graced the entrance-way, a purely Grecian pile, he stood upon a broad esplanade paved with polished stone. Around him a restless exclamatory multitude, in gayest colors, relieved against the iridescent spray flying crystal white from fountains. Before him, off to the southwest, dustless paths radiated out into a garden, and beyond that into a forest, over which rested a veil of pale blue vapor. Ben-Hur gazed wistfully, uncertain where to go. A woman that moment exclaimed,
"Beautiful, but where to now?"
Her companion, wearing a chaplet of bays, laughed and answered,
"Go to, thou pretty barbarian! The question implies an earthly fear, and did we not agree to leave all such behind in Antioch with the rusty earth? The winds which blow here are respirations of the gods. Let us give ourselves to the waftage of the winds."
"But if we should get lost?"
"Oh, thou timid! No one ever was lost in Daphne, except those on whom her gates close forever."
"And who are they?"
she asked, still fearful.
Let us have yielded to the charms of the place, and chosen it for life and death. Hark, stand we here, and I will show you of whom I speak."
Upon the marble pavement there was a scurry of sandaled feet. The crowd opened, and a party of girls rushed about the speaker and his fair friend, and began singing and dancing to the tabrets they themselves touched. The woman, scared, clung to the man, who put an arm about her, and, with kindled face, kept time to the music with the other hand overhead. The hair of the dancers floated free, and their limbs blushed through the robes of gauze which scarcely draped them. Words may not be used to tell of the voluptuousness of the dance. One brief round, and they darted off through the yielding crowd, lightly as they had come.
"Now what think you?"
cried the man to the woman.
"Who are they?"
she asked.
"Devadasi, priestesses devoted to the temple of Apollo. There is an army of them. They make the chorus in celebrations. This is their home. Sometimes they wander off to other cities, but all they make is brought here to enrich the house of the divine musician. Shall we go now?"
Next minute the two were gone. Ben-Hur took comfort in the assurance that no one was ever lost in Daphne, and he too set out, where he knew not. A sculpture reared upon a beautiful pedestal in the garden attracted him first. It proved to be the statue of a centaur. An inscription informed the unlearned visitor that it exactly represented Chiron, the beloved of Apollo and Diana, instructed by them in the mysteries of hunting, medicine, music, and prophecy. The inscription also bade the stranger look out at a certain part of the heavens at a certain hour of the clear night, and he would behold the dead alive among the stars, whither Jupiter had transferred the good genius. The wisest of the centaurs continued, nevertheless, in the service of mankind. In his hand he held a scroll, on which, graven in Greek, were paragraphs of a notice. O traveller, art thou a stranger? 1. Hearken to the singing of the brooks, and fear not the rain of the fountains, so will the naiads learn to love thee. 2. The invited breezes of Daphne are zephyrous and austere, gentle ministers of life, they will gather sweets for thee. When Eurus blows, Diana is elsewhere hunting. When Boreas blusters, go hide, for Apollo is angry. 3. The shades of the grove are thine in the day. At night they belong to Pan and his dryads. Disturb them not. 4. Eat of the lotus by the brookside sparingly, unless thou wouldst have surcease of memory, which is to become a child of Daphne. 5. Walk thou round the weaving spider, 'tis Arachne at work for Minerva. 6. Wouldst thou behold the tears of Daphne, break but a bud from a laurel bough, and die. Heed thou, and stay and be happy. Ben-Hur left the interpretation of the mystic notice to others fast enclosing him, and turned away as the white bull was led by. The boy sat in the basket, followed by a procession. After them again the woman with the goats, and behind her the flute and tabret players, and another procession of gift-bringers.
"Whither go they?"
asked a bystander. Another made answer,
The bull to Father Jove, the goat.
"Did not Apollo once keep the flocks of Admetus?"
I, the goat to Apollo.
The goodness of the reader is again besought in favor of an explanation. A certain facility of accommodation in the matter of religion comes to us after much intercourse with people of a different faith. Gradually we attain the truth that every creed is illustrated by good men who are entitled to our respect, but whom we cannot respect without courtesy to their creed. To this point Ben-Hur had arrived. Neither the years in Rome nor those in the galley had made any impression upon his religious faith. He was yet a Jew. In his view, nevertheless, it was not an impiety to look for the beautiful in the grove of Daphne. The remark does not interdict the further saying, if his scruples had been ever so extreme, not improbably he would at this time have smothered them. He was angry, not as the irritable, from chafing of a trifle, nor was his anger like the fool's, pumped from the wells of nothing, to be dissipated by a reproach or a curse. It was the wrath peculiar to ardent natures, rudely awakened by the sudden annihilation of a hope, dream, if you will, in which the choicest happinesses were thought to be certainly in reach. In such case, nothing intermediate will carry off the passion. The quarrel is with fate. Let us follow the philosophy a little further and say to ourselves, it were well in such quarrels if fate were something tangible, to be dispatched with a look or a blow, or a speaking personage with whom high words were possible. Then the unhappy mortal would not always end the affair by punishing himself. In ordinary mood, Ben-Hur would not have come to the grove alone, or, coming alone, he would have availed himself of his position in the consul's family, and made provision against wandering idly about, unknowing and unknown. He would have had all the points of interest in mind, and gone to them under guidance, as in the dispatch of business. Or, wishing to squander days of leisure in the beautiful place, he would have had in hand a letter to the master of it all, whoever he might be. This would have made him a sightseer, like the shouting herd he was accompanying, whereas he had no reverence for the deities of the grove, nor curiosity. A man in the blindness of bitter disappointment, he was adrift, not waiting for fate, but seeking it as a desperate challenger. Everyone has known this condition of mind, though perhaps not all in the same degree. Everyone will recognize it as the condition in which he has done brave things with apparent serenity, and everyone reading will say, Fortunate for Ben-Hur if the folly which now catches him is but a friendly harlequin with whistle and painted cap, and not some violence with a pointed sword, pitiless. End of chapter 5. Book 4th, Chapter 6 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Ben-Hur entered the woods with the processions. He had not interest enough at first to ask where they were going, yet, to relieve him from absolute indifference, he had a vague impression that they were in movement to the temples, which were the central objects of the grove, supreme in attractions. Presently, as singers dreamfully play with a flitting chorus, he began repeating to himself,
Better be a worm and feed on the mulberries of Daphne than a king's guest.
Then of the much repetition arose questions importunate of answer. Was life in the grove so very sweet? Wherein was the charm? Did it lie in some tangled depth of philosophy? Or was it something in fact, something on the surface, discernible to everyday wakeful senses? Every year thousands, forswearing the world, gave themselves to service here. Did they find the charm? And was it sufficient, when found, to induce forgetfulness profound enough to shut out of mind the infinitely diverse things of life, those that sweeten and those that embitter, hopes hovering in the near future, as well as sorrows born of the past? If the grove were so good for them, why should it not be good for him? He was a Jew. Could it be that the excellences were for all the world but children of Abraham? Forthwith he bent all his faculties to the task of discovery, unmindful of the singing of the gift-bringers and the quips of his associates. In the quest, the sky yielded him nothing. It was blue, very blue, and full of twittering swallows. So was the sky over the city. Further on, out of the woods at his right hand, a breeze poured across the road, splashing him with a wave of sweet smells, blent of roses and consuming spices. He stopped, as did others, looking the way the breeze came.
A garden over there?
He said to a man at his elbow.
Rather some priestly ceremony in performance, something to Diana or Pan or a deity of the woods.
The answer was in his mother tongue. Ben-Hur gave the speaker a surprised look.
A Hebrew?
He asked him. The man replied with a deferential smile.
I was born within a stone's throw of the marketplace in Jerusalem.
Ben-Hur was proceeding to further speech when the crowd surged forward, thrusting him out on the side of the walk next the woods and carrying the stranger away. The customary gown and staff, a brown cloth on the head tied by a yellow rope, and a strong Judean face to avouch the garments of honest right, remained in the young man's mind, a kind of summary of the man. This took place at a point where a path into the woods began, offering a happy escape from the noisy processions. Ben-Hur availed himself of the offer. He walked first into a thicket which, from the road, appeared in a state of nature, close, impenetrable, a nesting place for wild birds. A few steps, however, gave him to see the master's hand even there. The shrubs were flowering or fruit-bearing. Under the bending branches the ground was pranked with brightest blooms. Over them the jasmine stretched its delicate bonds. From lilac and rose, and lily and tulip, from oleander and strawberry tree, all old friends in the gardens of the valleys about the city of David, the air, lingering or in haste, loaded itself with exhalations day and night. And that nothing might be wanting to the happiness of the nymphs and naiads, down through the flower-lighted shadows of the mass, a brook went its course gently and by many winding ways. Out of the thicket, as he proceeded, on his right and left, issued the cry of the pigeon and the cooing of turtle-doves. Blackbirds waited for him, and bided his coming close. A nightingale kept its place fearless, though he passed in arm's length. A quail ran before him at his feet, whistling to the brood she was leading, and as he paused for them to get out of his way, a figure crawled from a bed of honeyed musk, brilliant with balls of golden blossoms. Ben-Hur was startled. Had he, indeed, been permitted to see a satyr at home? The creature looked up at him, and showed in its teeth a hooked pruning knife. He smiled at his own scare, and lo, the charm was evolved. Peace without fear, peace, a universal condition, that it was. He sat upon the ground beneath a citron tree, which spread its grey roots sprawling to receive a branch of the brook. The nest of a titmouse hung close to the bubbling water, and the tiny creature looked out of the door of the nest into his eyes.
Verily, the bird is interpreting to me,
he thought.
It says, I am not afraid of you, for the law of this happy place is love.
The charm of the grove seemed plain to him. He was glad, and determined to render himself one of the lost in Daphne. In charge of the flowers and shrubs, and watching the growth of all the dumb excellences everywhere to be seen, could not he, like the man with the pruning knife in his mouth, forego the days of his troubled life, forego them forgetting and forgotten? But by and by his Jewish nature began to stir within him. The charm might be sufficient for some people. Of what kind were they? Love is delightful. Ah, how pleasant as a successor to wretchedness like his. But was it all there was of life, all? There was an unlikeness between him and those who buried themselves contentedly here. They had no duties, they could not have had, but he—
God of Israel!
he cried aloud, springing to his feet with burning cheeks.
Mother, Tirzah, cursed be the moment, cursed the place in which I yield myself happy in your loss.
He hurried away through the thicket, and came to a stream flowing with the volume of a river between banks of masonry, broken at intervals by gated sluiceways. A bridge carried the path he was traversing across the stream, and, standing upon it, he saw other bridges, no two of them alike. Under him the water was lying in a deep pool, clear as a shadow. Down a little way it tumbled with a roar over rocks. Then there was another pool, and another cascade, and so on, out of view, and bridges and pools and resounding cascades said, plainly as inarticulate things can tell a story, the river was running by permission of a master, exactly as the master would have it, tractable as became a servant of the gods. Forward from the bridge he beheld a landscape of wide valleys and irregular heights, with groves and lakes and fanciful houses linked together by white paths and shining streams. The valleys were spread below, that the river might be poured upon them for refreshment in days of drought, and they were as green carpets figured with beds and fields of flowers, and flecked with flocks of sheep, white as balls of snow, and the voices of shepherds following the flocks were heard afar. As if to tell him of the pious inscription of all he beheld, the altars out under the open sky seemed countless, each with a white-gowned figure attending it, while processions in white went slowly hither and thither between them, and the smoke of the altars, half risen, hung collected in pale clouds over the devoted places. Here, there, happy in flight, intoxicated in pause, from object to object, point to point, now in the meadow, now on the heights, now lingering to penetrate the groves and observe the processions, then lost in efforts to pursue the paths and streams which trended mazily into dim perspectives, to end finally in— ah, what might be a fitting end to scene so beautiful? What adequate mysteries were hidden behind an introduction so marvelous? Here and there the speech was beginning. His gaze wandered, so he could not help the conviction, forced by the view, and as the sum of it all, that there was peace in the air and on the earth, and invitation everywhere to come and lie down here and be at rest. Suddenly a revelation dawned upon him. The grove was, in fact, a temple, one far-reaching, wall-less temple. Never anything like it. The architect had not stopped to pother about columns and porticos, proportions or interiors, or any limitation upon the epic he sought to materialize. He had simply made a servant of nature. Art can go no further. So the cunning son of Jupiter and Callisto built the old Arcadia, and in this, as in that, the genius was Greek. From the bridge Ben-Hur went forward into the nearest valley. He came to a flock of sheep. The shepherd was a girl, and she beckoned him.
"Come."
Farther on, the path was divided by an altar, a pedestal of black gneiss, capped with a slab of white marble deftly foliated, and on that a brazier of bronze holding a fire. Close by it, a woman, seeing him, waved a wand of willow, and as he passed, called him.
"Stay!"
And the temptation in her smile was that of passionate youth. On yet further, he met one of the processions. At its head a troop of little girls, nude except as they were covered with garlands, piped their shrill voices into a song. Then a troop of boys, also nude, their bodies deeply sun-browned, came dancing to the song of the girls. Behind them the procession, all women, bearing baskets of spices and sweets to the altars, women clad in simple robes, careless of exposure. As he went by, they held their hands to him and said,
"Stay and go with us."
One, a Greek, sang a verse from Anacreon. For today I take or give, for today I drink and live, for today I beg or borrow, who knows about the silent morrow? But he pursued his way indifferent, and came next to a grove luxuriant, in the heart of the vale at the point where it would be most attractive to the observing eye. As it came close to the path he was traveling, there was a seduction in its shade, and through the foliage he caught the shining of what appeared a pretentious statue, so he turned aside and entered the cool retreat. The grass was fresh and clean, the trees did not crowd each other, and they were of every kind native to the East, blended well with strangers adopted from far quarters. Here, grouped in exclusive companionship, palm trees plumed like queens, there sycamores, overtopping laurels of darker foliage, and evergreen oaks rising verdantly, with cedars vast enough to be kings on Lebanon, and mulberries, and terebinths so beautiful it is not hyperbole to speak of them as blown from the orchards of paradise. The statue proved to be a Daphne of wondrous beauty. Hardly, however, had he time to more than glance at her face. At the base of the pedestal a girl and a youth were lying upon a tiger's skin, asleep in each other's arms. Close by them the implements of their service, his axe and sickle, her basket, flung carelessly upon a heap of fading roses. The exposure startled him. Back in the hush of the perfumed thicket he discovered, as he thought, that the charm of the great grove was peace without fear, and almost yielded to it. Now, in this sleep in the day's broad glare, this sleep at the feet of Daphne, he read a further chapter, to which only the vaguest allusion is sufferable. The law of the place was love, but love without law. And this was the sweet peace of Daphne. This the life's end of her ministers. For this kings and princes gave of their revenues. For this a crafty priesthood subordinated nature, her birds and brooks and lilies, the river, the labor of many hands, the sanctity of altars, the fertile power of the sun. It would be pleasant now to record that as Ben-Hur pursued his walk assailed by such reflections, he yielded somewhat to sorrow for the votaries of the great outdoor temple, especially for those who, by personal service, kept it in a state so surpassingly lovely. How they came to the condition was not any longer a mystery. The motive, the influence, the inducement were before him. Some there were, no doubt, caught by the promise held out to their troubled spirits of endless peace in a consecrated abode, to the beauty of which, if they had not money, they could contribute their labor. This class implied intellect peculiarly subject to hope and fear, but the great body of the faithful could not be classed with such. Apollo's nets were wide, and their meshes small, and hardly may one tell what all his fishermen landed. This less for that they cannot be described than because they ought not to be. Enough that the mass were of the Sybarites of the world, and of the herds, in number vaster and in degree lower, devotees of the unmixed sensualism to which the East was almost wholly given. Not to any of the exaltations, not to the singing god, or his unhappy mistress, not to any philosophy requiring, for its enjoyment, the calm of retirement, nor to any service for the comfort there is in religion, nor to love in its holier sense, were they abiding their vows. Good reader, why shall not the truth be told here? Why not learn that, at this age, there were in all earth but two peoples capable of exaltations of the kind referred to, those who lived by the law of Moses, and those who lived by the law of Brahma? They alone could have cried you, better a law without love than a love without law. Besides that, sympathy is in great degree a result of the mood we are in at the moment. Anger forbids the emotion. On the other hand, it is easiest taken on when we are in a state of most absolute self-satisfaction. Ben-Hur walked with a quicker step, holding his head higher, and, while not less sensitive to the delightfulness of all about him, he made his survey with calmer spirit, though sometimes with curling lip. That is to say, he could not so soon forget how nearly he himself had been imposed upon. End of chapter 6. Book 4th, Chapter 7 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. In front of Ben-Hur there was a forest of cypress trees, each a column tall and straight as a mast. Venturing into the shady precinct, he heard a trumpet gaily blown, and an instant after saw, lying upon the grass close by, the countryman whom he had run upon in the road going to the temples. The man arose and came to him.
"I give you peace again,"
he said pleasantly.
Thank you.
Ben-Hur replied, then asked,
Go you my way?
"I am for the stadium, if that is your way."
The stadium?
"Yes, the trumpet you heard but now was a call for the competitors."
Good friend,
said Ben-Hur frankly,
I admit my ignorance of the grove, and if you will let me be your follower, I will be glad.
"That will delight me. Hark, I hear the wheels of the chariot. They are taking the track."
Ben-Hur listened a moment, then completed the introduction by laying his hand upon the man's arm and saying,
I am the son of Arius, the Doomvir, and thou?
"I am Malok, a merchant of Antioch."
Well, good Malak, the trumpet and the gride of the wheels, and the prospect of diversion excite me. I have some skill in the exercises. In the palace of Rome I am not unknown. Let us to the course.
Malak lingered to say quickly,
"The Doomvir was a Roman, yet I see his son in the garments of a Jew."
The noble Arius was my father by adoption.
Ben-Hur answered.
"Ah, I see, and beg pardon."
Passing through the belt of forest, they came to a field with a track laid out upon it, in shape and extent exactly like those of the stadia. The course, or track proper, was of soft earth, rolled and sprinkled, and on both sides defined by ropes, stretched loosely upon upright javelins. For the accommodation of spectators, and such as had interests reaching forward of the mere practice, there were several stands shaded by substantial awnings, and provided with seats in rising rows. In one of the stands the two newcomers found places. Ben-Hur counted the chariots as they went by, 9 in all.
"I commend the fellows,"
he said with good will.
"Here in the East, I thought they aspired to nothing better than the two. But they are ambitious, and play with royal force. Let us study their performance."
8 of the 4s passed the stand, some walking, others on the trot, and all unexceptionally handled. Then the 9th one came on the gallop. Ben-Hur burst into exclamation.
"I have been in the stables of the Emperor Malak, but by our father Abraham of blessed memory, I never saw the like of these."
The last 4 was then sweeping past. All at once they fell into confusion. Someone on the stand uttered a sharp cry. Ben-Hur turned and saw an old man half risen from an upper seat, his hands clenched and raised, his eyes fiercely bright, his long white beard fairly quivering. Some of the spectators nearest him began to laugh.
"They should respect his beard at least. Who is he?" asked
Ben-Hur.
A mighty man from the desert, somewhere beyond Moab, and owner of camels in herds and horses, descended, they say, from the racers of the first pharaoh, Sheikh Ilderim, by name and title.
Thus Malak replied. The driver, meanwhile, exerted himself to quiet the 4, but without avail. Each ineffectual effort excited the sheik the more.
"Abaddon, seize him!"
yelled the patriarch shrilly.
"Run! Fly! Do you hear, my children?"
The question was to his attendants, apparently of the tribe.
"Do you hear? They are desert-born, like yourselves. Catch them, quick!"
The plunging of the animals increased.
"Accursed Roman!"
And the sheik shook his fist at the driver.
"Did he not swear he could drive them? Swear it by all his brood of bastard Latin gods? Nay, hands off me! Off, I say! They should run swift as eagles, and with the temper of hand-bred lambs, he swore. Cursed be he! Cursed the mother of liars who calls him son! See them, the priceless! Let him touch one of them with a lash, and—"
The rest of the sentence was lost in a furious grinding of his teeth.
"To their heads, some of you, and speak them. A word, one is enough, from the tent song your mother sang you. Oh, fool, fool that I was, to put trust in a Roman!"
Some of the shrewder of the old man's friends planted themselves between him and the horses. An opportune failure of breath on his part helped the stratagem. Ben-Hur, thinking he comprehended the sheik, sympathized with him. Far more than mere pride of property, more than anxiety for the result of the race, in his view it was within the possible for the patriarch, according to his habits of thought and his ideas of the inestimable, to love such animals with a tenderness akin to the most sensitive passion. They were all bright bays, unspotted, perfectly matched, and so proportioned as to seem less than they really were. Delicate ears pointed small heads. The faces were broad and full between the eyes. The nostrils in expansion disclosed membrane so deeply red as to suggest the flashing of flame. The necks were arches, overlaid with fine mane, so abundant as to drape the shoulders and breast, while in happy consonance the forelocks were like ravellings of silken veils. Between the knees and the fetlocks the legs were flat as an open hand, but above the knees they were rounded with mighty muscles, needful to upbear the shapely, close-knit bodies. The hoofs were like cups of polished agate, and in rearing and plunging they whipped the air, and sometimes the earth, with tails glossy black and thick and long. The sheik spoke of them as the priceless, and it was a good saying. In this second and closer look at the horses, Ben-Hur read the story of their relation to their master. They had grown up under his eyes, objects of his special care in the day, his visions of pride in the night, with his family at home in the black tent out on the shadeless bosom of the desert, as his children beloved. That they might win him a triumph over the haughty and hated Roman, the old man had brought his loves to the city, never doubting they would win, if only he could find a trusty expert to take them in hand, not merely one with skill, but of a spirit which their spirits would acknowledge. Unlike the colder people of the West, he could not protest the driver's inability and dismiss him civilly. An Arab and a sheik, he had to explode and rive the air about him with clamor. Before the patriarch was done with his expletives, a dozen hands were at the bits of the horses, and their quiet assured. About that time another chariot appeared upon the track, and, unlike the others, driver, vehicle, and races were precisely as they would be presented in the circus the day of final trial. For a reason which will presently be more apparent, it is desirable now to give this turnout plainly to the reader. There should be no difficulty in understanding the carriage known to us all as the chariot of classical renown. One has but to picture to himself a dray with low wheels and broad axle, surmounted by a box open at the tail end. Such was the primitive pattern. Artistic genius came along in time, and, touching the rude machine, raised it into a thing of beauty, that, for instance, in which Aurora, riding in advance of the dawn, is given to our fancy. The jockeys of the ancients, quite as shrewd and ambitious as their successors of the present, called their humblest turnout a 2, and their best in grade a 4. In the latter they contested the Olympics and the other festal shows founded in imitation of them. The same sharp gamesters preferred to put their horses to the chariot all abreast, and for distinction they termed the two next the pole yoke-steeds, and those on the right and left outside trace-mates. It was their judgment also that, by allowing the fullest freedom of action, the greatest speed was attainable. Accordingly, the harness resorted to was peculiarly simple. In fact, there was nothing of it save a collar round the animal's neck, and a trace fixed to the collar, unless the lines and a halter fall within the term. Wanting to hitch up, the masters pinned a narrow wooden yoke or cross-tree near the end of the pole, and, by straps passed through rings at the end of the yoke, buckled the latter to the collar. The traces of the yoke-steeds they hitched to the axle, those of the trace-mates to the top rim of the chariot bed. There remained then but the adjustment of the lines, which, judged by the modern devices, was not the least curious part of the method. For this there was a large ring at the forward extremity of the pole. Securing the ends to that ring first, they parted the lines so as to give one to each horse, and proceeded to pass them to the driver, slipping them separately through rings on the inner side of the halters at the mouth. With this plain generalization in mind, all further desirable knowledge upon the subject can be had by following the incidents of the scene occurring. The other contestants had been received in silence. The last comer was more fortunate. While moving towards the stand from which we are viewing the scene, his progress was signalized by loud demonstrations, by clapping of hands and cheers, the effect of which was to center attention upon him exclusively. His yoke-steeds, it was observed, were black, while the trace-mates were snow-white. In conformity to the exacting canons of Roman taste, they had all four been mutilated, that is to say, their tails had been clipped, and, to complete the barbarity, their shorn manes were divided into knots, tied with flaring red and yellow ribbons. In advancing, the stranger at length reached a point where the chariot came into view from the stand, and its appearance would of itself have justified the shouting. The wheels were very marvels of construction. Stout bands of burnished bronze reinforced the hubs, otherwise very light. The spokes were sections of ivory tusks, set in with the natural curve outward to perfect the dishing, considered important then as now. Bronze tires held the fellies, which were of shining ebony. The axle, in keeping with the wheels, was tipped with heads of snarling tigers done in brass, and the bed was woven of willow wands gilded with gold. The coming of the beautiful horses and resplendent chariot drew Ben-Hur to look at the driver with increased interest. Who was he? When Ben-Hur asked himself the question first, he could not see the man's face or even his full figure, yet the air and manner were familiar, and pricked him keenly with a reminder of a period long gone. Who could it be? Nearer now, and the horses approaching at a trot. From the shouting and the gorgeousness of the turnout, it was thought that he might be some official favorite or famous prince. Such an appearance was not inconsistent with exalted rank. Kings often struggled for the crown of leaves which was the prize of victory. Nero and Commodus, it will be remembered, devoted themselves to the chariot. Ben-Hur arose and forced a passage down nearly to the railing in front of the lower seat of the stand. His face was earnest, his manner eager. And directly the whole person of the driver was in view. A companion rode with him, in classic description a Myrtilus, permitted men of high estate indulging their passion for the race-course. Ben-Hur could see only the driver, standing erect in the chariot, with the reins passed several times round his body, a handsome figure, scantily covered by a tunic of light red cloth, in the right hand a whip, in the other the arm raised and lightly extended, the 4 lines. The pose was exceedingly graceful and animated. The cheers and clapping of hands were received with statuesque indifference. Ben-Hur stood transfixed. His instinct and memory had served him faithfully. The driver was Messala. By the selection of horses, the magnificence of the chariot, the attitude and display of person, above all by the expression of the cold, sharp, eagle features, imperialized in his countrymen by sway of the world through so many generations, Ben-Hur knew Messala unchanged, as haughty, confident, and audacious as ever, the same in ambition, cynicism, and mocking insouciance. End of chapter 7. Book 4th, Chapter 8 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. As Ben-Hur descended the steps of the stand, an Arab arose upon the last one at the foot and cried out,
Men of the east and west, hearken! The good Sheik Ilderim giveth greeting. With 4 horses, sons of the favourites of Solomon the Wise, he hath come up against the best. Needs he most a mighty man to drive them. Whoso will take them to his satisfaction, to him he promiseth richment for ever. Here, there, in the city and in the circuses, and wherever the strong most do congregate, tell ye his offer. So saith my master Sheik Ilderim the generous.
The proclamation awakened a great buzz among the people under the awning. By night it would be repeated and discussed in all the sporting circles of Antioch. Ben-Hur, hearing it, stopped and looked hesitatingly from the herald to the sheik. Malak thought he was about to accept the offer, but was relieved when he presently turned to him and asked,
Good Malak, where to now?
The worthy replied with a laugh,
Would you liken yourself to others visiting the grove for the first time? You will straightway to hear your fortune told.
My fortune, said you? The suggestion has in it a flavor of unbelief. Let us to the goddess at once.
Nay, son of Arius, these Apollonians have a better trick than that. Instead of speech with a Pythia or a Sibyl, They will sell you a plain papyrus leaf, hardly dry from the stalk, and bid you dip it in the water of a certain fountain, when it will show you a verse in which you may hear of your future.
The glow of interest departed from Ben-Hur's face.
There are people who have no need to vex themselves about their future,
he said gloomily.
Then you prefer to go to the temples.
The temples are Greek, are they not?
They call them Greek.
The Hellenes were masters of the beautiful in art, but in architecture they sacrificed variety to unbending beauty. Their temples are all alike. How call you the fountain?
Castalia.
Oh, it has repute throughout the world. Let us thither.
Malak kept watch on his companion as they went, and saw that for the moment at least his good spirits were out. To the people passing he gave no attention. Over the wonders they came upon there were no exclamations. Silently, even sullenly, he kept a slow pace. The truth was, the sight of Messala had set Ben-Hur to thinking. It seemed scarce an hour ago that the strong hands had torn him from his mother, scarce an hour ago that the Roman had put seal upon the gates of his father's house. He recounted how, in the hopeless misery of the life, if such it might be called, in the galleys, he had had little else to do, aside from labor, than dream dreams of vengeance, in all of which Messala was the principal. There might be, he used to say to himself, escape for gratis, but for Messala, never. And to strengthen and harden his resolution, he was accustomed to repeat over and over, "Who pointed us out to the persecutors? And when I begged him for help, not for myself, who mocked me and went away laughing?" And always the dream had the same ending, "The day I meet him, help me, thou good God of my people, help me to some fitting, special vengeance." And now the meeting was at hand. Perhaps, if he had found Messala poor and suffering, Ben-Hur's feeling had been different, but it was not so. He found him more than prosperous. In the prosperity there was a dash and glitter, gleam of sun on gilt of gold. So it happened that what Malak accounted a passing loss of spirit was pondering when the meeting should be, and in what manner he could make it most memorable. They turned after a while into an avenue of oaks, where the people were going and coming in groups, footmen here and horsemen, there women in litters borne by slaves, and now and then chariots rolled by thunderously. At the end of the avenue the road, by an easy grade, descended into a lowland, where, on the right hand, there was a precipitous facing of grey rock, and on the left an open meadow of vernal freshness. Then they came in view of the famous fountain of Castalia. Edging through a company assembled at the point, Ben-Hur beheld a jet of sweet water pouring from the crest of a stone into a basin of black marble, where, after much boiling and foaming, it disappeared as through a funnel. By the basin, under a small portico cut in the solid wall, sat a priest, old, bearded, wrinkled, cowled, never being more perfectly eremitish. From the manner of the people present, hardly might one say which was the attraction, the fountain, forever sparkling, or the priest, forever there. He heard, saw, was seen, but never spoke. Occasionally a visitor extended a hand to him with a coin in it. With a cunning twinkle of the eyes, he took the money and gave the party in exchange a leaf of papyrus. The receiver made haste to plunge the papyrus into the basin. Then, holding the dripping leaf in the sunlight, he would be rewarded with a versified inscription upon its face, and the fame of the fountain seldom suffered loss by poverty of merit in the poetry. Before Ben-Hur could test the oracle, some other visitors were seen approaching across the meadow, and their appearance piqued the curiosity of the company, his not less than theirs. He saw first a camel, very tall and very white, in leading of a driver on horseback, A houdah on the animal, besides being unusually large, was of crimson and gold. 2 other horsemen followed the camel with tall spears in hand.
"What a wonderful camel!"
said one of the company.
"A prince from afar,"
another one suggested.
"More likely a king."
"If he were on an elephant, I would say he was a king."
A third man had a very different opinion.
"A camel, and a white camel,"
he said authoritatively.
"By Apollo, friends, they who come yonder, you can see there are 2 of them, are neither kings nor princes. They are women."
In the midst of the dispute the strangers arrived. The camel, seen at hand, did not belie his appearance afar. A taller, statelier brute of his kind no traveller at the fountain, though from the remotest parts, had ever beheld. Such great black eyes, such exceedingly fine white hair, feet so contractile when raised, so soundless in planting, so broad when set, nobody had ever seen the peer of this camel. And how well he became his housing of silk, and all its frippery of gold in fringe and gold in tassel. The tinkling of silver bells went before him, and he moved lightly, as if unknowing of his burden. But who were the man and woman under the houdah? Every eye saluted them with the inquiry. If the former were a prince or a king, the philosophers of the crowd might not deny the impartiality of time. When they saw the thin, shrunken face buried under an immense turban, the skin of the hue of a mummy, making it impossible to form an idea of his nationality, they were pleased to think the limit of life was for the great as well as the small. They saw about his person nothing so enviable as the shawl which draped him. The woman was seated in the manner of the East, amidst veils and laces of surpassing fineness. Above her elbows she wore armlets fashioned like coiled asps, and linked to bracelets at the wrists by strands of gold. Otherwise the arms were bare and of singular natural grace, complemented with hands modelled daintily as a child's. One of the hands rested upon the side of the carriage, showing tapered fingers glittering with rings, and stained at the tips till they blushed like the pink of mother-of-pearl. She wore an open caul upon her head, sprinkled with beads of coral, and strung with coin pieces called sunlets, some of which were carried across her forehead, while others fell down her back, half smothered in the mass of her straight blue-black hair, of itself an incomparable ornament, not needing the veil which covered it, except as a protection against sun and dust. From her elevated seat she looked upon the people calmly, pleasantly, and apparently so intent upon studying them as to be unconscious of the interest she herself was exciting, and, what was unusual, nay, in violent contravention of the custom among women of rank in public, she looked at them with an open face. It was a fair face to see, quite youthful, in form oval, complexion not white like the Greek, nor brunette like the Roman, nor blonde like the Gaul, but rather the tinting of the sun of the upper Nile upon a skin of such transparency that the blood shone through it on cheek and brow with nigh the ruddiness of lamplight. The eyes, naturally large, were touched along the lids with the black paint immemorial throughout the East. The lips were slightly parted, disclosing, through their scarlet lake, teeth of glistening whiteness. To all these excellences of countenance, the reader is finally besought to superadd the air derived from the pose of a small head, classic in shape, set upon a neck long, drooping, and graceful, the air, we may fancy, happily described by the word queenly. As if satisfied with the survey of people and locality, the fair creature spoke to the driver, an Ethiopian of vast brawn, naked to the waist, who led the camel nearer the fountain and caused it to kneel, after which he received from her hand a cup, and proceeded to fill it at the basin. That instant the sound of wheels and the trampling of horses in rapid motion broke the silence her beauty had imposed, and, with a great outcry, the bystanders parted in every direction, hurrying to get away.
"The Roman has a mind to ride us down. Look out!"
Malluch shouted to Ben-Hur, setting him at the same time an example of hasty flight. The latter faced to the direction the sounds came from, and beheld Messala in his chariot pushing the four straight at the crowd. This time the view was near and distinct. The parting of the company uncovered the camel, which might have been more agile than his kind generally, yet the hoofs were almost upon him, and he resting with closed eyes, chewing the endless cud with such sense of security as long favoritism may be supposed to have bred in him. The Ethiopian wrung his hands afraid. In the houdah the old man moved to escape, but he was hampered with age, and could not, even in the face of danger, forget the dignity which was plainly his habit. It was too late for the woman to save herself. Ben-Hur stood nearest them, and he called to Messala,
"Hold! Look where thou goest! Back! Back!"
The patrician was laughing in hearty good humor, and, seeing there was but one chance of rescue, Ben-Hur stepped in and caught the bits of the left yoke-steed and his mate.
"Dog of a Roman! Carest thou so little for life?" he
cried, putting forth all his strength. The two horses reared, and drew the others round. The tilting of the pole tilted the chariot. Messala barely escaped a fall, while his complacent Myrtilus rolled back like a clod to the ground. Seeing the peril past, all the bystanders burst into derisive laughter. The matchless audacity of the Roman then manifested itself. Loosing the lines from his body, he tossed them to one side, dismounted, walked round the camel, looked at Ben-Hur, and spoke partly to the old man and partly to the woman.
"Pardon, I pray you both. I am Messala,"
he said,
"and by the old mother of the earth, I swear I did not see you or your camel. As to these good people, perhaps I trusted too much to my skill. I saw to laugh at them. The laugh is theirs. Good may it do them."
The good-natured, careless look and gesture he threw the bystanders accorded well with the speech. To hear what more he had to say, they became quiet. Assured of victory over the body of the offended, he signed his companion to take the chariot to a safer distance, and addressed himself boldly to the woman.
"Thou hast interest in the good man here, whose pardon, if not granted now, I shall seek with greater diligence hereafter. His daughter, I should say."
She made him no reply.
"By Pallas, thou art beautiful. Beware Apollo mistake thee not for his lost love. I wonder what land can boast herself thy mother. Turn not away. A truce, a truce. There is the sun of India in thine eyes, in the corners of thy mouth. Egypt hath set her love signs. Propole, turn not that slave, fair mistress, before proving merciful to this one. Tell me at least that I am pardoned."
At this point she broke in upon him.
"Wilt thou come here?"
she asked, smiling, and with gracious bend of the head to Ben-Hur.
"Take the cup and fill it, I pray thee,"
she said to the latter.
"My father is thirsty."
"I am thy most willing servant."
Ben-Hur turned about to do the favor, and was face to face with Messala. Their glances met, the Jews defiant, the Romans sparkling with humor.
"O stranger, beautiful is cruel,"
Messala said, waving his hand to her.
"If Apollo get thee not, thou shalt see me again. Not knowing thy country, I cannot name a god to commend thee to, so by all the gods I will commend thee to myself."
Seeing that Myrtilus had the four composed and ready, he returned to the chariot. The woman looked after him as he moved away, and whatever else there was in her look, there was no displeasure. Presently she received the water. Her father drank. Then she raised the cup to her lips, and, leaning down, gave it to Ben-Hur. Never action more graceful and gracious.
"Keep it, we pray of thee. It is full of blessings, all thine."
Immediately the camel was aroused, and on his feet, and about to go, when the old man called,
"Stand thou here."
Ben-Hur went to him respectfully.
"Thou hast served the stranger well today. There is but one God, in his holy name I thank thee. I am Balthazar the Egyptian. In the great orchards of palms, beyond the village of Daphne, in the shade of the palms, Sheik Ilderim the generous abideth in his tents, and we are his guests. Seek us there. Thou shalt have welcome sweet with the savour of the grateful."
Ben-Hur was left in wonder at the old man's clear voice and reverend manner. As he gazed after the two departing, he caught sight of Messala, going as he had come, joyous, indifferent, and with a mocking laugh. End of chapter 8. Book 4th, Chapter 9 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. As a rule, there is no surer way to the dislike of men than to behave well where they have behaved badly. In this instance, happily, Malak was an exception to the rule. The affair he had just witnessed raised Ben-Hur in his estimation, since he could not deny him courage and address. Could he now get some insight into the young man's history, the results of the day would not be all unprofitable to good Master Simonides. On the latter point, referring to what he had as yet learned, two facts comprehended it all. The subject of his investigation was a Jew, and the adopted son of a famous Roman. Another conclusion which might be of importance was beginning to formulate itself in the shrewd mind of the emissary. Between Messala and the son of the Duumvir there was a connection of some kind. But what was it, and how could it be reduced to assurance? With all his sounding, the ways and means of solution were not at call. In the heat of the perplexity, Ben-Hur himself came to his help. He laid his hand on Malak's arm and drew him out of the crowd, which was already going back to its interest in the grey old priest and the mystic fountain.
"Good Malak,"
he said, stopping.
"may a man forget his mother?"
The question was abrupt and without direction, and therefore of the kind which leaves the person addressed in a state of confusion. Malak looked into Ben-Hur's face for a hint of meaning, but saw, instead, two bright red spots, one on each cheek, and in his eyes traces of what might have been repressed tears. Then he answered mechanically,
"No,"
adding with fervor,
"never."
And a moment after, when he began to recover himself,
"If he is an Israelite, never."
And when at length he was completely recovered,
"My first lesson in the synagogue was the Shema. My next was the saying of the son of Sirach, 'Honor thy father with thy whole soul, and forget not the sorrows of thy mother.'"
The red spots on Ben-Hur's face deepened.
"The words bring my childhood back again, and Malak, they prove you a genuine Jew. I believe I can trust you."
Ben-Hur let go the arm he was holding, and caught the folds of the gown covering his own breast, and pressed them close, as if to smother a pain, or a feeling there as sharp as a pain.
"My father,"
he said,
"bore a good name, and was not without honor in Jerusalem, where he dwelt. My mother, at his death, was in the prime of womanhood, and it is not enough to say of her she was good and beautiful. In her tongue was the law of kindness, and her works were the praise of all in the gates. And she smiled at days to come. I had a little sister, and she and I were the family, and we were so happy that I, at least, have never seen harm in the saying of the old rabbi, 'God cannot be everywhere, and therefore he made mothers.' One day an accident happened to a Roman in authority as he was riding past our house at the head of a cohort. The legionaries burst the gate and rushed in and seized us. I have not seen my mother or sister since. I cannot say they are dead or living. I do not know what became of them. But Malak, the man in the chariot yonder, was present at the separation. He gave us over to the captors. He heard my mother's prayer for her children, and he laughed when they dragged her away. Hardly may one say which graves deepest in memory, love or hate. Today I knew him afar, and Malak.
He caught the listener's arm again.
And Malak, he knows, and takes with him now the secret I would give my life for. He could tell if she lives, and where she is, and her condition. If she, no, they. Much sorrow has made the two as one. If they are dead, he could tell where they died, and of what, and where their bones await my finding.
And will he not?
No.
Why?
I am a Jew, and he is a Roman.
But Romans have tongues, and Jews, though ever so despised, have methods to beguile them.
For such as he, no, and besides, the secret is one of state. All my father's property was confiscated and divided.
Malak nodded his head slowly, much as to admit the argument. Then he asked anew,
Did he not recognize you?
He could not. I was sent to death in life, and have been long since accounted of the dead.
I wonder you did not strike him,
said Malak, yielding to a touch of passion.
That would have been to put him past serving me forever. I would have had to kill him. And death, you know, keeps secrets better even than a guilty Roman.
The man who, with so much to avenge, could so calmly put such an opportunity aside, must be confident of his future, or have ready some better design, and Malak's interest changed with the thought. It ceased to be that of an emissary in duty bound to another. Ben-Hur was actually asserting a claim upon him for his own sake. In other words, Malak was preparing to serve him with good heart and from downright admiration. After brief pause, Ben-Hur resumed speaking.
I would not take his life, good Malak. Against that extreme, the possession of the secret is for the present, at least, a safeguard. Yet I may punish him, and so you give me help, I will try.
He is a Roman,
said Malak without hesitation.
And I am of the tribe of Judah. I will help you. If you choose, put me under oath, under the most solemn oath.
Give me your hand, that will suffice.
As their hands fell apart, Ben-Hur said, with lightened feeling,
That I would charge you with is not difficult, good friend. Neither is it dreadful to conscience. Let us move on.
They took the road which led to the right, across the meadow spoken of in the description of the coming to the fountain. Ben-Hur was first to break the silence.
Do you know Sheik Ilderim the Generous?
Yes.
Where is his orchard of palms? Or rather, Malak, how far is it beyond the village of Daphne?
Malak was touched by a doubt. He recalled the prettiness of the favor shown him by the woman at the fountain, and wondered if he, who had the sorrows of a mother in mind, was about to forget them for a lure of love. Yet he replied,
The orchard of palms lies beyond the village 2 hours by horse and 1 by swift camel.
Thank you, and to your knowledge once more. Have the games of which you told me been widely published? When will they take place?
The questions were suggestive, and if they did not restore Malak his confidence, they at least stimulated his curiosity.
Oh yes, they will be of ample splendor. The prefect is rich and could afford to lose his place. Yet, as is the way with successful men, his love of riches is nowise diminished. And to gain a friend at court, if nothing more, he must make ado for the consul Maxentius, who is coming hither to make final preparations for a campaign against the Parthians. The money there is in the preparations the citizens of Antioch know from experience. So they have had permission to join the prefect in the honors intended for the great man. A month ago, heralds went to the 4 quarters to proclaim the opening of the circus for the celebration. The name of the prefect would be of itself good guarantee of variety and magnificence, particularly throughout the East. But when to his promises Antioch joins hers, All the islands and the cities by the sea stand assured of the extraordinary, and will be here in person or by their most famous professionals. The fees offered are royal.
And the circus. I have heard it is second only to the Maximus.
At Rome, you mean? Well, ours sits 200,000 people. Yours sits 75,000 more. Yours is of marble, so is ours. In arrangement, they are exactly the same.
Are the rules the same?
Malak smiled.
If Antioch dared be original, son of Arius, Rome would not be the mistress she is. The laws of the Circus Maximus govern except in one particular. There, but 4 chariots may start at once. Here, all start without reference to number.
That is the practice of the Greeks,
said Ben-Hur.
Yes, Antioch is more Greek than Roman.
So then, Malak, I may choose my own chariot.
Your own chariot and horses. There is no restriction upon either.
While replying, Malak observed the thoughtful look on Ben-Hur's face give place to one of satisfaction.
One thing more now, O Malak. When will the celebration be?
Your pardon,
the other answered.
Tomorrow and the next day,
he said, counting aloud.
Then, to speak in the Roman style, if the sea gods be propitious, the consul arrives. Yes, the 6th day from this we have the games.
The time is short, Malak, but it is enough.
The last words were spoken decisively.
By the prophets of our old Israel, I will take to the reins again. Stay, a condition. Is there assurance that Messala will be a competitor?
Malak saw now the plan and all its opportunities for the humiliation of the Roman, and he had not been true descendant of Jacob if, with all his interest wakened, he had not rushed to a consideration of the chances. His voice actually trembled as he said,
Have you the practice?
Fear not, my friend. The winners in the Circus Maximus have held their crowns these 3 years at my will. Ask them, ask the best of them, and they will tell you so. In the last great games, the Emperor himself offered me his patronage if I would take his horses in hand and run them against the entries of the world.
But you did not.
Malak spoke eagerly.
I am a Jew.
Ben-Hur seemed shrinking within himself as he spoke.
And though I wear a Roman name, I dared not do professionally a thing to sully my father's name in the cloisters and courts of the temple. In the palastrae I could indulge practice which, if followed into the circus, would become an abomination. And if I take to the course here, Malak, I swear it will not be for the prize or the winner's fee.
Hold, swear not so,
cried Malak.
The fee is 10,000 sestertii, a fortune for life.
Not for me, though the prefect trebled it 50 times. Better than that. Better than all the imperial revenues from the first year of the first Caesar. I will make this race to humble my enemy. Vengeance is permitted by the law.
Malak smiled and nodded as if saying,
Right. Trust me, a Jew to understand a Jew. The Messala will drive,
he said directly.
He is committed to the race in many ways, by publication in the streets and in the baths and theaters, the palace and barracks, and to fix him past retreat his name is on the tablets on every young spendthrift in Antioch.
In wager, Malak?
Yes, in wager, and every day he comes ostentatiously to practice, as you saw him.
Ah, and that is the chariot, and those the horses, with which he will make the race. Thank you, Malak. You have served me well already. I am satisfied. Now be my guide to the Orchard of Palms, and give me introduction to Sheik Ilderim the Generous.
When?
Today. His horses may be engaged tomorrow.
You like them, then?
Ben-Hur answered with animation.
I saw them from the stand an instant only, for Messala then drove up, and I might not look at anything else. Yet I recognized them as of the blood which is the wonder as well as the glory of the deserts. I never saw the kind before, except in the stables of Caesar, but once seen, they are always to be known. Tomorrow, upon meeting, I will know you, Malak, though you do not so much as salute me. I will know you by your face, by your form, by your manner. By the same signs I will know them, and with the same certainty. If all that is said of them be true, and I can bring their spirit under control of mine, I can
win this Esther,
said Malak, laughing.
No,
answered Ben-Hur as quickly.
I will do what better becomes a man born to the heritage of Jacob. I will humble mine enemy in a most public place. But,
he added impatiently,
we are losing time. How can we most quickly reach the tents of the sheik?
Malak took a moment for reflection.
It is best we go straight to the village, which is fortunately nearby. If 2 swift camels are to be had for hire there, we will be on the road but an hour.
Let us about it.
The village was an assemblage of palaces in beautiful gardens, interspersed with khans of princely sort. Dromedaries were happily secured, and upon them the journey to the famous Orchard of Palms was begun. End of chapter 9. Book 4th, Chapter 10 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Beyond the village, the country was undulating and cultivated. In fact, it was the garden land of Antioch, with not a foot lost to labor. The steep faces of the hills were terraced. Even the hedges were brighter of the trailing vines which, besides the lure of shade, offered passers-by sweet promises of wine to come and grapes in clustered purple ripeness. Over melon patches and through apricot and fig-tree groves, and groves of oranges and limes, the whitewashed houses of the farmers were seen, and everywhere Plenty, the smiling daughter of peace, gave notice by her 1,000 signs that she was at home, making the generous traveller merry at heart, until he was even disposed to give Rome her dues. Occasionally, also, views were had of Taurus and Lebanon, between which, a separating line of silver, the Orontes placidly pursued its way. In course of their journey the friends came to the river, which they followed with the windings of the road, now over bold bluffs, and then into vales, all alike allotted for country seats. And if the land was in full foliage of oak and sycamore and myrtle, and bay and arbutus, and perfuming jasmine, the river was bright with slanted sunlight, which would have slept where it fell but for ships in endless procession, gliding with the current, tacking for the wind, or bounding under the impulse of oars, some coming, some going, and all suggestive of the sea and distant peoples, and famous places, and things coveted on account of their rarity. To the fancy there is nothing so winsome as a white sail seaward blown, unless it be a white sail homeward bound, its voyage happily done. And down the shore the friends went continuously till they came to a lake fed by backwater from the river, clear, deep, and without current. An old palm tree dominated the angle of the inlet. Turning to the left at the foot of the tree, Malak clapped his hands and shouted,
"Look, look, the orchard of palms!"
The scene was nowhere else to be found unless in the favored oases of Arabia or the Ptolemaian farms along the Nile. And to sustain a sensation new as it was delightful, Ben-Hur was admitted into a tract of land apparently without limit and level as a floor. All underfoot was fresh grass, in Syria the rarest and most beautiful production of the soil. If he looked up, it was to see the sky, palely blue through the groinery of countless date-bearers, very patriarchs of their kind, so numerous and old, and of such mighty girth, so tall, so serried, so wide of branch, each branch so perfect with fronds, plumy and wax-like and brilliant, they seemed enchanters enchanted. Here was the grass coloring the very atmosphere, there the lake, cool and clear, rippling but a few feet under the surface and helping the trees to their long life in old age. Did the grove of Daphne excel this one? And the palms, as if they knew Ben-Hur's thought and would win him after a way of their own, seemed, as he passed under their arches, to stir and sprinkle him with dewy coolness. The road wound in close parallelism with the shore of the lake, and when it carried the travellers down to the water's edge, there was always on that side a shining expanse limited not far off by the opposite shore, on which, as on this one, no tree but the palm was permitted.
"See that?"
said Malech, pointing to a giant of the place.
"Each ring upon its trunk marks a year of its life. Count them from root to branch, and if the sheikh tells you the grove was planted before the Seleucidae were heard of in Antioch, do not doubt him."
One may not look at a perfect palm tree but that, with a subtlety all its own, it assumes a presence for itself and makes a poet of the beholder. This is the explanation of the honors it has received, beginning with the artists of the first kings, who could find no form in all the earth to serve them so well as a model for the pillars of their palaces and temples, and for the same reason Ben-Hur was moved to say,
"As I saw him at the stand today, good Malech, Sheikh Ilderim appeared to be a very common man. The rabbis in Jerusalem would look down upon him, I fear, as a son of a dog of Edom. How came he in possession of the orchard? And how has he been able to hold it against the greed of Roman governors?"
"If blood derives excellence from time, son of Arius, then is Ilderim a man, though he be an uncircumcised Edomite."
Malech spoke warmly.
"All his fathers before him were sheikhs. One of them, I shall not say when he lived or did the good deeds, once helped a king who was being hunted with swords. The story says he loaned him 1,000 horsemen, who knew the paths of the wilderness and its hiding places as shepherds know the scant hills they inhabit with their flocks. And they carried him here and there until the opportunity came, and then with their spears they slew the enemy and set him upon his throne again. And the king, it is said, remembered the service, and brought the son of the desert to this place, and bade him set up his tent and bring his family and his herds for the lake and trees and all the land, from the river to the nearest mountains, were his and his children's forever, and they have never been disturbed in the possession. 2 rulers succeeding have found it policy to keep good terms with the tribe, to whom the Lord has given increase of men and horses and camels and riches, making them masters of many highways between cities, so that it is with them any time they please to say to commerce, go in peace, or stop, and what they say shall be done. Even the prefect in the citadel overlooking Antioch thinks it happy day with him when Ilderim, surnamed the Generous on account of good deeds done unto all manner of men, with his wives and children, and his trains of camels and horses, and his belongings of sheikh, moving as our fathers Abraham and Jacob moved, comes up to exchange briefly his bitter wealth for the pleasantness you see about us."
"How is it then?"
said Ben-Hur, who had been listening, unmindful of the slow gait of the dromedaries.
"I saw the sheik tear his beard while he cursed himself that he had put trust in a Roman. Caesar, had he heard him, might have said, 'I like not such a friend as this. Put him away.'"
"It would be but shrewd judgment,"
Malech replied, smiling.
"Ilderim is not a lover of Rome. He has a grievance. 3 years ago the Parthians rode across the road from Bozrah to Damascus, and fell upon a caravan laden, among other things, with the incoming tax returns of a district over that way. They slew every creature taken, which the censors in Rome could have forgiven if the imperial treasure had been spared and forwarded. The farmers of the taxes, being chargeable with the loss, complained to Caesar, and Caesar held Herod to payment, and Herod, on his part, seized property of Ilderim, whom he charged with treasonable neglect of duty. The sheikh appealed to Caesar, and Caesar has made him such answer as might be looked for from the unwinking Sphinx. The old man's heart has been aching sore ever since, and he nurses his wrath, and takes pleasure in its daily growth.
He can do nothing, Malak.
Well,
said Malak,
that involves another explanation which I will give you if we can draw nearer. But see, the hospitality of the sheikh begins early. The children are speaking to you.
The dromedary stopped, and Ben-Hur looked down upon some little girls of the Syrian peasant class who were offering him their baskets filled with dates. The fruit was freshly gathered, and not to be refused. He stooped and took it, and as he did so a man in the tree by which they were halted cried,
"Peace to you, and welcome!"
Their thanks said to the children, the friends moved on at such gait as the animals chose.
You must know,
Malak continued, pausing now and then to dispose of a date,
that the merchant Simonides gives me his confidence, and sometimes flatters me by taking me into counsel. And as I attend him at his house, I have made acquaintance with many of his friends who, knowing my footing with the host, talk to him freely in my presence. In that way I became somewhat intimate with Sheikh Ilderim.
For a moment Ben-Hur's attention wandered. Before his mind's eye there arose the image, pure, gentle, and appealing, of Esther, the merchant's daughter. Her dark eyes, bright with the peculiar Jewish luster, met his in modest gaze. He heard her step as when she approached him with the wine, and her voice as she tendered him the cup. And he acknowledged to himself again all the sympathy she manifested for him, and manifested so plainly that words were unnecessary, and so sweetly that words would have been but a detraction. The vision was exceeding pleasant, but upon his turning to Malak it flew away.
A few weeks ago,
said Malak, continuing,
the old Arab called on Simonides and found me present. I observed he seemed much moved about something, and, in deference, offered to withdraw. But he himself forbade me. As you are an Israelite, he said, stay, for I have a strange story to tell. The emphasis on the word Israelite excited my curiosity. I remained, and this is in substance his story. I cut it short, because we are drawing nigh the tent, and I leave the details to the good man himself. A good many years ago, 3 men called at Ilderim's tent out in the wilderness. They were all foreigners, a Hindu, a Greek, and an Egyptian, and they had come on camels, the largest he had ever seen, and all white. He welcomed them and gave them rest. Next morning they arose and prayed a prayer new to the sheikh, a prayer addressed to God and his son, this with much mystery besides. After breaking fast with him, the Egyptian told who they were and whence they had come. Each had seen a star, out of which a voice had bidden them go to Jerusalem and ask, where is he that is born King of the Jews? They obeyed. From Jerusalem they were led by a star to Bethlehem, where in a cave they found a child newly born, which they fell down and worshipped, and after worshipping it, and giving it costly presents, and bearing witness of what it was, they took to their camels, and fled without pause to the sheikh, because if Herod, meaning him surnamed the Great, could lay hands upon them, he would certainly kill them. And, faithful to his habit, the sheikh took care of them, and kept them concealed for a year, when they departed, leaving with him gifts of great value, and each going a separate way.
It is indeed a most wonderful story,
Ben-Hur exclaimed at its conclusion.
What did you say they were to ask at Jerusalem?
They were to ask, where is he that is born King of the Jews.
Was that all?
There was more to the question, but I cannot recall it.
And they found the child?
Yes, and worshipped him.
It is a miracle, Malak.
Ilderim is a brave man, though excitable as all Arabs are. A lie on his tongue is impossible.
Malak spoke positively. Thereupon the dromedaries were forgotten, and, quite as unmindful of their riders, they turned off the road to the growing grass.
Has Ilderim heard nothing more of the 3 men?
Asked Ben-Hur.
What became of them?
Ah, yes, that was the cause of his coming to Simonides, the day of which I was speaking. Only the night before that day the Egyptian reappeared to him.
Where?
Here, at the door of the tent to which we are coming.
How knew he the man?
As you knew the horses today, by face and manner.
By nothing else?
He rode the same great white camel, and gave him the same name, Balthasar, the Egyptian.
It is a wonder of the Lord's.
Ben-Hur spoke with excitement, and Malak, wondering, asked,
Why so?
Balthazar, you said?
Yes, Balthasar the Egyptian.
That was the name the old man gave us at the fountain today.
Then, at the reminder, Malak became excited.
It is true,
he said.
And the camel was the same, and you saved the man's life.
And the woman,
said Ben-Hur, like one speaking to himself.
The woman was his daughter.
He fell to thinking, and even the reader will say he was having a vision of the woman, and that it was more welcome than that of Esther, if only because it stayed longer with him. But no.
Tell me again,
he said presently.
Were the 3 to ask, where is he that is to be the king of the Jews?
Not exactly. The words were, born to be king of the Jews. Those were the words as the old sheikh caught them first in the desert, and he has ever since been waiting the coming of the king, nor can anyone shake his faith that he will come.
How, as king?
Yes, and bringing the doom of Rome, so says the sheikh.
Ben-Hur kept silent a while, thinking and trying to control his feelings.
The old man is one of many millions,
he said slowly.
One of many millions, each with a wrong to avenge, and this strange faith, Malak, is bread and wine to his hope. For who but a Herod may be king of the Jews while Rome endures? But, following the story, did you hear what Simonides said to him?
If Ilderim is a grave man, Simonides is a wise one,
Malak replied.
I listened, and he said, but hark, someone comes overtaking us.
The noise grew louder, until presently they heard the rumble of wheels mixed with the beating of horse hoofs. A moment later Sheik Ilderim himself appeared on horseback, followed by a train, among which were the 4 wine-red Arabs drawing the chariot. The sheik's chin, in its muffling of long white beard, was drooped upon his breast. Our friends had out-travelled him, but at sight of them he raised his head and spoke kindly.
Peace to you! Ah, my friend Malak, welcome! And tell me, you are not going, but just come. That you have something for me from the good Simonides? May the Lord of his fathers keep him in life for many years to come? Aye, take up the straps, both of you, and follow me. I have bread in Lehman, or, if you prefer it, Iraq, and the flesh of young kid. Come!
They followed after him to the door of the tent, in which, when they were dismounted, he stood to receive them, holding a platter with 3 cups filled with creamy liquor, just drawn from a great smoke-stained skin bottle, pendant from the central post.
Drink,
he said heartily.
Drink, for this is the fear not of the tent men.
They each took a cup, and drank till but the foam remained.
Enter now, in God's name.
And when they were gone in, Malak took the sheik aside and spoke to him privately, after which he went to Ben-Hur and excused himself.
I have told the sheikh about you, and he will give you the trial of his horses in the morning. He is your friend. Having done for you all I can, you must do the rest, and let me return to Antioch. There is one there who has my promise to meet him tonight. I have no choice but to go. I will come back tomorrow prepared, if all goes well in the meantime, to stay with you until the games are over.
With blessings given and received, Malluch set out in return. End of chapter 10. Book 4th, Chapter 11 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. What time the lower horn of a new moon touched the castellated piles on Mount Sulpice, and 2/3 of the people of Antioch were out on their housetops, comforting themselves with the night breeze when it blew, and with fans when it failed, Simonides sat in the chair which had come to be a part of him, and from the terrace looked down over the river, and his ships a-swing at their moorings. The wall at his back cast its shadow broadly over the water to the opposite shore. Above him the endless tramp upon the bridge went on. Esther was holding a plate for him containing his frugal supper, some wheaten cakes, light as wafers, some honey, and a bowl of milk, into which he now and then dipped the wafers after dipping them into the honey.
"Malluch is a laggard tonight,"
he said, showing where his thoughts were.
"Do you believe he will come?"
Esther asked.
"Unless he has taken to the sea or the desert and is yet following on, he will come."
Simonides spoke with quiet confidence.
"He may write,"
she said.
"Not so, Esther. He would have dispatched a letter when he found he could not return, and told me so. Because I have not received such a letter, I know he can come, and will."
"I hope so,"
she said very softly. Something in the utterance attracted his attention. It might have been the tone, it might have been the wish. The smallest bird cannot light upon the greatest tree without sending a shock to its most distant fibre. Every mind is at times no less sensitive to the most trifling words.
"You wish him to come, Esther?"
he asked.
"Yes,"
she said, lifting her eyes to his.
"Why, can you tell me?"
he persisted.
"Because—"
she hesitated, then began again.
"Because the young man is—"
The stop was full.
"Our master, is that the word?"
"Yes."
"And you still think I should not suffer him to go away without telling him to come, if he chooses, and take us? And all we have? All, Esther. The goods, the shekels, the ships, the slaves, and the mighty credit, which is a mantle of cloth of gold and finest silver spun for me by the greatest of the angels of men. Success."
She made no answer.
"Does that move you nothing? No?"
he said, with the slightest taint of bitterness.
Well, I have found, Esther, the worst reality is never unendurable when it comes out from behind the clouds through which we at first see it darkly. Never. Not even the rack. I suppose it will be so with death. And by that philosophy, the slavery to which we are going must afterwhile become sweet. It pleases me even now to think what a favored man our master is. The fortune cost him nothing, not an anxiety, not a drop of sweat, not so much as a thought. It attaches to him undreamed of, and in his youth. And, Esther, let me waste a little vanity with the reflection. He gets what he could not go into the market and buy with all the pelf in a sum. Thee, my child, my darling, thou blossom from the tomb of my lost Rachel.
He drew her to him and kissed her twice, once for herself, once for her mother.
"Say not so,"
she said, when his hand fell from her neck.
"Let us think better of him. He knows what sorrow is, and will set us free."
Ah, thy instincts are fine, Esther, and thou knowest I lean upon them in doubtful cases where good or bad is to be pronounced of a person standing before thee as he stood this morning. But
his voice rose and hardened.
These limbs upon which I cannot stand, this body drawn and beaten out of human shape, they are not all I bring him of myself. Oh, no, no. I bring him a soul which has triumphed over torture and Roman malice keener than any torture. I bring him a mind which has eyes to see gold at a distance farther than the ships of Solomon sailed, and power to bring it to hand. Ay, Esther, into my palm here for the fingers to grip and keep lest it take wings at some other's word. A mind skilled at scheming.
He stopped and laughed.
Why, Esther, before the new moon which is in the courts of the temple on the holy hill, they are at this moment celebrating passes into the next quartering. I could ring the world so as to startle even Caesar. For know you, child, I have that faculty which is better than any one's sense, better than a perfect body, better than courage and will, better than experience, ordinarily the best product of the longest lives, the faculty divinest of men, but which—
He stopped and laughed again, not bitterly, but with real zest.
but which even the great do not sufficiently account. While with the herd it is non-existent. The faculty of drawing men to my purpose and holding them faithfully to its achievement, by which, as against things to be done, I multiply myself into hundreds and thousands. So the captains of my ships plough the seas and bring me honest returns. So Malak follows the youth our master and will.
Just then a footstep was heard upon the terrace.
Ha, ha, Esther, said I not so? He is here, and we will have tidings. For thy sake, sweet child, my lily just budded, I pray the Lord God, who has not forgotten his wandering sheep of Israel, that they be good and comforting. Now we will know if he will let thee go with all thy beauty, and me with all my faculties.
Malak came to the chair.
Peace to you, good master,
he said with a low obeisance.
And to you, Esther, most excellent of daughters.
He stood before them deferentially, and the attitude and the address left it difficult to define his relation to them. The one was that of a servant, the other indicated the familiar and friend. On the other side, Simonides, as was his habit in business, after answering the salutation, went straight to the subject.
What of the young man, Malak?
The events of the day were told quietly and in the simplest words, and until he was through there was no interruption, nor did the listener in the chair so much as move a hand during the narration, but for his eyes, wide open and bright, and an occasional long-drawn breath, he might have been accounted an effigy.
Thank you, Malak,
he said heartily at the conclusion.
You have done well. No one could have done better. Now what say you of the young man's nationality?
He is an Israelite, good master, and of the tribe of Judah.
Are you positive?
Very positive.
He appears to have told you but little of his life.
He has somewhere learned to be prudent. I might call him distrustful. He baffled all my attempts upon his confidence until we started from the Castalian fount, going to the village of Daphne.
Ah, place of abomination! Why went he there?
I would say from curiosity, the first motive of the many who go. But very strangely, he took no interest in the things he saw. Of the temple, he merely asked if it were Grecian. Good master, the young man has a trouble of mind from which he would hide, and he went to the grove, I think, as we go to sepulchres with our dead. He went to bury it.
That were well if so,
Simonides said in a low voice, then louder.
Malak, the curse of the time is prodigality. The poor make themselves poorer as apes of the rich, and the merely rich carry themselves like princes. Saw you signs of the weakness in the youth? Did he display moneys, coin of Rome or Israel?
None, none, good master.
Surely, Malak, where there are so many inducements to folly, so much, I mean, to eat and drink, surely he made you generous offer of some sort. His age, if nothing more, would warrant that much.
He neither ate nor drank in my company.
In what he said or did, Malak, could you in any wise detect his master idea? You know they peep through cracks close enough to stop the wind.
Give me to understand you,
said Malak in doubt.
Well, you know we nor speak nor act, much less decide grave questions concerning ourselves, except as we be driven by a motive. In that respect, what made you of him?
As to that, Master Simonides, I can answer with much assurance. He is devoted to finding his mother and sister, that first. Then he has a grievance against Rome, and as the Messala of whom I told you had something to do with the wrong, the great present object is to humiliate him. The meeting at the fountain furnished an opportunity, but it was put aside as not sufficiently public.
Messala is influential,
said Simonides thoughtfully.
Yes, but the next meeting will be in the circus.
Well, and then?
The son of Arius will win.
How know you?
Malak smiled.
I'm judging by what he says.
Is that all?
No, there is a much better sign, his spirit.
Aye, but Malak, his idea of vengeance, what is its scope? Does he limit it to a few who did him the wrong, or does he take in the many? And more, is his feeling but the vagary of a sensitive boy, or has it the seasoning of suffering manhood to give it endurance? You know, Malak, the vengeful thought that has root merely in the mind is but a dream of idlest sort, which one clear day will dissipate, while revenge, the passion, is a disease of the heart which climbs up to the brain, and feeds itself on both alike.
In this question, Simonides for the first time showed signs of feeling. He spoke with rapid utterance, and with clenched hands and the eagerness of a man illustrating the disease he described.
Good, my master,
Malak replied.
One of my reasons for believing the young man a Jew is the intensity of his hate. It was plain to me he had himself under watch, as was natural, seeing how long he has lived in an atmosphere of Roman jealousy. Yet I saw it blaze, once when he wanted to know Ilderim's feeling towards Rome, and again when I told him the story of the sheikh and the wise man, and spoke of the question, "Where is he that is born king of the Jews?"
Simonides leaned forward quickly.
Ah, Malak, his words, give me his words. Let me judge the impression the mystery made upon him.
He wanted to know the exact words. Were they to be or born to be? It appeared he was struck by a seeming difference in the effect of the two phrases.
Simonides settled back into his pose of listening judge.
Then,
said Malak,
I told him Ilderim's view of the mystery, that the king would come with the doom of Rome. The young man's blood rose over his cheeks and forehead, and he said earnestly, "Who but a Herod can be king while Rome endures?"
Meaning what?
That the empire must be destroyed before there could be another rule.
Simonides gazed for a time at the ships and their shadows, slowly swinging together in the river. When he looked up, it was to end the interview.
"Enough, Malak,"
he said.
"Get you to eat and make ready to return to the orchard of palms. You must help the young man in his coming trial. Come to me in the morning. I will send a letter to Ilderim."
Then in an undertone, as if to himself, he added,
"I may attend the circus myself."
When Malak, after the customary benediction given and received, was gone, Simonides took a deep draught of milk, and seemed refreshed and easy of mind.
"Put the meal down, Esther,"
he said.
"It is over."
She obeyed.
"Here now."
She resumed her place upon the arm of the chair close to him.
"God is good to me, very good,"
he said fervently.
"His habit is to move in mystery, yet sometimes He permits us to think we see and understand Him. I am old, dear, and must go. But now, in this 11th hour, when my hope was beginning to die, He sends me this one with a promise, and I am lifted up. I see the way to a great part in a circumstance itself so great that it shall be as a new birth to the whole world. And I see a reason for the great gift of my riches, and the end for which they were designed. Verily, my child, I take hold on life anew."
Esther nestled closer to him, as if to bring his thoughts from their far flying.
"The king has been born,"
he continued, imagining he was still speaking to her.
"and he must be near the half of common life. Balthasar says he was a child on his mother's lap when he saw him, and gave him present and worship. And Ilderim holds it was 27 years ago last December when Balthasar and his companions came to his tent asking a hiding place from Herod. Wherefore the coming cannot now be long delayed. Tonight, tomorrow it may be. O holy fathers of Israel, what happiness in the thought! I seem to hear the crash of the falling of old walls and the clamor of a universal change. Ay, and for the uttermost joy of men, the earth opens to take Rome in, and they look up and laugh and sing that she is not, while we are.
Then he laughed at himself.
Why, Esther, heard you ever the like? Surely I have on me the passion of a singer, the heat of blood and the thrill of Miriam and David. In my thoughts, which should be those of a plain worker in figures and facts, there is a confusion of cymbals clashing, and harp-strings loud beaten, and voices of a multitude standing around a new risen throne. I will put the thinking by for the present. Only, dear, when the king comes, will he need money and men? For as he was a child born of woman, he will be but a man after all, bound to human ways as you and I are. And for money he will have need of getters and keepers, and for the men leaders. There! See you not a broad road for my walking, and the running of the youth our master? And at the end of it glory and revenge for us both. And
he paused, struck with the selfishness of a scheme in which she had no part or good result, then added, kissing her,
and happiness for thy mother's child.
She sat still, saying nothing. Then he remembered the difference in natures, and the law by which we are not permitted always to take delight in the same cause, or be equally afraid of the same thing. He remembered she was but a girl.
"Of what are you thinking, Esther?"
he said, in his common, homelike way.
"If the thought have the form of a wish, give it me, little one, while the power remains mine. For power, you know, a thing, and hath its wings always spread for flight."
She answered with a simplicity almost childish.
"Send for him, father. Send for him tonight, and do not let him go into the circus."
"Ah,"
he said, prolonging the exclamation. And again his eyes fell upon the river, where the shadows were more shadowy than ever, since the moon had sunk far down behind Sulpice, leaving the city to the ineffectual stars. Shall we say it, reader? He was touched by a twinge of jealousy. If she should really love the young master, oh no, that could not be, she was too young. But the idea had fast grip, and directly held him still and cold. She was 16, he knew it well. On the last natal day he had gone with her to the shipyard where there was a launch, and the yellow flag which the galley bore to its bridle with the waves had on it Esther, so they celebrated the day together. Yet the fact struck him now with the force of a surprise. There are realizations which come to us all painfully, mostly, however, such as pertain to ourselves, that we are growing old, for instance, and, more terrible, that we must die. Such a one crept into his heart, shadowy as the shadows, yet substantial enough to wring from him a sigh which was almost a groan. It was not sufficient that she should enter upon her young womanhood a servant, but she must carry to her master her affections, the truth and tenderness and delicacy of which he, the father, so well knew, because to this time they had all been his own undividedly. The fiend whose task it is to torture us with fears and bitter thoughts seldom does his work by halves. In the pang of the moment the brave old man lost sight of his new scheme, and of the miraculous king its subject. By a mighty effort, however, he controlled himself, and asked calmly,
"Not go into the circus, Esther? Why, child?"
"It is not a place for a son of Israel, father."
Rabbinical, Esther? Is that all?"
The tone of the inquiry was searching, and went to her heart, which began to beat loudly, so loudly she could not answer. A confusion, new and strangely pleasant, fell upon her.
"The young man is to have the fortune,"
he said, taking her hand, and speaking more tenderly.
"He is to have the ships and the shekels, all, Esther, all. Yet I did not feel poor, for thou wert left me, and thy love so like the dead Rachel's. Tell me, is he to have that too?"
She bent over him, and lay her cheek against his head.
"Speak, Esther. I will be the stronger of the knowledge. In warning there is strength."
She sat up then, and spoke as if she were truth's holy self.
"Comfort thee, father. I will never leave thee. Though he take my love, I will be thy handmaiden now as ever."
And, stooping, she kissed him.
"And more,"
she said, continuing,
"he is comely in my sight, and the pleading of his voice drew me to him, and I shudder to think of him in danger. Yes, father, I would be more than glad to see him. Still, the love that is unrequited cannot be perfect love. Wherefore I will wait a time, remembering I am thy daughter and my mother's."
"A very blessing of the Lord art thou, Esther, a blessing to keep me rich, though all else be lost. And by his holy name and everlasting life, I swear thou shalt not suffer."
At his request, a little later, the servant came and rolled the chair into the room, where he sat for a time thinking of the coming of the king, while she went off and slept the sleep of the innocent. End of chapter 11. Book 4th, Chapter 12 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. The palace across the river nearly opposite Simonides' place is said to have been completed by the famous Epiphanes, and was all such a habitation can be imagined, though he was a builder whose taste ran to the immense rather than the classical, now so called, an architectural imitator, in other words, of the Persians instead of the Greeks. The wall enclosing the whole island to the water's edge, and built for the double purpose of bulwark against the river and defense against the mob, was said to have rendered the palace unfit for constant occupancy. insomuch that the legates abandoned it and moved to another residence erected for them on the western ridge of Mount Sulpius, under the temple of Jupiter. Persons were not wanting, however, who flatly denied the bill against the ancient abode. They said, with shrewdness at least, that the real object of the removal of the legates was not a more healthful locality, but the assurance afforded them by the huge barracks, named, according to the prevalent style, Citadel, situated just over the way on the eastern ridge of the mount. And the opinion had plausible showing. Among other pertinent things, it was remarked that the palace was kept in perpetual readiness for use, and when a consul, general of the army, king, or visiting potentate of any kind arrived in Antioch, quarters were at once assigned him on the island. As we have to do with but one apartment in the old pile, the residue of it is left to the reader's fancy, and as pleases him, he may go through its gardens, baths, halls, and labyrinth of rooms to the pavilions on the roof, all furnished as became a house of fame in a city which was more nearly Milton's gorgeous East than any other in the world. At this age the apartment alluded to would be termed a saloon. It was quite spacious, floored with polished marble slabs, and lighted in the day by skylights in which colored mica served as glass. The walls were broken by Atlantes, no two of which were alike, but all supporting a cornice wrought with arabesques exceedingly intricate in form, and more elegant on account of superadditions of color, blue, green, Tyrian purple, and gold. Around the room ran a continuous divan of Indian silks and wool of cashmere. The furniture consisted of tables and stools of Egyptian patterns, grotesquely carved. We have left Simonides in his chair, perfecting his scheme in aid of the miraculous king, whose coming he has decided is so close at hand. Esther is asleep, and now, having crossed the river by the bridge, and made way through the lion-guarded gate and a number of Babylonian halls and courts, let us enter the gilded saloon. There are 5 chandeliers hanging by sliding bronze chains from the ceiling, one in each corner, and in the center one, enormous pyramids of lighted lamps, illuminating even the demoniac faces of the Atlantes and the complex tracery of the cornice. About the tables, seated or standing, or moving restlessly from one to another, there are probably 100 persons, whom we must study at least for a moment. They are all young, some of them little more than boys. That they are Italians and mostly Romans is past doubt. They all speak Latin in purity, while each one appears in the indoor dress of the great capital on the Tiber, that is, in tunics short of sleeve and skirt, a style of vesture well adapted to the climate of Antioch, and especially comfortable in the too close atmosphere of the saloon. On the divan, here and there, togas and lacernae lie where they have been carelessly tossed, some of them significantly bordered with purple. On the divan also lie sleepers stretched at ease. Whether they were overcome by the heat and fatigue of the sultry day or by Bacchus, we will not pause to inquire. The hum of voices is loud and incessant. Sometimes there is an explosion of laughter, sometimes a burst of rage or exultation, but over all prevails a sharp, prolonged rattle, at first somewhat confusing to the non-familiar. If we approach the tables, however, the mystery solves itself. The company is at the favorite games, draughts and dice, singly or together, and the rattle is merely of the tesserae, or ivory cubes, loudly shaken, and the moving of the hosties on the checkered boards. Who are the company?
Good Flavius,
said a player, holding his piece in suspended movement.
Thou seest yon lacerna, that one in front of us on the divan. It is fresh from the shop, and hath a shoulder buckle of gold, broad as a palm.
Well,
said Flavius, intent upon his game,
I have seen such before. Wherefore thine may not be old. Yet, by the girdle of Venus, it is not new. What of it?
Nothing. Only I would give it to find a man who knows everything.
Ha, ha! For something cheaper I will find thee here several with purple who will take thy offer. But play.
There, check.
So, by all the Jupiters! Now what sayest thou? Again?
Be it so.
And the wager?
A sestertium.
Then each drew his tablets and stylus and made a memorandum, and, while they were resetting the pieces, Flavius returned to his friend's remark.
A man who knows everything. Hercule, the oracles would die. What wouldst thou with such a monster?
Answer to one question, my Flavius, then per poll I would cut his throat.
And the question?
I would have him tell me the hour. Hour, said I? Nay, the minute. Maxentius will arrive tomorrow.
Good play, good play. I have you. And why the minute?
Hast thou ever stood uncovered in the Syrian sun on the quay at which he will land? The fires of the Vesta are not so hot, and by the stature of our father Romulus I would die, if die I must, in Rome. Avernus here, there, in the square before the Forum, I could stand, and with my hand raised thus, touch the floor of the gods. Ha! By Venus, my Flavius, thou didst beguile me. I have lost. O fortune!
Again?
I must have back my sestertium.
Be it so.
And they played again and again, and when day, stealing through the skylights, began to dim the lamps, it found the two in the same places at the same table, still at the game. Like most of the company, they were military attachés of the consul, awaiting his arrival and amusing themselves meantime. During this conversation a party entered the room, and, unnoticed at first, proceeded to the central table. The signs were that they had come from a revel just dismissed. Some of them kept their feet with difficulty. Around the leader's brow was a chaplet which marked him master of the feast, if not the giver. The wine had made no impression upon him unless to heighten his beauty, which was of the most manly Roman style. He carried his head high raised. The blood flushed his lips and cheeks brightly. His eyes glittered, though the manner in which, shrouded in a toga spotless white and of ample folds, he walked, was too nearly imperial for one sober and not a Caesar. In going to the table, he made room for himself and his followers with little ceremony and no apologies, and when at length he stopped and looked over it and at the players, they all turned to him with a shout like a cheer.
Messala!
Messala!
They cried. Those in distant quarters, hearing the cry, re-echoed it where they were. Instantly there were dissolution of groups, and breaking up of games, and a general rush towards the centre. Messala took the demonstration indifferently, and proceeded presently to show the ground of his popularity.
A health to thee, Drusus, my friend,
he said to the player next at his right.
A health, and thy tablets a moment.
He raised the waxen boards, glanced at the memoranda of wagers, and tossed them down.
Denarii, only denarii, coin of cartmen and butchers,
he said with a scornful laugh.
By the drunken Semele, to what is Rome coming, when a Caesar sits, O knights, waiting a turn of fortune to bring him but a beggarly denarius?
The scion of the Drusi reddened to his brows, but the bystanders broke in upon his reply by surging closer around the table and shouting,
The Messala!
The Messala!
Men of the Tiber,
Messala continued, wresting a box with the dice in it from a hand near by.
Who is he most favored of the gods? A Roman. Who is he lawgiver of the nations? A Roman. Who is he by sword right the universal master?
The company were of the easily inspired, and the thought was one to which they were born. In a twinkling they snatched the answer from him.
A Roman!
A Roman!
They shouted.
Yet,
he lingered to catch their ears.
Yet there is a better than the best of Rome.
He tossed his patrician head and paused, as if to sting them with his sneer.
Hear ye?
He asked.
There is a better than the best of Rome.
I, Hercules,
cried one.
Bacchus,
yelled a satirist.
Jove,
thundered the crowd.
No,
Messala answered.
Among men.
Name him,
Name him,
they demanded.
I will.
he said the next lull.
He who to the perfection of Rome hath added the perfection of the East, who to the arm of conquest, which is Western, hath also the art needful to the enjoyment of dominion, which is Eastern.
Purple! His best is a Roman after all.
Someone shouted, and there was a great laugh, and long clapping of hands, and admission that Messala had the advantage.
In the East,
he continued,
we have no gods, only wine, women, and fortune, and the greatest of them is fortune. Wherefore our motto, who dareth what I dare. Fit for the Senate, fit for battle, fittest for him who, seeking the best, challenges the worst.
His voice dropped into an easy, familiar tone, but without relaxing the ascendancy he had gained.
In the great chest up in the citadel, I have 5 talents coin current in the markets, and here are the receipts for them.
From his tunic he drew a roll of paper, and, flinging it on the table, continued, amidst breathless silence, every eye having him in view, fixed on his, every ear listening.
The sum lies there, the measure of what I dare. Who of you dares so much? You are silent. Is it too great? I will strike off 1 talent. What? Still silent? Come then, throw me once for these 3 talents, only 3. For 2. For 1. 1 at least. 1 for the honor of the river by which you were born. Rome east against Rome west. Orontes the barbarous against Tiber the sacred.
He rattled the dice overhead while waiting.
The Orontes against the Tiber,
he repeated with an increase of scornful emphasis. Not a man moved. Then he flung the box upon the table and, laughing, took up the receipts.
Ha ha ha! By the Olympian Jove, I know ye have fortunes to make or to mend. Therefore are ye come to Antioch? Ho, Cecilius!
Here, Messala,
cried a man behind him.
Here am I, perishing in the mob, and begging a drachma to settle with the ragged ferryman. But Pluto take me, these new ones have not so much as an obolus among them.
The sally provoked a burst of laughter, under which the saloon rang and rang again. Messala alone kept his gravity.
Go thou,
he said to Cecilius,
to the chamber whence we came, and bid the servants bring the amphora here, and the cups and goblets. If these our countrymen looking for fortune have not purses by the Syrian Bacchus, I will see if they are not better blessed with stomachs. Haste thee!
Then he turned to Drusus, with a laugh heard throughout the apartment.
Ha ha, my friend, be thou not offended because I levelled the Caesar in thee down to the denarii. Thou seest I did but use the name to try these fine fledglings of our old Rome. Come, my Drusus, come.
He took up the box again and rattled the dice merrily.
Here, for what sum thou wilt, let us measure fortunes.
The manner was frank, cordial, winsome. Drusus melted in a moment.
By the Nymphae, yes,
he said, laughing.
I will throw with thee, Messala, for a denarius.
A very boyish person was looking over the table watching the scene. Suddenly Messala turned to him.
Who art thou?
He asked. The lad drew back.
Nay, by Castor, and his brother too. I meant no offence. It is a rule among men in matters other than dice to keep the record closest when the deal is least. I have need of a clerk. Wilt thou serve me?
The young fellow drew his tablets, ready to keep the score. The manner was irresistible.
Hold, Messala, hold,
cried Drusus.
I know not if it is ominous to stay the poised dice with a question, but one occurs to me, and I must ask it, though Venus slap me with her girdle.
Nay, my Drusus, Venus with her girdle off is Venus in love. To thy question, I will make the throw and hold it against mischance. Thus...
He turned the box upon the table and held it firmly over the dice, and Drusus asked,
Did you ever see one Quintus Arrius?
The duumvir?
No, his son.
I knew not he had a son.
Well, it is nothing,
Drusus added indifferently.
Only, my Messala, Pollux was not more like Castor than Arrius is like thee.
The remark had the effect of a signal. 20 voices took it up.
True, true.
His eyes!
His face!
They cried.
What?
Answered one, disgusted.
Messala is a Roman. Arius is a Jew. Thou sayest right,
a third exclaimed.
He is a Jew, or Momus lent his mother the wrong mask.
There was promise of a dispute, seeing which Messala interposed.
The wine is not come, my Drusus, and as thou seest, I have the freckled Pythias as they were dogs in leash. As to Arius, I will accept thy opinion of him, so thou tell me more about him.
Well, be he Jew or Roman, and, by the great god Pan, I say it not in disrespect of thy feelings, my Messala, this Arius is handsome and brave and shrewd. The emperor offered him favor and patronage, which he refused. He came up through mystery, and keepeth distance as if he felt himself better or knew himself worse than the rest of us. In the palestra he was unmatched. He played with the blue-eyed giants from the Rhine and the hornless bulls of Sarmatia as they were will-o'-wisps. The duumvir left him vastly rich. He has a passion for arms, and thinks of nothing but war. Maxentius admitted him into his family, and he was to have taken ship with us, but we lost him at Ravenna. Nevertheless, he arrived safely. We heard of him this morning. Per Pol, instead of coming to the palace or going to the citadel, he dropped his bags at the khan and hath disappeared again.
At the beginning of the speech Messala listened with polite indifference. As it proceeded he became more attentive. At the conclusion he took his hand from the dice-box and called out,
"Ho, my Caius, dost thou hear?"
A youth at his elbow, his Myrtilus or comrade in the day's chariot practice, answered, much pleased with the attention.
"Did I not, my Messala, I were not thy friend."
"Dost thou remember the man who gave thee the fall today?"
"By the love-locks of Bacchus, have I not a bruised shoulder to help me keep it in mind?"
And he seconded the words with a shrug that submerged his ears.
"Well, be thou grateful to the fates. I have found thy enemy. Listen."
Thereupon Messala turned to Drusus.
"Tell us more of him, Perpol. Of him who is both Jew and Roman. By Phoebus, a combination to make a centaur lovely. What garments doth he affect, my Drusus?"
"Those of the Jews."
"Hearest thou, Caius?"
said Messala.
"The fellow is young. 1, he hath the visage of a Roman. 2, he loveth best the garb of a Jew. 3, and in the palæstra, fame and fortune come of arms to throw a horse or tilt a chariot, as the necessity may order. 4, and Drusus, help thou my friend again. Doubtless this Arius hath tricks of language, otherwise he could not so confound himself, today a Jew, tomorrow a Roman. But of the rich tongue of Athene, discourseth he in that as well?"
"With such purity, Messala, he might have been a contestant in the Isthmia."
"Art thou listening, Caius?"
said Messala.
"The fellow is qualified to salute a woman, for that matter, Aristomesh herself in the Greek. And as I keep the count, that is 5. What sayest thou?"
"Thou hast found him, my Messala,"
Caius answered,
"or I am not myself."
"Thy pardon, Drusus, and pardon of all, for speaking in riddles thus,"
Messala said in his winsome way.
"By all the decent gods, I would not strain thy courtesy to the point of breaking. But now help thou me. See?"
He put his hand on the dice-box again, laughing.
"See how close I hold the Pythias and their secret? Thou didst speak, I think, of mystery in connection with the coming of the son of Arius. Tell me of that."
"'Tis nothing, Messala, nothing,"
Drusus replied.
"A child's story. When Arius the father sailed in pursuit of the pirates, he was without wife or family. He returned with a boy, him of whom we speak, and next day adopted him."
"Adopted him?"
Messala repeated.
"By the gods, Drusus, thou dost indeed interest me. Where did the duumvir find the boy, and who was he?"
"Who shall answer thee that, Messala? Who but the young Arius himself? Per Pol, in the fight, the duumvir, then but a tribune, lost his galley. A returning vessel found him and one other, all of the crew who survived, afloat upon the same plank. I give you now the story of the rescuers, which hath this excellence at least, it hath never been contradicted. They say the duumvir's companion on the plank was a Jew."
"A Jew?"
echoed Messala.
"And a slave."
"How, Drusus, a slave?"
"When the two were lifted to the deck, the duumvir was in his tribune's armor, and the other in the vesture of a rower."
Messala rose from leaning against the table.
A galley.
He checked the debasing word, and looked around, for once in his life at a loss. Just then a procession of slaves filed into the room, some with great jars of wine, others with baskets of fruits and confections, others again with cups and flagons, mostly silver. There was inspiration in the sight. Instantly Messala climbed upon a stool.
Men of the Tiber,
he said in a clear voice,
let us turn this waiting for our chief into a feast of Bacchus. Whom choose ye for master?
Drusus arose.
Who shall be master but the giver of the feast?
He said.
Answer, Romans.
They gave their reply in a shout. Messala took the chaplet from his head, gave it to Drusus, who climbed upon the table, and, in the view of all, solemnly replaced it, making Messala master of the night.
There came with me into the room,
he said,
some friends just risen from the table, that our feast may have the approval of sacred custom. Bring hither that one of them most overcome by wine.
A din of voices answered,
Here he is! Here he is!
And from the floor where he had fallen, a youth was brought forward, so effeminately beautiful he might have passed for the drinking god himself, only the crown would have dropped from his head, and the thyrsus from his hand.
Lift him upon the table,
the master said. It was found he could not sit.
Help him, Drusus, as the fair Naione may yet help thee.
Drusus took the inebriate in his arms. Then, addressing the limp figure, Messala said, amidst profound silence,
O Bacchus, greatest of the gods, be thou propitious tonight, and for myself and these thy votaries I vow this chaplet.
And from his head he raised it reverently.
I vow this chaplet to thy altar in the grove of Daphne.
He bowed, replaced the crown upon his locks, then stooped and uncovered the dice, saying, with a laugh,
See, my Drusus, by the ass of Silenus the denarius is mine.
There was a shout that set the floor to quaking, and the grim Atlantes to dancing, and the orgies began. End of chapter 12. Book 4th, Chapter 13, of Ben-Hur, by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Sheik Ildirim was a man of too much importance to go about with a small establishment. He had a reputation to keep with his tribe, such as became a prince and patriarch of the greatest following in all the desert east of Syria. With the people of the cities he had another reputation, which was that of one of the richest personages not a king in all the East, and, being rich in fact, in money as well as in servants, camels, horses, and flocks of all kinds, he took pleasure in a certain state, which, besides magnifying his dignity with strangers, contributed to his personal pride and comfort. Wherefore the reader must not be misled by the frequent reference to his tent in the orchard of palms. He had there really a respectable dower. That is to say, he had there 3 large tents, one for himself, one for visitors, one for his favorite wife and her women, and 6 or 8 lesser ones, occupied by his servants and such tribal retainers as he had chosen to bring with him as a bodyguard, strong men of approved courage, and skilful with bow, spear, and horses. To be sure, his property of whatever kind was in no danger at the orchard, yet as the habits of a man go with him to town not less than the country, and as it is never wise to slip the bands of discipline, the interior of the dower was devoted to his cows, camels, goats, and such property in general as might tempt a lion or a thief. To do him full justice, Ilderim kept well all the customs of his people, abating none, not even the smallest. In consequence, his life at the orchard was a continuation of his life in the desert, Nor that alone, it was a fair reproduction of the old patriarchal modes, the genuine pastoral life of primitive Israel. Recurring to the morning, the caravan arrived at the orchard.
"Here, plant it here,"
he said, stopping his horse and thrusting a spear into the ground.
"Door to the south, the lake before it thus, and these, the children of the desert, to sit under at the going down of the sun."
At the last words he went to a group of 3 great palm trees and patted one of them as he would have patted his horse's neck or the cheek of the child of his love. Who but the sheik could of right say to the caravan, "Halt," or of the tent, "Here be it pitched"? The spear was wrested from the ground, and over the wound it had riven in the sod the base of the first pillar of the tent was planted, marking the center of the front door. Then 8 others were planted, in all 3 rows of pillars, 3 in a row. Then, at call, the women and children came and unfolded the canvas from its packing on the camels. Who might do this but the women? Had they not sheared the hair from the brown goats of the flock, and twisted it into thread, and woven the thread into cloth, and stitched the cloth together, making the perfect roof, dark brown in fact, though in the distance black as the tents of Kedar? And finally, with what jests and laughter and pulls all together, the united following of the sheik stretched the canvas from pillar to pillar, driving the stakes and fastening the cords as they went. And when the walls of open reed matting were put in place, the finishing touch to the building after the style of the desert, with what hush of anxiety they waited the good man's judgment. When he walked in and out, looking at the house in connection with the sun, the trees, and the lake, and said, rubbing his hands with might of heartiness,
"Well done! Make the doorwar now as ye well know, and tonight we will sweeten the bread with arrack, and the milk with honey, and at every fire there shall be a kid. God with ye! Want of sweet water there shall not be, for the lake is our well, neither shall the bearers of burden hunger, or the least of the flock. For here is green pasture also. God with you all, my children. Go!"
And, shouting, the many happy went their ways then to pitch their own habitations. A few remained to arrange the interior for the sheik, and of these the men servants hung a curtain to the central row of pillars, making 2 apartments, the one on the right sacred to Ilderim himself, the other sacred to his horses, his jewels of Solomon, which they led in, and with kisses and love taps set at liberty. Against the middle pillar they then erected the arms rack, and filled it with javelins and spears, and bows, arrows, and shields, outside of them hanging the master's sword, modelled after the new moon, and the glitter of its blade rivaled the glitter of the jewels bedded in its grip. Upon one end of the rack they hung the housings of the horses, gay some of them as the livery of a king's servant, while on the other end they displayed the great man's wearing apparel, his robes woolen and robes linen, his tunics and trousers, and many colored kerchiefs for the head. Nor did they give over the work until he pronounced it well. Meantime the women drew out and set up the divan, more indispensable to him than the beard down flowing over his breast, white as Aaron's. They put a frame together in shape of 3 sides of a square, the opening to the door, and covered it with cushions and base curtains, and the cushions with a changeable spread striped brown and yellow. At the corners they placed pillows and bolsters sacked in cloth blue and crimson. Then around the divan they laid a margin of carpet, and the inner space they carpeted as well. And when the carpet was carried from the opening of the divan to the door of the tent, their work was done. Whereupon they again waited until the master said it was good. Nothing remained then but to bring and fill the jars with water, and hang the skin bottles of arrack ready for the hand, tomorrow the Laban. Nor might an Arab see why Ilderim should not be both happy and generous in his tent by the lake of sweet waters, under the palms of the orchard of palms. Such was the tent at the door of which we left Ben-Hur. Servants were already waiting the master's direction. One of them took off his sandals, another unlatched Ben-Hur's Roman shoes. Then the two exchanged their dusty outer garments for fresh ones of white linen.
"Enter, in God's name, enter, and take thy rest,"
said the host heartily, in the dialect of the marketplace of Jerusalem. Forthwith he led the way to the divan.
"I will sit here,"
he said next, pointing,
"and there the stranger."
A woman, in the old time she would have been called a handmaid, answered, and dexterously piled the pillows and bolsters as rests for the back, after which they sat upon the side of the divan, while water was brought fresh from the lake, and their feet bathed and dried with napkins.
"We have a saying in the desert,"
Ilderim began, gathering his beard and combing it with his slender fingers,
"that a good appetite is the promise of a long life. Hast thou such?"
By that rule, good sheik, I will live 100 years. I am a hungry wolf at that door.
Ben-Hur replied.
"Well, thou shalt not be sent away like a wolf. I will give thee the best of the flocks."
Ilderim clapped his hands.
"Seek the stranger in the guest's tent, and say I, Ilderim, send him a prayer that his peace may be as incessant as the flowing of waters."
The man in waiting bowed.
"Say also,"
Ilderim continued,
"that I have returned with another for breaking of bread, and, if Balthazar the wise careth to share the loaf, 3 may partake of it, and the portion of the birds be none the less."
The second servant went away.
"Let us take our rest now."
Thereupon Ilderim settled himself upon the divan, as at this day merchants sit on their rugs in the bazaars of Damascus, and when fairly at rest, he stopped combing his beard, and said, gravely,
"That thou art my guest, and hast drunk my Lehman, and art about to taste my salt, ought not to forbid a question. Who art thou?"
"Sheik Ilderim,"
said Ben-Hur, calmly enduring his gaze.
"I pray thee not to think me trifling with thy just demand, but was there never a time in thy life when to answer such a question would have been a crime to thyself?"
"By the splendor of Solomon, yes,"
Ilderim answered.
"Betrayal of self is at times as base as the betrayal of a tribe."
Thanks, good sheik,"
Ben-Hur exclaimed.
"Never answer became thee better. Now I know thou dost but seek assurance to justify the trust I have come to ask, and that such assurance is of more interest to thee than the affairs of my poor life."
The sheik in his turn bowed, and Ben-Hur hastened to pursue his advantage.
"So it please thee then,"
he said.
"First, I am not a Roman, as the name given thee as mine implieth."
Ilderim clasped the beard overflowing his breast, and gazed at the speaker with eyes faintly twinkling through the shade of the heavy, close-drawn brows.
"In the next place,"
Ben-Hur continued,
"I am an Israelite of the tribe of Judah."
The sheik raised his brows a little.
"Nor that merely, sheik. I am a Jew with a grievance against Rome, compared with which thine is not more than a child's trouble."
The old man combed his beard with nervous haste, and let fall his brows until even the twinkle of the eyes went out.
"Still further, I swear to thee, Sheik Ilderim, I swear by the covenant the Lord made with my fathers, so thou but give me the revenge I seek, the money and the glory of the race shall be thine."
Ilderim's brows relaxed, his head arose, his face began to beam, and it was almost possible to see the satisfaction taking possession of him.
"Enough,"
he said.
"If at the roots of thy tongue there is a lie in coil, Solomon himself had not been safe against thee. That thou art not a Roman, that as a Jew thou hast a grievance against Rome, and revenge to compass, I believe, and on that score enough. But as to thy skill, what experience hast thou in racing with chariots? And the horses, canst thou make them creatures of thy will? To know thee, to come at call, to go if thou sayest it, to the last extreme of breath and strength? And then, in the perishing moment, out of the depths of thy life, thrill them to one exertion the mightiest of all? The gift, my son, is not to everyone. Ah, by the splendor of God! I knew a king who governed millions of men, their perfect master, but could not win the respect of a horse. Mark, I speak not of the dull brutes whose round it is to slave for slaves, the debased in blood and image, the dead in spirit, but of such as mine here, the kings of their kind, of a lineage reaching back to the broods of the first Pharaoh, my comrades and friends, dwellers in tents, whom long association with me has brought up to my plain, who to their instincts have added our wits and to their senses joined our souls, until they fill all we know of ambition, love, hate, and contempt. In war, heroes. In trust, faithful as women. Ho there!
A servant came forward.
Let my Arabs come.
The man drew aside part of the division curtain of the tent, exposing to view a group of horses, who lingered a moment where they were, as if to make certain of the invitation.
Come!
Ilderim said to them.
Why stand ye there? What have I that is not yours? Come, I say.
They stalked slowly in.
Son of Israel,
the master said,
thy Moses was a mighty man, but I must laugh when I think of his allowing thy fathers the plodding ox and the dull, slow-natured ass, and forbidding them property in horses. Thinkest thou he would have done so had he seen that one, and that, and this?
At the word he laid his hand upon the face of the first to reach him, and patted it with infinite pride and tenderness.
It is a misjudgment, Sheik, a misjudgment,
Ben-Hur said warmly.
Moses was a warrior as well as a lawgiver beloved by God, and to follow war, what is it but to love all its creatures, these among the rest?
A head of exquisite turn, with large eyes, soft as a deer's, and half hidden by the dense forelock, and small ears, sharp-pointed and sloped well forward, approached then quite to his breast, the nostrils open, and the upper lip in motion. "Who are you?" it asked, plainly as ever man spoke. Ben-Hur recognized one of the 4 racers he had seen on the course, and gave his open hand to the beautiful brute.
They will tell you, the blasphemers! May their days shorten as they grow fewer.
The sheik spoke with the feeling of a man repelling a personal defamation.
They will tell you, I say, that our horses of the best blood are derived from the Nessaian pastures of Persia. God gave the first Arab a measureless waste of sand, with some treeless mountains, and here and there a well of bitter waters, and said to him, Behold thy country! And when the poor man complained, the mighty one pitied him, and said again, Be of cheer, for I will twice bless thee above other men. The Arab heard, and gave thanks, and with faith set out to find the blessings. He traveled all the boundaries first, and failed. Then he made a path into the desert, and went on, and in the heart of the waste there was an island of green, very beautiful to see, and in the heart of the island, lo, a herd of camels, and another of horses. He took them joyfully, and kept them with care, for what they were, best gifts of God. And from that green isle went forth all the horses of the earth, even to the pastures of Nessaiah they went, and northward to the dreadful vales perpetually threshed by blasts from the sea of chill winds. Doubt not the story, or if thou dost, may never amulet have charm for an Arab again. Nay, I will give thee proof.
He clapped his hands.
Bring me the records of the tribe,
he said to the servant who responded. While waiting, the sheik played with the horses, patting their cheeks, combing their forelocks with his fingers, giving each one a token of remembrance. Presently 6 men appeared with chests of cedar reinforced by bands of brass, and hinged and bolted with brass.
Nay,
said Ilderim, when they were all set down by the divan.
I meant not all of them, only the records of the horses. That one. Open it and take back the others.
The chest was opened, disclosing a mass of ivory tablets strung on rings of silver wire, and as the tablets were scarcely thicker than wafers, Each ring held several hundreds of them.
I know,
said Ilderim, taking some of the rings in his hand.
I know with what care and zeal, my son, the scribes of the temple and the holy city keep the names of the newly born, that every son of Israel may trace his line of ancestry to its beginning, though it antedate the patriarchs. My fathers, may the recollection of them be green forever, did not think it sinful to borrow the idea and apply it to their dumb servants. See these tablets.
Ben-Hur took the rings, and separating the tablets, saw they bore rude hieroglyphs in Arabic, burned on the smooth surface by a sharp point of heated metal.
Canst thou read them, O son of Israel?
No, thou must tell me their meaning.
Know thou, then, each tablet records the name of a foal of the pure blood born to my fathers through the hundreds of years past, and also the names of sire and dam. Take them, and note their age, that thou mayst the more readily believe.
Some of the tablets were nearly worn away, all were yellow with age.
In the chest there, I can tell thee now, I have the perfect history. Perfect because certified as history seldom is, showing of what stock all these are sprung, this one, and that now supplicating thy notice and caress. And as they come to us here, their sires, even the furthest removed in time, came to my sires, under a tent roof like this of mine, to eat their measures of barley from the open hand, and be talked to as children, and as children kiss the thanks they have not speech to express. And now, O son of Israel, thou mayst believe my declaration. If I am a lord of the desert, behold my ministers. Take them from me, and I become as a sick man, left by the caravan to die. Thanks to them, age hath not diminished the terror of me on the highways between cities, and it will not while I have strength to go with them. I could tell thee marvels done by their ancestors. In a favoring time I may do so. For the present, enough that they were never overtaken in retreat, nor, by the sword of Solomon, did they ever fell in pursuit. That, mark you, on the sands and under saddle, but now, I do not know, I am afraid. For they are under yoke the first time, and the conditions of success are so many. They have the pride and the speed and the endurance. If I find them a master, they will win. Son of Israel, so thou art the man. I swear it shall be a happy day that brought thee thither. Of thyself now speak.
I know now,
said Ben-Hur,
why it is that in the love of an Arab his horse is next to his children. And I know, also, why the Arab horses are the best in the world. But, good sheik, I would not have you judge me by words alone. For, as you know, all promises of men sometimes fail. Give me the trial first, on some plain hereabout, and put the 4 in my hand tomorrow.
Ilderim's face beamed again, and he would have spoken.
A moment, good sheik, a moment,
said Ben-Hur.
Let me say further. From the masters in Rome I learned many lessons, little thinking they would serve me in a time like this. I tell thee these thy sons of the desert, though they have separately the speed of eagles and the endurance of lions, will fail if they are not trained to run together under the yoke. For bethink thee, sheik, in every 4 there is one the slowest and one the swiftest, and while the race is always to the slowest, the trouble is always with the swiftest. It was so today. The driver could not reduce the best to harmonious action with the poorest. My trial may have no better result. But if so, I will tell thee of it. That I swear. Wherefore, in the same spirit I say, can I get them to run together, moved by my will, the 4 as one, thou shalt have the sestertii and the crown, and I my revenge. What sayest thou?
Ilderim listened, combing his beard the while. At the end he said, with a laugh,
I think better of thee, son of Israel. We have a saying in the desert. If you will cook the mill with words, I will promise an ocean of butter. Thou shalt have the horses in the morning.
At that moment there was a stir at the rear entrance to the tent.
The supper, it is here. And yonder my friend Balthazar, whom thou shalt know. He hath a story to tell which an Israelite should never tire of hearing.
And to the servants he added,
Take the records away, and return my jewels to their apartment.
And they did as he ordered. End of chapter 13. Book Fourth, Chapter 14 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. If the reader will return now to the repast of the wise men at their meeting in the desert, he will understand the preparations for the supper in Ildirim's tent. The differences were chiefly such as were incident to ampler means and better service. 3 rugs were spread on the carpet within the space so nearly enclosed by the divan. A table not more than a foot in height was brought and set within the same place, and covered with a cloth. Off to one side a portable earthenware oven was established under the presidency of a woman whose duty it was to keep the company in bread, or, more precisely, in hot cakes of flour from the hand-mills grinding with constant sound in a neighboring tent. Meanwhile Balthasar was conducted to the divan, where Ilderim and Ben-Hur received him standing. A loose black gown covered his person, his step was feeble, and his whole movement slow and cautious, apparently dependent upon a long staff and the arm of a servant.
"Peace to you, my friend,"
said Ilderim respectfully.
"Peace and welcome."
The Egyptian raised his head and replied,
"And to thee, good sheik, to thee and thine, peace and the blessing of the one God, God the true and loving."
The manner was gentle and devout, and impressed Ben-Hur with a feeling of awe, besides which the blessing included in the answering salutation had been partly addressed to him, and while that part was being spoken, the eyes of the aged guest, hollow yet luminous, rested upon his face long enough to stir an emotion new and mysterious, and so strong that he again and again during the repast scanned the much wrinkled and bloodless face for its meaning. But always there was the expression bland, placid, and trustful as a child's. A little later he found that expression habitual.
"This is he, O Balthasar,"
said the sheik, laying his hand on Ben-Hur's arm,
"who will break bread with us this evening."
The Egyptian glanced at the young man, and looked again surprised and doubting, seeing which the sheik continued,
"I have promised him my horses for trial tomorrow, and if all goes well, he will drive them in the circus."
Balthasar continued his gaze.
"He came well recommended,"
Ilderim pursued, much puzzled.
"You may know him as the son of Arius, who was a noble sailor, though—"
The sheik hesitated, then resumed with a laugh.
"Though he declares himself an Israelite of the tribe of Judah, and, by the splendor of God, I believe that he tells me."
Balthasar could no longer withhold explanation.
"Today, O most generous sheik, my life was in peril, and would have been lost had not a youth, the counterpart of this one, if indeed he be not the very same, intervened when all others fled, and saved me."
Then he addressed Ben-Hur directly.
"Art thou not he?"
"I cannot answer so far,"
Ben-Hur replied, with modest deference.
"I am he who stopped the horses of the insolent Truman when they were rushing upon thy camel at the fountain of Castalia. Thy daughter left a cup with me."
From the bosom of his tunic he produced the cup, and gave it to Balthasar. A glow lighted the faded countenance of the Egyptian.
"The Lord sent thee to me at the fountain today,"
he said in a tremulous voice, stretching his hand towards Ben-Hur.
"And he sends thee to me now. I give him thanks, and praise him thou, for of his favour I have wherewith to give thee great reward, and I will. The cup is thine, keep it."
Ben-Hur took back the gift, and Balthasar, seeing the inquiry upon Ilderim's face, related the occurrence at the fountain.
"What?" said
the sheik to Ben-Hur.
"Thou saidst nothing of this to me, when better recommendation thou couldst not have brought. Am I not an Arab and sheik of my tribe of tens of thousands? And is not he my guest? And is it not in my guest bond that the good or evil thou dost him is good or evil done to me? Whither shouldest thou go for reward but here? And whose the hand to give it but mine?
His voice at the end of the speech rose to cutting shrillness.
Good sheik, spare me, I pray. I came not for reward, great or small, and that I may be acquitted of the thought. I say the help I gave this excellent man would have been given as well to thy humblest servant.
But he is my friend, my guest, not my servant. And seest thou not in the difference the favor of fortune?
Then to Balthazar the sheik subjoined,
Ah, by the splendor of God, I tell thee again, he is not a Roman.
With that he turned away and gave attention to the servants, whose preparations for the supper were about complete. The reader who recollects the history of Balthazar as given by himself at the meeting in the desert will understand the effect of Ben-Hur's assertion of disinterestedness upon that worthy. In his devotion to men there had been, it will be remembered, no distinctions, while the redemption which had been promised him in the way of reward, the redemption for which he was waiting, was universal. To him, therefore, the assertion sounded somewhat like an echo of himself. He took a step nearer Ben-Hur and spoke to him in the childlike way.
How did the sheik say I should call you? It was a Roman name, I think.
Arius, the son of Arius.
Yet thou art not a Roman.
All my people were Jews.
Were, saidst thou? Are they not living?
The question was subtle as well as simple, but Ilderim saved Ben-Hur from reply.
Come,
he said to them.
The meal is ready.
Ben-Hur gave his arm to Balthazar and conducted him to the table, where shortly they were all seated on their rugs Eastern fashion. The lavers were brought them, and they washed and dried their hands. Then the sheik made a sign, the servants stopped, and the voice of the Egyptian arose, tremulous with holy feeling.
Father of all, God, what we have is of thee. Take our thanks and bless us, that we may continue to do thy will.
It was the grace the good man had said simultaneously with his brethren, Gaspar the Greek and Melchior the Hindu, the utterance in diverse tongues, out of which had come the miracle attesting the divine presence at the meal in the desert years before. The table to which they immediately addressed themselves was, as may be thought, rich in the substantials and delicacies favorite in the East, in cakes hot from the oven, vegetables from the gardens, meats singly, compounds of meats and vegetables, milk of kine, and honey and butter, all eaten or drunk, it should be remarked, without any of the modern accessories, knives, forks, spoons, cups, or plates, and in this part of the repast but little was said, for they were hungry. But when the dessert was in course, it was otherwise. They laved their hands again, had the lap-cloths shaken out, and with a renewed table, and the sharp edge of their appetites gone, they were disposed to talk and listen. With such a company, an Arab, a Jew, and an Egyptian, all believers alike in one God, there could be at that age but one subject of conversation, and of the three, which should be speaker but he to whom the deity had been so nearly a personal appearance, who had seen him in a star, had heard his voice in direction, had been led so far and so miraculously by his spirit? And of what should he talk but that of which he had been called to testify? End of chapter 14. Book 4th, Chapter 15 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. The shadows cast over the orchard of palms by the mountains at set of sun left no sweet margin time of violet sky and drowsing earth between the day and night. The latter came early and swift, And against its glooming in the tent this evening the servants brought 4 candlesticks of brass and set them by the corners of the table. To each candlestick there were 4 branches, and on each branch a lighted silver lamp and a supply cup of olive oil. In light, ample, even brilliant, the group at dessert continued their conversation, speaking in the Syriac dialect, familiar to all peoples in that part of the world. The Egyptian told his story of the meeting of the 3 in the desert, and agreed with the sheik that it was in December, 27 years before, when he and his companions, fleeing from Herod, arrived at the tent praying shelter. The narrative was heard with intense interest, even the servants lingering when they could to catch its details. Ben-Hur received it as became a man listening to a revelation of deep concern to all humanity, and to none of more concern than the people of Israel. In his mind, as we shall presently see, there was crystallizing an idea which was to change his course of life, if not absorb it absolutely. As the recital proceeded, the impression made by Balthasar upon the young Jew increased. At its conclusion, his feeling was too profound to permit a doubt of its truth. Indeed, there was nothing left him desirable in the connection but assurances, if such were to be had, pertaining exclusively to the consequences of the amazing event. And now there is wanting an explanation which the very discerning may have heretofore demanded. Certainly it can be no longer delayed. Our tale begins, in point of date not less than fact, to trench close upon the opening of the ministry of the Son of Mary, whom we have seen but once since this same Balthasar left him worshipfully in his mother's lap in the cave by Bethlehem. Henceforth to the end the mysterious child will be a subject of continual reference, and slowly, though surely, the current of events with which we are dealing will bring us nearer and nearer to him, until finally we see him as a man. We would like, if armed contrariety of opinion would permit, to add, a man whom the world could not do without. Of this declaration, apparently so simple, a shrewd mind, inspired by faith, will make much, and in welcome. Before his time and since, there have been men indispensable to particular people and periods, but his indispensability was to the whole race, and for all time, a respect in which it is unique, solitary, divine. To Sheik Ilderim the story was not new. He had heard it from the 3 wise men together under circumstances which left no room for doubt. He had acted upon it seriously, for the helping a fugitive escape from the anger of the first Herod was dangerous. Now one of the 3 sat at his table again, a welcome guest and revered friend. Sheik Ilderim certainly believed the story, yet, in the nature of things, its mighty central fact could not come home to him with the force and absorbing effect it came to Ben-Hur. He was an Arab, whose interest in the consequences was but general. On the other hand, Ben-Hur was an Israelite and a Jew, with more than a special interest in, if the solecism can be pardoned, the truth of the fact. He laid hold of the circumstance with a purely Jewish mind. From his cradle, let it be remembered, he had heard of the Messiah. At the colleges he had been made familiar with all that was known of that being, at once the hope, the fear, and the peculiar glory of the chosen people. The prophets from the first to the last of the heroic line foretold him, and the coming had been, and yet was, the theme of endless exposition with the rabbis, in the synagogues, in the schools, in the temple, of fast days and feast days, in public and in private. The national teachers expounded and kept expounding until all the children of Abraham, wherever their lots were cast, bore the Messiah in expectation, and by it literally, and with iron severity ruled and molded their lives. Doubtless it will be understood from this that there was much argument among the Jews themselves about the Messiah, and so there was, but the disputation was all limited to one point, and one only: when would he come? Disquisition is for the preacher, whereas the writer is but telling a tale, and that he may not lose his character, the explanation he is making requires notice merely of a point connected with the Messiah, about which the unanimity among the chosen people was matter of marvelous astonishment. He was to be, when come, the King of the Jews, their political king, their Caesar. By their instrumentality he was to make armed conquest of the earth, and then, for their profit and in the name of God, hold it down forever. On this faith, dear reader, the Pharisees, or Separatists, the latter being rather a political term, in the cloisters and around the altars of the temple, built an edifice of hope far overtopping the dream of the Macedonian. His but covered the earth, theirs covered the earth and filled the skies. That is to say, in their bold, boundless fantasy of blasphemous egotism, God the Almighty was in effect to suffer them for their uses, to nail him by the ear to a door in sign of eternal servitude. Returning directly to Ben-Hur, it is to be observed now that there were two circumstances in his life, the result of which had been to keep him in a state comparatively free from the influence and hard effects of the audacious faith of his separatist countrymen. In the first place, his father followed the faith of the Sadducees, who may, in a general way, be termed the liberals of their time. They had some loose opinions in denial of the soul. They were strict constructionists and rigorous observers of the law as found in the books of Moses, but they held the vast mass of rabbinical addenda to those books in derisive contempt. They were unquestionably a sect, yet their religion was more a philosophy than a creed. They did not deny themselves the enjoyments of life, and saw many admirable methods and productions among the Gentile divisions of the race. In politics they were the active opposition of the separatists. In the natural order of things, these circumstances and conditions, opinions and peculiarities, would have descended to the son as certainly and really as any portion of his father's estate, and, as we have seen, he was actually in the course of acquiring them when the second saving event overtook him. Upon a youth of Ben-Hur's mind and temperament, the influence of 5 years of affluent life in Rome can be appreciated best by recalling that the great city was then, in fact, the meeting place of the nations, their meeting place politically and commercially, as well as for the indulgence of pleasure without restraint. Round and round the golden milestone in front of the Forum, now in gloom of eclipse, now in unapproachable splendor, flowed all the active currents of humanity. If excellences of manner, refinements of society, attainments of intellect, and glory of achievement made no impression upon him, how could he, as the son of Arius, pass day after day, through a period so long, from the beautiful villa near Misenum into the receptions of Caesar, and be wholly uninfluenced by what he saw there of kings, princes, ambassadors, hostages, and delegates, suitors all of them from every known land, waiting humbly the yes or no which was to make or unmake them. As mere assemblages, to be sure, there was nothing to compare with the gatherings at Jerusalem in celebration of the Passover, yet when he sat under the purple velaria of the Circus Maximus, one of 350,000 spectators, he must have been visited by the thought that possibly there might be some branches of the family of man worthy divine consideration, if not mercy, though they were of the uncircumcised, some by their sorrows, and, yet worse, by their hopelessness in the midst of sorrows, fitted for brotherhood in the promises to his countrymen. That he should have had such a thought under such circumstances was but natural. We think so much, at least, will be admitted. But when the reflection came to him, and he gave himself up to it, he could not have been blind to a certain distinction. The wretchedness of the masses, and their hopeless condition, had no relation whatever to religion. Their murmurs and groans were not against their gods, or for want of gods. In the oak woods of Britain the Druids held their followers. Odin and Freya maintained their godships in Gaul and Germany and among the Hyperboreans. Egypt was satisfied with her crocodiles and Anubis. The Persians were yet devoted to Ormuzd and Ahriman, holding them in equal honor. In hope of the Nirvana, the Hindus moved on, patient as ever, in the rayless paths of Brahm. The beautiful Greek mind, in pauses of philosophy, still sang the heroic gods of Homer, while in Rome nothing was so common and cheap as gods. According to whim, the masters of the world, because they were masters, carried their worship and offerings indifferently from altar to altar, delighted in the pandemonium they had erected. Their discontent, if they were discontented, was with the number of gods, for, after borrowing all the divinities of the earth, they proceeded to deify their Caesars, and vote them altars and holy service. No, the unhappy condition was not from religion, but misgovernment and usurpations and countless tyrannies. The Avernus men had been tumbled into, and were praying to be relieved from, was terribly but essentially political. The supplication, everywhere alike, in Lodinum, Alexandria, Athens, Jerusalem, was for a king to conquer with, not a god to worship. Studying the situation after 2,000 years, we can see and say that religiously there was no relief from the universal confusion except some god could prove himself a true god and a masterful one, and come to the rescue. But the people of the time, even the discerning and philosophical, discovered no hope except in crushing Rome. That done, the relief would follow in restorations and reorganizations. Therefore they prayed, conspired, rebelled, fought, and died, drenching the soil today with blood, tomorrow with tears, and always with the same result. It remains to be said now that Ben-Hur was in agreement with the mass of men of his time, not Romans. The 5 years' residence in the capital served him with opportunity to see and study the miseries of the subjugated world, and in full belief that the evils which afflicted it were political, and to be cured only by the sword, he was going forth to fit himself for a part in the day of resort to the heroic remedy. By practice of arms he was a perfect soldier, but war has its higher fields, and he who would move successfully in them must know more than to defend with shield and thrust with spear. In those fields the general finds his tasks, the greatest of which is the reduction of the many into one, and that one himself. The consummate captain is a fighting man armed with an army. This conception entered into the scheme of life, to which he was further swayed by the reflection that the vengeance he dreamed of, in connection with his individual wrongs, would be more surely found in some of the ways of war than in any pursuit of peace. The feelings with which he listened to Balthazar can be now understood. The story touched 2 of the most sensitive points of his being, so they rang within him. His heart beat faster, and faster still, when, searching himself, he found not a doubt either that the recital was true in every particular, or that the child so miraculously found was the Messiah. Marveling much that Israel rested so dead to the revelation, and that he had never heard of it before that day, 2 questions presented themselves to him as centering all it was at that moment further desirable to know. Where was the child then, and what was his mission? With apologies for the interruptions, he proceeded to draw out the opinions of Balthazar, who was in no wise loath to speak. End of chapter 15. Book Fourth, Chapter 16 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16.
If I could answer you,
Balthazar said, in his simple, earnest, devout way.
Oh, if I knew where he is, how quickly I would go to him! The sea should not stay me, nor the mountains.
You have tried to find him, then?
Asked Ben-Hur. A smile flitted across the face of the Egyptian.
The first task I charged myself with after leaving the shelter given to me in the desert,
Balthazar cast a grateful look at Ildirim,
was to learn what became of the child. But a year had passed, and I dared not go up to Judea in person, for Herod still held the throne bloody-minded as ever. In Egypt, upon my return, there were a few friends to believe the wonderful things I told them of what I had seen and heard, a few who rejoiced with me that a Redeemer was born, a few who never tired of the story. Some of them came up for me, looking after the child. They went first to Bethlehem, and found there the khan and the cave. But the steward, he who sat at the gate the night of the birth and the night we came following the star, was gone. The king had taken him away, and he was no more seen.
But they found some proofs, surely,
said Ben-Hur eagerly.
Yes, proofs written in blood, a village in mourning, mothers yet crying for their little ones. You must know, when Herod heard of our flight, he sent down and slew the youngest born of the children of Bethlehem. Not one escaped. The faith of my messengers was confirmed, but they came to me saying the child was dead, slain with the other innocents.
Dead?
Exclaimed Ben-Hur, aghast.
Dead, sayest thou?
Nay, my son, I did not say so. I said they, my messengers, told me the child was dead. I did not believe the report then. I do not believe it now.
I see thou hast some special knowledge.
Not so, not so,
said Balthazar, dropping his gaze.
The spirit was to go with us no farther than to the child. When we came out of the cave, after our presents were given and we had seen the babe, we looked first thing for the star. But it was gone, and we knew we were left to ourselves. The last inspiration of the Holy One, the last one I can recall, was that which sent us to Ildirim for safety.
Yes,
said the sheik, fingering his beard nervously.
You told me you were sent to me by a spirit. I remember it.
I have no special knowledge,
Balthazar continued, observing the dejection which had fallen upon Ben-Hur.
But, my son, I have given the matter much thought continuing through years, inspired by faith, which, I assure you, calling God for witness, is as strong in me now as in the hour I heard the voice of the Spirit calling me by the shore of the lake. If you will listen, I will tell you why I believe the child is living.
Both Ildirim and Ben-Hur looked assent, and appeared to summon their faculties that they might understand as well as hear. The interest reached the servants, who drew near to the divan and stood listening. Throughout the tent there was the profoundest silence.
We three believe in God.
Balthazar bowed his head as he spoke.
And he is the truth,
he resumed.
His word is God. The hills may turn to dust, and the seas be drunk dry by south winds, but his word shall stand, because it is the truth.
The utterance was in a manner inexpressibly solemn.
The voice, which was his, speaking to me by the lake, said, Blessed art thou, O son of Mizraim. The redemption cometh. With two others from the remotenesses of the earth thou shalt see the Saviour. I have seen the Saviour, blessed be his name, but the redemption, which was the second part of the promise, is yet to come. Seest thou now? If the child be dead, there is no agent to bring the redemption about, and the word is not. And God, nay, I dare not say it.
He threw up both hands in horror.
The redemption was the work for which the child was born, and as long as the promise abides, not even death can separate him from his work until it is fulfilled, or at least in the way of fulfillment. Take you that now as one reason for my belief. Then give me further attention.
The good man paused.
Wilt thou not taste the wine? It is at thy hand. See,
said Ildirim respectfully. Balthazar drank, and, seemingly refreshed, continued.
The Saviour I saw was born of woman, in nature like us, and subject to all our ills, even death. Let that stand as the first proposition. Consider next the work set apart to him. Was it not a performance for which only a man is fitted? A man wise, firm, discreet. A man, not a child. To become such he had to grow as we grow. Bethink you now of the dangers his life was subject to in the interval, the long interval between childhood and maturity. The existing powers were his enemies. Herod was his enemy, and what would Rome have been? And as for Israel, that he should not be accepted by Israel was the motive for cutting him off. See you now? What better way was there to take care of his life in the helpless growing time than by passing him into obscurity? Wherefore I say to myself, and to my listening faith, which is never moved except by yearning of love, I say he is not dead, but lost. And his work remaining undone, he will come again. There you have the reasons for my belief. Are they not good?
Ildirim's small Arab eyes were bright with understanding, and Ben-Hur, lifted from his dejection, said heartily,
I, at least, may not gainsay them. What further, pray?
Hast thou not enough, my son? Well,
he began in calmer tone,
seeing that the reasons were good, more plainly, seeing it was God's will that the child should not be found, I settled my faith into the keeping of patience, and took to waiting.
He raised his eyes, full of holy trust, and broke off abstractedly.
I am waiting now. He lives, keeping well his mighty secret. What, though I cannot go to him, or name the hill or the vale of his abiding place? He lives. It may be as the fruit in blossom, it may be as the fruit just ripening, but by the certainty there is in the promise and reason of God, I know he lives.
A thrill of awe struck Ben-Hur, a thrill which was but the dying of his half-formed doubt.
Where thinkest thou he is?
He asked in a low voice, and hesitating, like one who feels upon his lips the pressure of a sacred silence. Balthazar looked at him kindly, and replied, his mind not entirely freed from its abstraction.
In my house on the Nile, so close to the river that the passers-by in boats see it and its reflection in the water at the same time. In my house a few weeks ago I sat thinking. A man 30 years old, I said to myself, should have his fields of life all ploughed, and his planting well done. For after that it is summer time, with space scarce enough to ripen his sowing. The child, I said further, is now 27. His time to plant must be at hand. I asked myself, as you here asked me, my son, and answered by coming hither, as to a good resting place close by the land thy fathers had from God. Where else should he appear, if not in Judea? In what city should he begin his work, if not in Jerusalem? Who should be first to receive the blessings he is to bring, if not the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in love, at least, the children of the Lord? If I were bidden go seek him, I would search well the hamlets and villages on the slopes of the mountains of Judea and Galilee, falling eastwardly into the valley of the Jordan. He is there now, standing in a door or on a hilltop. Only this evening he saw the sun set one day nearer the time when he himself shall become the light of the world.
Balthazar ceased, with his hand raised and finger pointing as if at Judea. All the listeners, even the dull servants outside the divan, affected by his fervor, were startled as if by a majestic presence suddenly apparent within the tent. Nor did the sensation die away at once. Of those at the table, each sat a while thinking. The spell was finally broken by Ben-Hur.
I see, good Balthazar,
he said,
that thou hast been much and strangely favored. I see also that thou art a wise man indeed. It is not in my power to tell you how grateful I am for the things thou hast told me. I am warned of the coming of great events, and borrow somewhat from thy faith. Complete the obligation, I pray thee, by telling further of the mission of him for whom thou art waiting, and for whom from this night I too shall wait as becomes a believing son of Judah. He is to be a Saviour, thou saidst. Is he not to be the King of the Jews also?
My son,
said Balthazar in his benignant way,
the mission is yet a purpose in the bosom of God. All I think about it is wrung from the words of the voice in connection with the prayer to which they were in answer. Shall we refer to them again?
Thou art the teacher.
The cause of my disquiet,
Balthazar began calmly,
that which made me a preacher in Alexandria and in the villages of the Nile, that which drove me at last into the solitude where the Spirit found me, was the fallen condition of men, occasioned, as I believed, by loss of the knowledge of God. I sorrowed for the sorrows of my kind, not of one class, but all of them. So utterly were they fallen, it seemed to me there could be no redemption unless God himself would make it his work, and I prayed him to come, and that I might see him. Thy good works have conquered, the redemption cometh, thou shalt see the Saviour. Thus the voice spake, and with the answer I went up to Jerusalem rejoicing. Now, to whom is the redemption? To all the world. And how shall it be? Strengthen thy faith, my son. Men say, I know, that there will be no happiness until Rome is raised from her hills. That is to say, the ills of the time are not, as I thought them, from ignorance of God, but from the misgovernment of rulers. Do we need to be told that human governments are never for the sake of religion? How many kings have you heard of who were better than their subjects? Oh, no, no, the redemption cannot be for a political purpose, to pull down rulers and powers, and vacate their places merely that others may take and enjoy them. If that were all of it, the wisdom of God would cease to be surpassing. I tell you, though it be but the saying of blind to blind, he that comes is to be a Saviour of souls, and the redemption means God once more on earth, and righteousness, that his stay here may be tolerable to himself.
Disappointment showed plainly on Ben-Hur's face. His head drooped, and if he was not convinced, he yet felt himself incapable that moment of disputing the opinion of the Egyptian. Not so Ilderim.
By the splendor of God,
he cried impulsively,
the judgment does away with all custom. The ways of the world are fixed and cannot be changed. There must be a leader in every community clothed with power, else there is no reform.
Balthazar received the burst gravely.
Thy wisdom, good sheik, is of the world, and thou dost forget that it is from the ways of the world we are to be redeemed. Man as a subject is the ambition of a king. The soul of a man for its salvation is the desire of a god.
Ilderim, though silenced, shook his head, unwilling to believe. Ben-Hur took up the argument for him.
Father, I call thee such by permission,
he said.
For whom wert thou required to ask at the gates of Jerusalem?
The sheik threw him a grateful look.
I was to ask of the people,
said Balthazar quietly,
where is he that is born King of the Jews?
And you saw him in the cave by Bethlehem?
We saw and worshipped him, and gave him presents, Malchior gold, Gaspar frankincense, and I myrrh.
When thou dost speak of fact, O father, to hear thee is to believe,
said Ben-Hur.
But in the matter of opinion, I cannot understand the kind of king thou wouldst make of the child. I cannot separate the ruler from his powers and duties.
Son,
said Balthazar,
we have the habit of studying closely the things which chance to lie at our feet, giving but a look at the greater objects in the distance. Thou seest now but the title, King of the Jews. Wilt thou lift thine eyes to the mystery beyond it, the stumbling block will disappear. Of the title, a word. Thy Israel hath seen better days, days in which God called thy people endearingly his people, and dealt with them through prophets. Now if in those days he promised them the Saviour I saw, and promised him as King of the Jews, the appearance must be according to the promise, if only for the word's sake. Ah, thou seest the reason of my question at the gate. Thou seest, and I will no more of it, but pass on. It may be, next, thou art regarding the dignity of the child. If so, bethink thee, what is it to be a successor of Herod? By the world's standard of honour, what? Could not God better by his beloved? If thou canst think of the Almighty Father in want of a title, and stooping to borrow the inventions of men, why was I not bidden to ask for a Caesar at once? Oh, for the substance of that whereof we speak, look higher, I pray thee. Ask rather of what he whom we await shall be king. For I do tell, my son, that is the key to the mystery, which no man shall understand without the key.
Balthazar raised his eyes devoutly.
There is a kingdom on the earth, though it is not of it, a kingdom of wider bounds than the earth, wider than the sea and the earth, though they were rolled together as finest gold and spread by the beating of hammers. Its existence is a fact as our hearts are facts, and we journey through it from birth to death without seeing it. Nor shall any man see it until he has first known his own soul, for the kingdom is not for him, but for his soul, and in its dominion there is glory such as hath not entered imagination, original, incomparable, impossible of increase.
What thou sayest, father, is a riddle to me,
said Ben-Hur.
I never heard of such a kingdom.
Nor did I,
said Ilderim.
And I may not tell more of it,
Balthazar added, humbly dropping his eyes.
What it is for, how it may be reached, none can know until the child comes to take possession of it as his own. He brings the key of the viewless gate, which he will open for his beloved, among whom will be all who love him, for of such only the redeemed will be.
After that there was a long silence, which Balthazar accepted as the end of the conversation.
Good sheik,
he said in his placid way,
tomorrow or the next day I will go up to the city for a time. My daughter wishes to see the preparations for the games. I will speak further about the time of our going. And my son, I will see you again. To you both, peace, and good night.
They all arose from the table. The sheik and Ben-Hur remained looking after the Egyptian until he was conducted out of the tent.
Sheik Ilderim,
said Ben-Hur then,
I have heard strange things tonight. Give me leave, I pray, to walk by the lake that I may think of them.
Go, and I will come after you.
They washed their hands again, after which, at a sign from the master, a servant brought Ben-Hur his shoes, and directly he went out. End of chapter 16. Book 4th, Chapter 17 of Ben-Hur by Lew WALLACE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. Up a little way from the dower there was a cluster of palms, which threw its shade half in the water, half on land. A bulbul sang from the branches a song of invitation. Ben-Hur stopped beneath to listen. At any other time the notes of the bird would have driven thought away, but the story of the Egyptian was a burden of wonder, and he was a laborer carrying it, and, like other laborers, there was to him no music in the sweetest music until mind and body were happily attuned by rest. The night was quiet. Not a ripple broke upon the shore. The old stars of the old East were all out, each in its accustomed place, and there was summer everywhere, on land, on lake, in the sky. Ben-Hur's imagination was heated, his feelings aroused, his will all unsettled. So the palms, the sky, the air, seemed to him of the far south zone into which Balthazar had been driven by despair for men. The lake, with its motionless surface, was a suggestion of the Nilotic mother by which the good man stood praying when the spirit made its radiant appearance. Had all these accessories of the miracle come to Ben-Hur, or had he been transferred to them? And what if the miracle should be repeated, and to him? He feared, yet wished, and even waited for the vision. When at last his feverish mood was cooled, permitting him to become himself, he was able to think. His scheme of life has been explained. In all reflection about it heretofore there had been one hiatus which he had not been able to bridge or fill up, one so broad he could see but vaguely to the other side of it. When, finally, he was graduated a captain as well as a soldier, to what object should he address his efforts? Revolution he contemplated, of course, but the processes of revolution have always been the same, and to lead men into them there have always been required, first, a cause or presence to enlist adherents, second, an end or something as a practical achievement. As a rule, he fights well who has wrongs to redress, but vastly better fights he who, with wrongs as a spur, has also steadily before him a glorious result in prospect, a result in which he can discern balm for wounds, compensation for valor, remembrance and gratitude in the event of death. To determine the sufficiency of either the cause or the end, it was needful that Ben-Hur should study the adherents to whom he looked when all was ready for action. Very naturally, they were his countrymen. The wrongs of Israel were to every son of Abraham, and each one was a cause vastly holy, vastly inspiring. Aye, the cause was there, but the end, what should it be? The hours and days he had given this branch of his scheme were past calculation, all with the same conclusion, a dim, uncertain, general idea of national liberty. Was it sufficient? He could not say no, for that would have been the death of his hope. He shrank from saying yes, because his judgment taught him better. He could not assure himself even that Israel was able, single-handed, to successfully combat Rome. He knew the resources of that great enemy. He knew her art was superior to her resources. A universal alliance might suffice, but alas, that was impossible, except, and upon the exception how long and earnestly he had dwelt, except a hero would come from one of the suffering nations, and by martial successes accomplish a renown to fill the whole earth. What glory to Judea could she prove the Macedonia of the new Alexander? Alas again! Under the rabbis valor was possible, but not discipline. And then the taunt of Messala in the garden of Herod.
All you conquer in the 6 days, you lose on the 7th.
So it happened he never approached the chasm thinking to surmount it, but he was beaten back, and so incessantly had he failed in the object that he had about given it over, except as a thing of chance. The hero might be discovered in his day, or he might not. God only knew. Such his state of mind, there need be no lingering upon the effect of Malak's skeleton recital of the story of Balthazar. He heard it with a bewildering satisfaction, a feeling that here was the solution of the trouble. Here was the requisite hero found at last, and he a son of the lion tribe and king of the Jews. Behind the hero, lo, the world in arms. The king implied a kingdom. He was to be a warrior glorious as David, a ruler wise and magnificent as Solomon. The kingdom was to be a power against which Rome was to dash itself to pieces. There would be colossal war, and the agonies of death and birth, then peace, meaning, of course, Judean domination forever. Ben-Hur's heart beat hard as for an instant he had a vision of Jerusalem, the capital of the world, and Zion, the site of the throne of the universal Master. It seemed to the enthusiast rare fortune that the man who had seen the king was at the tent to which he was going. He could see him there, and hear him, and learn of him what all he knew of the coming change, especially all he knew of the time of its happening. If it were at hand, the campaign with Maxentius should be abandoned, and he would go and set about organizing and arming the tribes, that Israel might be ready when the great day of the restoration began to break. Now, as we have seen, from Balthasar himself Ben-Hur had the marvelous story. Was he satisfied? There was a shadow upon him deeper than that of the cluster of palms, the shadow of a great uncertainty, which, take note, O reader, which pertained more to the kingdom than the king.
What of this kingdom, and what is it to be?
Ben-Hur asked himself in thought. Thus early arose the questions which were to follow the child to his end, and survive him on earth, incomprehensible in his day, a dispute in this, an enigma to all who do not or cannot understand that every man is two in one, a deathless soul and a mortal body.
What is it to be?
He asked. For us, O reader, the child himself has answered, but for Ben-Hur there were only the words of Balthazar.
On the earth, yet not of it, not for men, but for their souls, a dominion, nevertheless, of unimaginable glory.
What wonder the hapless youth found the phrases but the darkening of a riddle.
The hand of man is not in it,
he said despairingly.
Nor has the king of such a kingdom use for men, neither toilers, nor counselors, nor soldiers. The earth must die or be made anew, and for government new principles must be discovered, something besides armed hands, something in place of force. But what?
Again, O reader, that which we will not see, he could not. The power there is in love had not yet occurred to any man, much less had one come saying directly that for government and its objects, peace and order, love is better and mightier than force. In the midst of his reverie, a hand was laid upon his shoulder.
I have a word to say, O son of Areus,
said Ilderim, stopping by his side.
A word, and then I must return, for the night is going.
I give you welcome, Sheik.
As to the things you have heard but now,
said Ilderim, almost without pause,
take and believe all, save that relating to the kind of kingdom the child will set up when he comes. As to so much keep virgin mind until you hear Simonides the merchant, a good man here in Antioch, to whom I will make you known. The Egyptian gives you coinage of his dreams, which are too good for the earth. Simonides is wiser. He will ring you the sayings of your prophets, giving book and page, so you cannot deny that the child will be king of the Jews in fact. Aye, by the splendor of God, a king as Herod was, only better and far more magnificent. And then, see you, we will taste the sweetness of vengeance. I have said. Peace to you.
Stay, Sheik.
If Ilderim heard his call, he did not stay.
Simonides again,
said Ben-Hur bitterly.
Simonides here, Simonides there. From this one now, then from that. I am like to be well ridden by my father's servant, who knows at least to hold fast that which is mine, wherefore he is richer, if indeed he be not wiser than the Egyptian. By the covenant, it is not to the faithless a man should go to find a faith to keep, and I will not. But hark, singing, and the voice a woman's, or an angel's. It comes this way.
Down the lake towards the dower came a woman, singing. Her voice floated along the hushed water, melodious as a flute, and louder growing each instant. Directly the dipping of oars was heard in slow measure. A little later the words were distinguishable, words in purest Greek, best fitted of all the tongues of the day for the expression of passionate grief.
The Lament, Egyptian. I sigh as I sing for the story land across the Syrian sea. The odorous winds from the musky sand were breaths of life to me. They play with the plumes of the whispering palm. For me, alas, no more. No more does the Nile in the moonlit calm moan past the Memphian shore. O Nilus, thou god of my fainting soul, in dreams thou comest to me, and dreaming I play with the Lord lotus bowl, and sing old songs to thee, and hear from afar the Memonian strain, that calls from dear Cybele, and wake to a passion of grief and pain, that I ever said farewell.
At the conclusion of the song, the singer was past the cluster of palms. The last word, farewell, floated past Ben-Hur, weighted with all the sweet sorrow of parting. The passing of the boat was as the passing of a deeper shadow into the deeper night. Ben-Hur drew a long breath, hardly distinguishable from a sigh.
I know her by the song, the daughter of Balthazar. How beautiful it was, and how beautiful is she.
He recalled her large eyes curtained slightly by the drooping lids, the cheeks oval and rosy rich, the lips full and deep with dimpling in the corners, and all the grace of the tall, lithe figure.
How beautiful she is,
he repeated, and his heart made answer by a quickening of its movement. Then, almost the same instant, another face, younger and quite as beautiful, more childlike and tender, if not so passionate, appeared, as if held up to him out of the lake.
Esther,
he said, smiling.
As I wished, a star has been sent to me.
He turned and passed slowly back to the tent. His life had been crowded with griefs and with vengeful preparations, too much crowded for love. Was this the beginning of a happy change? And if the influence went with him into the tent, whose was it? Esther had given him a cup, so had the Egyptian, and both had come to him at the same time under the palms. Which? End of chapter 17. End of book 4.
Book 5th, Chapter 1 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5th. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust. Shirley. And through the heat of conflict keeps the law, in calmness made, and sees what he foresaw. Wordsworth. Chapter 1. The morning after the bacchanalia in the saloon of the palace, the divan was covered with young patricians. Maxentius might come, and the city thronged to receive him. The legion might descend from Mount Sulpius in glory of arms and armor. From Nymphaeum to Omphalos, there might be ceremonial splendors to shame the most notable ever before seen or heard of in the gorgeous East. Yet would the many continue to sleep ignominiously on the divan, where they had fallen, or been carelessly tumbled, by the indifferent slaves. That they would be able to take part in the reception that day was about as possible for the lay figures in the studio of a modern artist to rise and go bonneted and plumed through the 1, 2, 3 of a waltz. Not all, however, who participated in the orgy were in the shameful condition. When dawn began to peer through the skylights of the saloon, Messala arose, and took the chaplet from his head, in sign that the revel was at end. Then he gathered his robe about him, gave a last look at the scene, and, without a word, departed for the quarters. Cicero could not have retired with more gravity from a night-long senatorial debate. 3 hours afterwards 2 couriers entered his room, and from his own hand received each a despatch, sealed and in duplicate, consisting chiefly of a letter to Valerius Gratus, the procurator, still resident in Caesarea. The importance attached to the speedy and certain delivery of the paper may be inferred. One courier was to proceed over land, the other by sea. Both were to make the utmost haste. It is of great concern now that the reader should be fully informed of the contents of the letter thus forwarded, and it is accordingly given.
Antioch, 12th Calends, Julii. Messala to Gratus. O my Midas, I pray thou take no offence at the address, seeing it is one of love and gratitude, and an admission that thou art most fortunate among men. Seeing also that thy ears are as thy were derived from thy mother, only proportionate to thy matured condition. O my Midas, I have to relate to thee an astonishing event, which, though as yet somewhat in the field of conjecture, will, I doubt not, justify thy instant consideration. Allow me first to revive thy recollection. Remember, a good many years ago, a family of a prince of Jerusalem, incredibly ancient and vastly rich, by name Ben-Hur. If thy memory have a limp or ailment of any kind, there is, if I mistake not, a wound on thy head which may help thee to a revival of the circumstance. Next, to arouse thy interest, in punishment of the attempt upon thy life, for dear repose of conscience, may all the gods forbid it should ever prove to have been an accident. The family were seized and summarily disposed of, and their property confiscated. And inasmuch, O my Midas, as the action had the approval of our Caesar, who was as just as he was wise, be there flowers upon his altars forever. There should be no shame in referring to the sums which were realized to us respectively from that source, for which it is not possible I can ever cease to be grateful to thee, certainly not while I continue, as at present, in the uninterrupted enjoyment of the part which fell to me. In vindication of thy wisdom, a quality for which, as I am now advised, the son of Gordius, to whom I have boldly likened thee, was never distinguished among men or gods. I recall further that thou didst make disposition of the family of Hur, both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to the inevitable but natural death. Thou wilt remember what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn whether they be living or dead, I know, from knowing the amiability of thy nature, O my Gratus, that thou wilt pardon me as one scarcely less amiable than thyself. As more immediately essential to the present business, however, I take the liberty of inviting to thy remembrance the actual criminal was sent to the galleys a slave for life. So the precept ran, and it may serve to make the event which I am about to relate the more astonishing by saying here that I saw and read the receipt for his body delivered in course to the tribune commanding a galley. Thou mayst begin now to give me more especial heed, O my most excellent Phrygian. Referring to the limit of life at the oar, the outlaw thus justly disposed of should be dead. Or, better speaking, some one of the 3,000 Oceanides should have taken him to husband at least 5 years ago. And if thou wilt excuse a momentary weakness, O most virtuous and tender of men, inasmuch as I loved him in childhood, and also because he was very handsome, I used in much admiration to call him my Ganymede, he ought in right to have fallen into the arms of the most beautiful daughter of the family. Of opinion, however, that he was certainly dead, I have lived quite 5 years in calm and innocent enjoyment of the fortune for which I am in a degree indebted to him. I make the admission of indebtedness without intending it to diminish my obligation to thee. Now I am at the very point of interest. Last night, while acting as master of the feast for a party just from Rome, their extreme youth and inexperience appealed to my compassion. I heard a singular story. Maxentius, the consul, as you know, comes today to conduct a campaign against the Parthians. Of the ambitious who are to accompany him there is one, a son of the late Duumvir, Quintus Arrius. I had occasion to inquire about him particularly. When Arrius set out in pursuit of the pirates, whose defeat gained him his final honors, he had no family. When he returned from the expedition, he brought back with him an heir. Now be thou composed as becomes the owner of so many talents and ready sesterii. The son and heir of whom I speak is he whom thou didst send to the galleys, the very Ben-Hur who should have died at his oar 5 years ago, returned now with fortune and rank, and possibly as a Roman citizen, well, thou art too firmly seated to be alarmed, but I, O my Midas, I am in danger. No need to tell thee of what. Who should know, if thou dost not? Sayest thou to all this, tut tut? When Arrius, the father by adoption, of this apparition from the arms of the most beautiful of the Oceanides, see above my opinion of what she should be, joined battle with the pirates, his vessel was sunk, and but 2 of all her crew escaped drowning, Arrius himself, and this one, his heir. The officers who took them from the plank on which they were floating away, say the associate of the fortunate tribune was a young man who, when lifted to the deck, was in the dress of a galley slave. This should be convincing, to say the least. But lest thou say tut tut again, I tell thee, O my Midas, that yesterday, by good chance, I have a vow to fortune and consequence, I met the mysterious son of Aries face to face, and I declare now that, though I did not then recognize him, he is the very Ben-Hur who was for years my playmate, the very Ben-Hur who, if he be a man, though of the commonest grade, must this very moment of my writing be thinking of vengeance, for so would I were I he. Vengeance not to be satisfied short of life, vengeance for country, mother, sister, self, and, I say at last, though thou mayst think it would be first, for fortune lost. By this time, O good my benefactor and friend, my gratis, in consideration of the Sesturii in peril, their loss being the worst which could befall one of thy high estate, I quit calling thee after the foolish of old king of Phrygia. By this time, I say, meaning after having read me so far, I have faith to believe thou hast ceased saying tut tut, and art ready to think what ought to be done in such emergency. It were vulgar to ask thee now what shall be done. Rather let me say, I am thy client, or better yet, thou art my Ulysses, whose part it is to give me sound direction. And I please myself thinking I see thee when this letter is put into thy hand. I see thee read it once, thy countenance all gravity, and then again with a smile. Then, hesitation ended, and thy judgment formed, it is this, or it is that, wisdom like Mercury's, promptitude like Caesar's. The sun is now fairly risen. An hour hence 2 messengers will depart from my door, each with a sealed copy hereof. One of them will go by land, the other by sea. So important do I regard it that thou shouldst be early and particularly informed of the appearance of our enemy in this part of our Roman world. I will await thy answer here. Ben-Hur's going and coming will of course be regulated by his master, the consul, who, though he exert himself without rest day and night, cannot get away under a month. Thou knowest what work it is to assemble and provide for an army destined to operate in a desolate, townless country. I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne, and if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighborhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms, under the tent of the traitor Shech-Idiram, who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, at his first measure, places the Arab on ship for forwarding to Rome. I am so particular about the whereabouts of the Jew because it will be important to thee, O illustrious, when thou comest to consider what is to be done, for already I know, and by the knowledge I flatter myself I am growing in wisdom, that in every scheme involving human action there are 3 elements always to be taken into account: time, place, and agency. If thou sayest this is the place, have thou then no hesitancy in trusting the business to thy most loving friend, who would be thy aptest scholar as well. Messala.
End of chapter 1. Book 5th, Chapter 2 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. About the time the couriers departed from Messala's door with the dispatches, it being yet the early morning hour, Ben-Hur entered Ilderim's tent. He had taken a plunge into the lake, and had breakfasted, and appeared now in an undertunic, sleeveless, and with skirts scarcely reaching to the knee. The sheik saluted him from the divan.
"I give thee peace, son of Aries,"
he said, with admiration, for in truth he had never seen a more perfect illustration of glowing, powerful, confident manhood.
"I give thee peace and good will. The horses are ready. I am ready. And thou?"
The peace thou givest me, good sheik, I give thee in return. I thank thee for so much goodwill. I am ready.
Ilderim clapped his hands.
"I will have the horses brought. Be seated."
Are they yoked?
"No."
Then suffer me to serve myself,
said Ben-Hur.
It is needful that I make the acquaintance of thy Arabs. I must know them by name, O sheik, that I may speak to them singly. Nor less must I know their temper, for they are like men, If bold, the better of scolding. If timid, the better of praise and flattery. Let the servants bring me the harness."
"And the chariot?"
asked the sheik.
"I will let the chariot alone today. In its place let them bring me a fifth horse, if thou hast it. He should be bare-backed, and fleet as the others."
Ilderim's wonder was aroused, and he summoned a servant immediately.
"Bid them bring the harness for the four, and the bridle for Sirius."
Ilderim then arose.
"Sirius is my love, and I am his, O son of Aries. We have been comrades for 20 years. In tent, in battle, in all stages of the desert, we have been comrades. I will show him to you."
Going to the division curtain, he held it, while Ben-Hur passed under. The horses came to him in a body, one with a small head, luminous eyes, neck like the segment of a bended bow, and mighty chest, curtained thickly by a profusion of mane soft and wavy as a damsel's locks, nickered low and gladly at sight of him.
"Good horse,"
said the sheik, patting the dark brown cheek.
"Good horse, good morning."
Turning to Ben-Hur, he added,
"This is Sirius, father of the four here. Mira, the mother, awaits our return, being too precious to be hazarded in a region where there is a stronger hand than mine. And much I doubt,"
he laughed as he spoke,
"much I doubt, O son of Aries, if the tribe could endure her absence. She is their glory, they worship her. Did she gallop over them, they would laugh. 10,000 horsemen, sons of the desert, will ask today, 'Have you heard of Mira?' And to the answer, 'She is well,' they will say, 'God is good, blessed be God.'"
"Myra, Sirius, names of stars, are they not, O sheik?"
asked Ben-Hur, going to each of the four, and to the sire offering his hand.
"And why not?"
replied Ilderim.
"Wert thou ever abroad on the desert at night?"
"No."
"Then thou canst not know how much we Arabs depend upon the stars. We borrow their names in gratitude, and give them in love. My fathers all had their Miras, as I have mine, and these children are stars no less. There, see thou, is Rygold, and there Antares. That one is Atar. And he whom thou goest to now is Aldebaran, the youngest of the brood, but none the worse of that, no, not he. Against the wind he will carry thee till it roar in thy ears like a Kaaba, and he will go where thou sayest, son of Aries. Aye, by the glory of Solomon, he will take thee to the lion's jaws, if thou darest so much."
The harness was brought. With his own hands Ben-Hur equipped the horses. With his own hands he led them out of the tent, and there attached the reins.
"Bring me Sirius,"
he said. An Arab could not have better sprung to seat on the courser's back.
"And now the reins."
They were given him and carefully separated.
"Good sheik,"
he said,
"I am ready. Let a guide go before me to the field, and send some of thy men with water."
There was no trouble at starting. The horses were not afraid. Already there seemed a tacit understanding between them and the new driver, who had performed his part calmly, and with the confidence which always begets confidence. The order of going was precisely that of driving, except that Ben-Hur sat upon Sirius instead of standing in the chariot. Ilderim's spirit arose. He combed his beard, and smiled with satisfaction as he muttered,
"He is not a Roman, no, by the splendor of God."
He followed on foot, the entire tenantry of the douar, men, women, and children, pouring after him, participants all in his solicitude, if not in his confidence. The field, when reached, proved ample and well fitted for the training, which Ben-Hur began immediately by driving the four at first slowly, and in perpendicular lines, and then in wide circles. Advancing a step in the course, he put them next into a trot, again progressing. He pushed into a gallop. At length he contracted the circles, and yet later drove eccentrically here and there, right, left, forward, and without a break. An hour was thus occupied. Slowing the gait to a walk, he drove up to Ilderim.
"The work is done. Nothing now but practice,"
he said.
"I give you joy, Sheik Ilderim, that you have such servants as these. See,"
he continued, dismounting and going to the horses.
"See, the gloss of their red coats is without spot. They breathe lightly as when I began. I give thee great joy, and it will go hard if—"
He turned his flashing eyes upon the old man's face.
"If we have not the victory, and are—"
He stopped, coloured, bowed. At the sheik's side he observed, for the first time, Balthazar leaning upon his staff, and two women closely veiled. At one of the latter he looked a second time, saying to himself with a flutter about his heart,
"'Tis she, 'tis the Egyptian."
Ilderim picked up his broken sentence.
The victory and our revenge.
Then he said aloud,
I am not afraid, I am glad. Son of Areus, thou art the man. Be the end like the beginning, and thou shalt see of what stuff is the lining of the hand of an Arab who is able to give.
"I thank thee, good sheik,"
Ben-Hur returned modestly.
"Let the servants bring drink for the horses."
With his own hands he gave the water. Remounting Sirius, he renewed the training, going as before from walk to trot, from trot to gallop. Finally he pushed the steady racers into the run, gradually quickening it to full speed. The performance then became exciting, and there were applause for the dainty handling of the reins, and admiration for the four, which were the same, whether they flew forward or wheeled in varying curvature. In their action there were unity, power, grace, pleasure, all without effort or sign of labour. The admiration was unmixed with pity or reproach, which would have been as well bestowed upon swallows in their evening flight. In the midst of the exercises, and the attention they received from all the bystanders, Malluch came upon the ground, seeking the sheik.
I have a message for you, O Sheikh,
he said, availing himself of a moment he supposed favourable for the speech.
A message from Simonides, the merchant.
Simonides!
Ejaculated the Arab.
Ah, 'tis well. May Abaddon take all his enemies.
He bade me give thee first the holy peace of God,
Malluch continued,
and then this dispatch, with prayer that thou read it the instant of receipt.
Ilderim, standing in his place, broke the sealing of the package delivered to him, and from a wrapping of fine linen took 2 letters, which he proceeded to read. Number 1.
Simonides to Sheikh Ilderim. O friend, assure thyself first of a place in my inner heart. Then, there is in thy dower a youth of fair presence, calling himself the son of Areus, and such he is by adoption. He is very dear to me. He hath a wonderful history, which I will tell thee. Come thou to-day or to-morrow, that I may tell thee the history, and have thy counsel. Meantime, favour all his requests, so they be not against honour. Should there be a need of reparation, I am bound to thee for it. That I have interest in this youth, keep thou private. Remember me to thy other guest. He, his daughter, thyself, and all who thou mayest choose to be of thy company, must depend upon me at the circus the day of the games. I have seats already engaged. To thee and all thine, peace. What should I be, O my friend, but thy friend? Simonides.
Number 2.
Simonides to Sheikh Ilderim. O friend, out of the abundance of my experience I send you a word. There is a sign which all persons not Romans, and who have moneys or goods subject to despoilment, accept as warning. That is, the arrival at the seat of power of some high Roman official charged with authority. To-day comes the consul Maxentius. Be thou warned. Another word of advice. A conspiracy to be of effect against thee, O friend, must include the Herods as parties. Thou hast great properties in their dominions. Wherefore keep thou watch. Send this morning to thy trusty keepers of the roads leading south from Antioch, and bid them search every courier going and coming. And if they find private dispatches relating to thee or thine affairs, thou shouldst see them. You should have received this yesterday, though it is not too late if you act promptly. If couriers left Antioch this morning, your messengers know the byways, and can get before them with your orders. Do not hesitate. Burn this after reading. O my friend, Simonides.
Ilderim read the letters a second time, and refolded them in the linen wrap, and put the package under his girdle. The exercises in the field continued but a little longer, in all about 2 hours. At their conclusion Ben-Hur brought the 4 to a walk, and drove to Ilderim.
"With leave, O sheik,"
he said,
"I will return thy Arabs to the tent, and bring them out again this afternoon."
Ilderim walked to him as he sat on Sirius, and said,
I give them to you, son of Areus, to do with as you will until after the games. You have done with them in 2 hours what the Roman, made jackals gnaw his bones fleshless, could not in as many weeks. We will win, by the splendor of God, we will win.
At the tent, Ben-Hur remained with the horses while they were being cared for. Then, after a plunge in the lake and a cup of arrack with the sheik, whose flow of spirits was royally exuberant, he dressed himself in his Jewish garb again, and walked with Malluch on into the orchard. There was much conversation between the two, not all of it important. One part, however, must not be overlooked. Ben-Hur was speaking.
"I will give you,"
he said,
"an order for my property stored in the cairn this side the river by the Seleucian bridge. Bring it to me today, if you can. And good Malluch, if I do not overtask you."
Malluch protested heartily his willingness to be of service.
"Thank you, Malluch, thank you,"
said Ben-Hur.
"I will take you at your word, remembering that we are brethren of the old tribe, and that the enemy is a Roman. First then, as you are a man of business, which I much fear Sheik Ilderim is not—"
"Arabs seldom are,"
said Malluch gravely.
"Nay, I do not impeach their shrewdness, Malluch. It is well, however, to look after them, to save all forfeit or hindrance in connection with the race. You had put me perfectly at rest by going to the office of the circus, and seeing that he has complied with every preliminary rule. And if you can get a copy of the rules, the service may be of great avail to me. I would like to know the colors I am to wear, and particularly the number of the crypt I am to occupy at the starting. If it be next Messals on the right or left, it is well. If not, and you can have it changed so as to bring me next the Roman, do so. Have you good memory, Malluch?"
"It has failed me, but never, son of Arius, where the heart helped it as now."
"I will venture, then, to charge you with one for this service. I saw yesterday that Messala was proud of his chariot, as he might be, for the best of Caesars scarcely surpass it. Can you not make its display an excuse which will enable you to find if it be light or heavy? I would like to have its exact weight and measurements, and, Malluch, that you fail in all else, bring me exactly the height his axle stands above the ground. You understand, Malluch? I do not wish him to have any actual advantage of me. I do not care for his splendor. If I beat him, it will make his fall the harder, and my triumph the more complete. If there are advantages really important, I want them."
I see,
said Malluch.
"A line dropped from the center of the axle is what you want."
"Thou hast it, and be glad, Malluch. It is the last of my commissions. Let us return to the doer."
At the door of the tent they found a servant replenishing the smoke-stained bottles of Lehman freshly made, and stopped to refresh themselves. Shortly afterwards Malluch returned to the city. During their absence a messenger well mounted had been dispatched with orders as suggested by Simonides. He was an Arab and carried nothing written. End of chapter 2. Book 5th, Chapter 3 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3.
Ires, the daughter of Balthazar, sends me with salutation and a message,
said a servant to Ben-Hur, who was taking his ease in the tent.
"Give me the message."
"Would it please you to accompany her upon the lake?"
"I will carry the answer myself. Tell her so."
His shoes were brought to him, and in a few minutes Ben-Hur sallied out to find the fair Egyptian. The shadow of the mountains was creeping over the orchard of palms in advance of night. Afar through the trees came the tinkling of sheep bells, the lowing of cattle, and the voices of the herdsmen bringing their charges home. Life at the orchard, it should be remembered, was in all respects as pastoral a life on the scantier meadows of the desert. Sheik Ilderim had witnessed the exercises of the afternoon, being a repetition of those of the morning, after which he had gone to the city in answer to the invitation of Simonides. He might return in the night, but considering the immensity of the field to be talked over with his friend, it was hardly possible. Ben-Hur, thus left alone, had seen his horses cared for, cooled and purified himself of in the lake, exchanged the field garb for his customary vestments, all white, as became a Sadducean of the pure blood, supped early, and thanks to the strength of youth was well recovered from the violent exertion he had undergone. It is neither wise nor honest to detract from beauty as a quality. There cannot be a refined soul insensible to its influence. The story of Pygmalion and his statue is as natural as it is poetical. Beauty is of itself a power, and it was now drawing Ben-Hur. The Egyptian was to him a wonderfully beautiful woman, beautiful of face, beautiful of form. In his thought she always appeared to him as he saw her at the fountain, and he felt the influence of her voice, sweeter because in tearful expression of gratitude to him, and of her eyes, the large, soft, black, almond-shaped eyes, declarative of her race, eyes which looked more than lies in the supremest wealth of words to utter, and recurrences of the thought of her were returns just so frequent, of a figure tall, slender, and graceful, refined, wrapped in rich and floating drapery, wanting nothing but a fitting mind to take her, like the Shulamite, and in the same sense, terrible as an army with banners. In other words, as she returned to his fancy, the whole passionate song of Solomon came with her, inspired by her presence. With this sentiment and that feeling he was going to see if she actually justified them. It was not love that was taking him, but admiration and curiosity, which might be the heralds of love. The landing was a simple affair, consisting of a short stairway, and a platform garnished by some lamp-posts, yet at the top of the steps he paused, arrested by what he beheld. There was a shallop resting upon the clear water, lightly as an egg-shell. An Ethiop, the camel-driver at the Castalian fount, occupied the rower's place, his blackness intensified by a livery of shining white. All the boat aft was cushioned and carpeted with stuffs brilliant with Tyrian red. On the rudder seat sat the Egyptian herself, sunk in Indian shawls and a very vapour of most delicate veils and scarfs. Her arms were bare to the shoulders, and not merely faultless in shape, they had the effect of compelling attention to them. Their pose, their action, their expression, the hands, the fingers even, seemed endowed with graces and meaning. Each was an object of beauty. The shoulders and neck were protected from the evening air by an ample scarf which yet did not hide them. In the glance he gave her, Ben-Hur paid no attention to these details. There was simply an impression made upon him, and like strong light it was a sensation, not a thing of sight or enumeration. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, thy temples are like a piece of pomegranate within thy locks. Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away, for lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. Such was the impression she made upon him, translated into words.
"Come,"
she said, observing him to stop.
"Come, or I shall think you a poor sailor."
The red of his cheek deepened. Did she know anything of his life upon the sea? He descended to the platform at once.
"I was afraid,"
he said, as he took the vacant seat before her.
"Of what?"
"Of sinking the boat,"
he replied, smiling.
"Wait till we are in deeper water,"
she said, giving a signal to the black, who dipped the oars, and they were off. If Love and Ben-Hur were enemies, the latter was never more at mercy. The Egyptian sat where he could not but see her, she whom he had already engrossed in memory as his ideal of the Shulamite. With her eyes giving light to his, the stars might come out, and he did not see them, and so they did. The night might fall with unrelieved darkness everywhere else, her look would make illumination for him. And then, as everybody knows, given youth and such companionship, there is no situation in which the fancy takes such complete control as upon tranquil waters under a calm night sky warm with summer. It is so easy at such a time to glide imperceptibly out of the commonplace into the ideal.
"Give me the rudder,"
he said.
"No,"
she replied.
"That were to reverse the relation. Did I not ask you to ride with me? I am indebted to you, and would begin payment. You may talk, and I will listen, or I will talk, and you will listen. That choice is yours, but it shall be mine to choose where we go, and the way thither."
"And where may that be?"
"You are alarmed again."
"O fair Egyptian, I but ask you the first question of every captive."
"Call me Egypt."
"I would rather call you Iras."
"You may think of me by that name, but call me Egypt."
"Egypt is a country, and means many people."
"Yes, yes, and such a country."
"I see, it is to Egypt we are going."
"Would we were! I would be so glad."
She sighed as she spoke.
You have no care for me, then,
he said.
Ah, by that I know you were never there.
I never was.
Oh, it is the land where there are no unhappy people, the desired of all the rest of the earth, the mother of all the gods, and therefore supremely blessed. There, O son of Aries, there the happy find increase of happiness, and the wretched, going, drink once of the sweet water of the sacred river, and laugh and sing, rejoicing like children.
Are not the very poor with you there as elsewhere?
The very poor in Egypt are the very simple in wants and ways,
she replied. They
have no wish beyond enough, and how little that is, Greek or Roman cannot know.
But I am neither Greek nor Roman,
she laughed.
I have a garden of roses, and in the midst of it is a tree, and its bloom is the richest of all. Whence came it, think you?
From Persia, the home of the rose.
No.
From India, then?
No.
Ah, one of the isles of Greece.
I will tell you,
she said.
A traveller found it perishing by the roadside on the plain of Rephaim.
Oh, in Judea.
I put it in the earth, left bare by the receding Nile, and the soft south wind blew over the desert and nursed it, and the sun kissed it in pity, after which it could not else than grow and flourish. I stand in its shade now, and it thanks me with much perfume. As with the roses, so with the men of Israel. Where shall they reach perfection but in Egypt?
Moses was but one of millions.
Nay, there was a reader of dreams. Will you forget him?
The friendly pharaohs are dead.
Ah, yes, the river by which they dwelt sings to them in their tombs, yet the same sun tempers the same air to the same people.
Alexandria is but a Roman town.
She has but exchanged sceptres. Caesar took from her that of the sword, and in its place left that of learning. Go with me to the Bruchium, and I will show you the College of Nations, to the Serapeon, and see the perfection of architecture, to the library, and read the Immortals, to the theatre, and hear the heroics of the Greeks and Hindus, to the quay, and count the triumphs of commerce. Descend with me into the streets, O son of Aries, and when the philosophers have dispersed, and taken with them the masters of all the arts, and all the gods have home their votaries, and nothing remains of the day but his pleasures, you shall hear the stories that have amused men from the beginning, and the songs which will never, never die.
As he listened, Ben-Hur was carried back to the night when, in the summer house in Jerusalem, his mother, in much the same poetry of patriotism, declaimed the departed glories of Israel.
I see now why you wish to be called Egypt. Will you sing me a song if I call you by that name? I heard you last night.
That was a hymn of the Nile,
she answered.
A lament which I sing when I would fancy I smell the breath of the desert, and hear the surge of the dear old river. Let me rather give you a piece of the Indian mind. When we get to Alexandria, I will take you to the corner of the street where you can hear it from the daughter of the Ganga, who taught it to me. Kapila, you should know, was one of the most revered of the Hindu sages.
Then, as if it were a natural mode of expression, she began the song.
Kapila. 1. Kapila, Kapila, so young and true, I yearn for a glory like thine, and hail thee from battle to ask anew, can ever thy valour be mine? Kapila sat on her charger dun, a hero never so grave, who loveth all things, hath fear of none, 'tis love that makes me brave. A woman gave me her soul one day, the soul of my soul to be alway, thence came my valour to me, go try it and see. 2. Kapila, Kapila, so old and grey, the queen is calling for me. But ere I go hence, I wish thou wouldst say how wisdom first came to thee. Kapila stood in his temple door, a priest in eremite guise. It did not come as men give their lore, 'tis faith that maketh me wise. A woman gave me her heart one day, the heart of my heart to be alway, thence came my wisdom to me, go try it and see.
Ben-Hur had not time to express his thanks for the song before the keel of the boat grated upon the underlying sand, and next moment the bow ran upon the shore.
Quick voyage, O Egypt,
he cried.
And a briefer stay,
she replied, as with a strong push the black sent them shooting into the open water again.
You will give me the rudder now.
Oh no,
said she, laughing.
To you the chariot, to me the boat. We are merely at the lake's end, and the lesson is that I must not sing any more. Having been to Egypt, let us now to the grove of Daphne.
Without a song on the way?
He said in deprecation.
Tell me something of the Roman from whom you saved us today,
she asked. The request struck Ben-Hur unpleasantly.
I wish this were the Nile,
he said evasively.
The kings and queens, having slept so long, might come down from their tombs and ride with us.
They were of the Colossi and would sink our boat. The pygmies would be preferable. But tell me of the Roman. He is very wicked, is he not?
I cannot say.
Is he of noble family and rich?
I cannot speak of his riches.
How beautiful his horses were, and the bed of his chariot was gold, and the wheels ivory. And his audacity! The bystanders laughed as he rode away, they who were so nearly under his wheels.
She laughed at the recollection.
They were rabble,
said Ben-Hur bitterly.
He must be one of the monsters who are said to be growing up in Rome. Apollos ravenous as Cerberus. Does he reside in Antioch?
He is of the east somewhere.
Egypt would suit him better than Syria.
Hardly,
Ben-Hur replied.
Cleopatra is dead.
That instant the lamps burning before the door of the tent came into view.
The douar,
she cried.
Ah, then, we have not been to Egypt. I have not seen Karnak or Philae or Abydos. This is not the Nile. I have but heard a song of India, and been boating in a dream.
Philae, Karnak. Mourn rather that you have not seen the Ramses at Abu Simbel, looking at which makes it so easy to think of God, the maker of the heavens and earth. But why should you mourn at all? Let us go on to the river, and if I cannot sing,
she laughed,
because I have said I would not, yet I can tell you stories of Egypt.
Go on, aye, till morning comes, and the evening, and the next morning,
he said vehemently.
Of what shall my stories be? Of the mathematicians?
Oh, no.
Of the philosophers?
No, no.
Of the magicians and genii?
If you will.
Of war?
Yes.
Of love?
Yes.
I will tell you a cure for love. It is the story of a queen. Listen reverently. The papyrus from which it is taken by the priests of Philae was wrested from the hand of the heroine herself. It is correct in form and must be true. Nene Hofra. 1. There is no parallelism in human lives. No life runs a straight line. The most perfect life develops as a circle, and terminates in its beginning, making it impossible to say, this is the commencement, that the end. Perfect lives are the treasures of God. Of great days he wears them on the ring finger of his heart hand. 2. Nene Hofra dwelt in a house close by Assuan, yet closer to the first cataract. So close, indeed, that the sound of the eternal battle waged there between river and rocks was of the place apart. She grew in beauty day by day, so that it was said of her, as one of the poppies in her father's garden, what will she not be in the time of blooming? Each year of her life was the beginning of a new song more delightful than any of those which went before. Child was she of a marriage between the north, bounded by the sea, and the south, bounded by the desert beyond the Luna mountains, and one gave her its passion, the other its genius. So when they beheld her, both laughed, saying, not meanly, she is mine, but generously, ha, ha, she is ours. All excellences in nature contributed to her perfection and rejoiced in her presence. Did she come or go, the birds ruffled their wings in greeting, the unruly winds sank to cooling zephyrs, the white lotus rose from the water's depth to look at her, the solemn river loitered on its way, the palm trees, nodding, shook all their plumes, and they seemed to say, this one I gave her of my grace, that I gave her of my brightness, the other I gave her of my purity, and so each as it had a virtue to give. At 12, Nene Hofra was the delight of Assuan. At 16, the fame of her beauty was universal. At 20, there was never a day which did not bring to her door princes of the desert on swift camels, and lords of Egypt in gilded barges, and going away disconsolate, they reported everywhere, I have seen her, and she is not a woman, but Hathor herself. 3. Now of the 330 successors of good King Menes, 18 were Ethiopians, of whom Oreates was 110 years old. He had reigned 76 years. Under him the people thrived, and the land groaned with fatness of plenty. He practised wisdom because, having seen so much, he knew what it was. He dwelt in Memphis, having there his principal palace, his arsenals, and his treasure house. Frequently he went down to Butos to talk with Latona. The wife of the good king died. Too old was she for perfect embalmment, yet he loved her, and mourned as the inconsolable, seeing which, a Colchite presumed one day to speak to him. O Oreates, I am astonished that one so wise and great should not know how to cure a sorrow like this. Tell me a cure, said the king. 3 times the coal kissed the floor, and then he replied, knowing the dead could not hear him, "At Essowan lives Nene Hofra, beautiful as Athor the Beautiful. Send for her. She has refused all the lords and princes, and I know not how many kings, but who can say no to Oreates?" 4. Nene Hofra descended the Nile in a barge richer than any ever before seen, attended by an army in barges each but a little less fine. All Nubia and Egypt, and a myriad from Libya, and a host of troglodytes, and not a few Macrobi from beyond the mountains of the moon, line the tented shores to see the cortege pass, wafted by perfumed winds and golden oars. Through a dromos of sphinxes and couchant double-winged lions she was borne, and set down before Oreates sitting on a throne specially erected at the sculptured pylon of the palace. He raised her up, gave her his place by his side, clasped the Oreis on her arm, kissed her, and Nene Hofra was queen of all queens. That was not enough for the wise Oreates. He wanted love, and a queen happy in his love. So he dealt with her tenderly, showing her his possessions, cities, palaces, people, his armies, his ships, and with his own hand he led her through his treasure house, saying, "O Nene Hofra, but kiss me in love, and they are all thine." And thinking she could be happy if she was not then, she kissed him once, twice, thrice, kissed him thrice, his 110 years notwithstanding. The first year she was happy, and it was very short. The 3rd year she was wretched, and it was very long. Then she was enlightened, for that which she thought love of Oreates was only days of his power. Well for her had the days endured. Her spirits deserted her, she had long spells of tears, and her women could not remember when they heard her laugh. Of the roses on her cheeks only ashes remained. She languished and faded gradually, but certainly. Some said she was haunted by the Erinyes for cruelty to a lover; others that she was stricken by some god envious of Oreates. Whatever the cause of her decline, the charms of the magicians availed not to restore her, and the prescript of the doctor was equally without virtue. Nene Hofra was given over to die. Oreates chose a crypt for her up in the tombs of the queens, and calling the master sculptors and painters to Memphis, he set them to work upon designs more elaborate than any even seen in the great galleries of the kings. "O thou beautiful as Athor herself, my queen," said the king, whose 113 years did not lessen his ardour as a lover. "Tell me, I pray, the ailment of which, alas, thou art so certainly perishing before my eyes." "You will not love me any more if I tell you," she said, in doubt and fear. "Not love you! I will love you the more. I swear it by the Genii of Amenti. By the eye of Osiris I swear it. Speak," he cried, passionate as a lover, authoritative as a king. "Hear, then," she said. "There is an anchorite, the oldest and holiest of his class, in a cave near Essowan. His name is Manofa. He was my teacher and guardian. Send for him, O Oreates, and he will tell you what you seek to know. He will also help you find the cure for my affliction." Oreates arose rejoicing. He went away in spirit 100 years younger than when he came. 5. "Speak," said Oreates to Manofa, in the palace at Memphis. And Manofa replied, "Most mighty king, if you were young, I should not answer, because I am yet pleased with life. As it is, I will say the queen, like any other mortal, is paying the penalty of a crime." "A crime!" exclaimed Oreates, angrily. Manofa bowed very low. "Yes, to herself." "I'm not in a mood for riddles," said the king. "What I say is not a riddle, as you shall hear. Nene Hofra grew up under my eyes, and confided every incident of her life to me, among others that she loved the son of her father's gardener, Barbec by name." Oreates' frown, strangely enough, began to dissipate. "With that love in her heart, O king, she came to you. Of that love she is dying." "Where is the gardener's son now?" asked Oreates. "In Essowan." The king went out, and gave 2 orders. To one heiress he said, "Go to Essowan, and bring hither a youth named Barbec. You will find him in the garden of the queen's father." To another, "Assemble workmen and cattle and tools, and construct for me in Lake Chemis an island, which, though laden with a temple, a palace, and a garden, and all manner of trees bearing fruit, and all manner of vines, shall nevertheless float about as the winds may blow it. Make the island, and let it be fully furnished by the time the moon begins to wane." Then to the queen he said, "Be of cheer. I know all, and have sent for Barbec." Nene Hofer kissed his hands. You shall have him to yourself, and he you to himself, nor shall any disturb your loves for a year. She kissed his feet, he raised her, and kissed her in return, and the rose came back to her cheek, the scarlet to her lips, and the laughter to her heart. 6. For 1 year Nene Hofer and Barbaik the gardener floated as the winds blew on the island of Chemmis, which became one of the wonders of the world, never a home of love more beautiful, 1 year, seeing no one and existing for no one but themselves. Then she returned in state to the palace in Memphis. Now whom lovest thou best? asked the king. She kissed his cheek and said, Take me back, O good king, for I am cured. Oreates laughed, and none the worse that moment of his 114 years. Then it is true, as Minofa said. Ha, 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 it is true, the cure of love is love. Even so, she replied. Suddenly his manner changed, and his look became terrible. I did not find it so, he said. She shrank affrighted. Thou guilty, he continued. Thy offence to Oreates the man he forgives, but thy offence to Oreates the king remains to be punished. She cast herself at his feet. Hush, he cried, thou art dead. He clapped his hands, and a terrible procession came in, a procession of parachists, or embalmers, each with some implement or material of his loathsome art. The king pointed to Nene Hofer. She is dead, do thy work well. 7. Nene Hofer the Beautiful, after 72 days, was carried to the crypt chosen for her the year before, and laid with her queenly predecessors. Yet there was no funeral procession in her honour across the sacred lake.
At the conclusion of the story, Ben-Hur was sitting at the Egyptian's feet, and her hand upon the tiller was covered by his hand.
Minofa was wrong,
he said.
How?
Love lives by loving.
Then there is no cure for it?
Yes, Oreates found the cure.
What was it?
Death.
You are a good listener, O son of Aries.
And so, with conversation and stories, they whiled the hours away. As they stepped ashore, she said,
Tomorrow we go to the city.
But you will be at the games?
He asked.
Oh, yes.
I will send you my colors.
With that they separated. End of chapter 3. Book 5th, Chapter 4 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Ilderim returned to the douar next day about the 3rd hour. As he dismounted, a man whom he recognized as of his own tribe came to him and said,
O Sheik, I was bidden give thee this package, with request that thou read it at once. If there be answer, I was to wait thy pleasure.
Ilderim gave the package immediate attention. The seal was already broken. The address ran, To Valerius Gratus at Caesarea.
Abaddon take him,
growled the sheik, at discovering a letter in Latin. Had the missive been in Greek or Arabic he could have read it. As it was, the utmost he could make out was the signature in bold Roman letters, Masala, whereat his eyes twinkled.
Where is the young Jew?
He asked.
In the field with the horses,
a servant replied. The sheik replaced the papyrus in its envelopes, and tucking the package under his girdle, remounted the horse. That moment a stranger made his appearance, coming apparently from the city.
I'm looking for Sheik Ilderim, surnamed the Generous,
the stranger said. His language and attire bespoke him a Roman. What he could not read, yet he could speak. So the old Arab answered with dignity,
I am Sheik Ilderim.
The man's eyes fell. He raised them again and said with forced composure,
I heard you had need of a driver for the game.
Ilderim's lip under the white mustache curled contemptuously.
Go thy way,
he said.
I have a driver.
He turned to ride away, but the man, lingering, spoke again.
Sheik, I am a lover of horses, and they say you have the most beautiful in the world.
The old man was touched. He drew rein, as if on the point of yielding to the flattery, but finally replied,
Not today, not today. Some other time I will show them to you. I am too busy just now.
He rode to the field, while the stranger betook himself to town again with a smiling countenance. He had accomplished his mission. And every day thereafter, down to the great day of the games, a man, sometimes 2 or 3 men, came to the sheik at the orchard pretending to seek an engagement as driver. In such manner Messala kept watch over Ben-Hur. End of chapter 4. Book 5th, Chapter 5 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The sheik waited, well satisfied, until Ben-Hur drew his horses off the field for the forenoon. Well satisfied, for he had seen them, after being put through all the other paces, run full speed in such manner that it did not seem there were one the slowest and another the fastest. Run, in other words, as if the four were one.
This afternoon, O sheik, I will give Sirius back to you.
Ben-Hur patted the neck of the old horse as he spoke.
I will give him back and take to the chariot.
So soon?
Ilderim asked.
With such as these, good sheik, one day suffices. They are not afraid. They have a man's intelligence, and they love the exercise. This one—
He shook a rein over the back of the youngest of the four.
You called him Aldebaran, I believe, is the swiftest. In once round a stadium he would lead the others twice his length.
Ilderim pulled his beard and said with twinkling eyes,
Aldebaran is the swiftest, but what of the slowest?
This is he.
Ben-Hur shook the rein over Antares.
This is he, but he will win. For look, you sheik, he will run his utmost all day, and as the sun goes down, he will reach his swiftest.
Right again,
said Ilderim.
I have but one fear, O sheik.
The sheik became doubly serious.
In his greed of triumph, a Roman cannot keep honor pure. In the games, all of them, mark you, their tricks are infinite. In chariot racing, their knavery extends to everything, from horse to driver, from driver to master. Wherefore, good sheik, look well to all thou hast. From this till the trial is over, let no stranger so much as see the horses. Would you be perfectly safe? Do more. Keep watch over them with armed hand, as well as sleepless eye. Then I will have no fear of the end.
At the door of the tent they dismounted.
What you say shall be attended to. By the splendor of God, no hand shall come near them, except it belong to one of the faithful. Tonight I will set watches. But, son of Arius—
Ilderim drew forth the package, and opened it slowly, while they walked to the divan and seated themselves.
Son of Arius, see thou here, and help me with thy Latin.
He passed the dispatch to Ben-Hur.
There, read, and read aloud, rendering what thou findest into the tongue of thy fathers. Latin is an abomination.
Ben-Hur was in good spirits, and began the reading carelessly.
Messala to gratis.
He paused. A premonition drove the blood to his heart. Ilderim observed his agitation.
Well, I am waiting.
Ben-Hur prayed pardon and recommenced the paper, which, it is sufficient to say, was one of the duplicates of the letter dispatched so carefully to Gratus by Messala the morning after the revel in the palace. The paragraphs in the beginning were remarkable only as proof that the writer had not outgrown his habit of mockery. When they were past, and the reader came to the parts intended to refresh the memory of Gratus, his voice trembled, and twice he stopped to regain his self-control. By a strong effort he continued.
I recall further,
he read,
that thou didst make disposition of the family of her.
There the reader again paused and drew a long breath.
Both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to inevitable but natural death.
Here Ben-Hur broke down utterly. The paper fell from his hands, and he covered his face.
They are dead. I am alone left.
The sheik had been a silent but not unsympathetic witness of the young man's suffering. Now he arose and said,
Son of Arius, it is for me to beg thy pardon. Read the paper by thyself. When thou art strong enough to give the rest of it to me, send word, and I will return.
He went out of the tent, and nothing in all his life became him better. Ben-Hur flung himself on the divan and gave way to his feelings. When somewhat recovered, he recollected that a portion of the letter remained unread, and taking it up he resumed the reading.
Thou wilt remember,
the missive ran,
what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn if they be living or dead.
Ben-Hur started, and read again, and then again, and at last broke into exclamation,
He does not know they are dead. He does not know it. Blessed be the name of the Lord. There is yet hope.
He finished the sentence and was strengthened by it, and went on bravely to the end of the letter.
They are not dead,
he said after reflection.
They are not dead, or he would have heard of it.
A second reading, more careful than the first, confirmed him in the opinion. Then he sent for the sheik.
In coming to your hospitable tent, O sheik,
he said calmly when the Arab was seated and they were alone,
it was not in my mind to speak of myself further than to assure you I had sufficient training to be entrusted with your horses. I decline to tell you my history, but the chances which have sent this paper to my hand and given it to me to be read are so strange that I feel bidden to trust you with everything, and am the more inclined to do so by knowledge here conveyed, that we are both of us threatened by the same enemy, against whom it is needful that we make common cause. I will read the letter, and give you explanation, after which you will not wonder I was so moved. If you thought me weak or childish, you will then excuse me.
The sheik held his peace, listening closely, until Ben-Hur came to the paragraph in which he was particularly mentioned.
I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne.
So ran the part.
And if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighborhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms.
Ah!
Exclaimed Ilderim. In such a tone one might hardly say he was more surprised than angry. At the same time he clutched his beard.
At the old orchard of palms,
Ben-Hur repeated.
Under the tent of the traitor Sheik Ilderim.
Traitor? I?
The old man cried in his shrillest tone, while lip and beard curled with ire, and on his forehead and neck the veins swelled and beat as they would burst.
Yet a moment, Sheik,
said Ben-Hur, with a deprecatory gesture.
Such is Masal's opinion of you. Hear his threat.
And he went on.
Under the tent of the traitor Sheik Ilderim, who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, as his first measure, places the Arab on a ship for forwarding to Rome.
To Rome? Me? Ilderim? Sheik of 10,000 horsemen with spears? Me to Rome?
He leaped rather than rose to his feet, his arms outstretched, his fingers spread and curved like claws, his eyes glittering like a serpent's.
O God! Nay, by all the gods except of Rome! When shall this insolence end? A free man am I. Free are my people. Must we die slaves? Or worse, must I live a dog, crawling to a master's feet? Must I lick his hand, lest he lash me? What is mine is not mine. I am not my own. For breath of body I must be beholden to a Roman. Oh, if I were young again! Oh, could I shake off 20 years, or 10, or 5!
He ground his teeth and shook his hands overhead. Then, under the impulse of another idea, he walked away and back again to Ben-Hur swiftly, and caught his shoulder with a strong grasp.
If I were as thou, son of Arius, as young, as strong, as practised in arms, if I had a motive hissing me to revenge, a motive like thine, great enough to make hate holy, away with disguise on thy part and on mine, son of her, I say.
At that name all the currents of Ben-Hur's blood stopped. Surprised, bewildered, he gazed into the Arab's eyes, now close to his, fiercely bright.
Son of her, I say, were I as thou, with half thy wrongs, bearing about with me memories like thine, I would not, I could not rest.
Never pausing, his words following each other torrent-like, the old man swept on.
To all my grievances I would add those of the world, and devote myself to vengeance. From land to land I would go firing all mankind. No war for freedom but should find me engaged. No battle against Rome in which I would not bear a part. I would turn Parthian if I could not better. If men failed me, still I would not give over the effort. Ha 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 ha! By the splendor of God! I would herd with wolves, and make friends of lions and tigers, in hope of marshalling them against the common enemy. I would use every weapon. So my victims were Romans, I would rejoice in slaughter. Quarter I would not ask, quarter I would not give. To the flames everything Roman, to the sword every Roman born. Of nights I would pray the gods, the good and the bad alike, to lend me their special terrors, tempests, drought, heat, cold, and all the nameless poisons they let loose in air, all the thousand things of which men die on sea and on land. Oh, I could not sleep. I...
The sheik stopped for want of breath, panting, wringing his hands. And, sooth to say, of all the passionate burst, Ben-Hur retained but a vague impression, wrought by fiery eyes, a piercing voice, and a rage too intense for coherent expression. For the first time in years, the desolate youth heard himself addressed by his proper name. One man at least knew him, and acknowledged it without demand of identity, and he an Arab, fresh from the desert! How came the man by his knowledge? The letter? No, it told the cruelties from which his family had suffered, it told the story of his own misfortunes, but it did not say he was the very victim whose escape from doom was the theme of the heartless narrative. That was the point of explanation he had notified the sheik would follow the reading of the letter. He was pleased and thrilled with hope restored, yet kept an air of calmness.
Good sheik, tell me how you came by this letter.
My people keep the roads between cities,
Ilderim answered, bluntly.
They took it from a courier.
Are they known to be thy people?
No, to the world they are robbers, whom it is mine to catch and slay.
Again, sheik, you call me son of Hur, my father's name. I did not think myself known to a person on earth. How came you by the knowledge?
Ilderim hesitated, but rallying, he answered,
I know you, yet I am not free to tell you more.
Someone holds you in restraint?
The sheik closed his mouth and walked away, but observing Ben-Hur's disappointment, came back and said,
Let us say no more about the matter now. I will go to town. When I return, I may talk to you fully. Give me the letter.
Ilderim rolled the papyrus carefully, restored it to its envelopes, and became once more all energy.
What sayest thou?
He asked, while waiting for his horse and retinue.
I told what I would do, were I thou, and thou hast made no answer.
I intend to answer, sheik, and I will.
Ben-Hur's countenance and voice changed with the feeling invoked.
All thou hast said, I will do. All at least in the power of a man. I devoted myself to vengeance long ago. Every hour of the 5 years past, I have lived with no other thought. I have taken no respite. I have had no pleasures of youth. The blandishments of Rome were not for me. I wanted her to educate me for revenge. I resorted to her most famous masters and professors, not those of rhetoric or philosophy. Alas, I had no time for them. The arts essential to a fighting man were my desire. I associated with gladiators, and with winners of prizes in the circus, and they were my teachers. The drill masters in the great camp accepted me as a scholar, and were proud of my attainments in their line. O sheik, I am a soldier, but the things of which I dream require me to be a captain. With that thought, I have taken part in the campaign against the Parthians. When it is over, then, if the Lord spare my life and strength, then...
He raised his clenched hands and spoke vehemently.
Then I will be an enemy, Roman taught in all things. Then Rome shall account to me in Roman lives for her ills. You have my answer, sheik.
Ilderim put an arm over his shoulder and kissed him, saying passionately,
If thy God favour thee not, son of Hur, it is because he is dead. Take thou this from me, sworn too, if so thy preference run. Thou shalt have my hands, and their fullness, men, horses, camels, and the desert for preparation. I swear it. For the present, enough. Thou shalt see or hear from me before night.
Turning abruptly off, the sheik was speedily on the road to the city. End of chapter 5. Book 5th, Chapter 6 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. The intercepted letter was conclusive upon a number of points of great interest to Ben-Hur. It had all the effect of a confession that the writer was a party to the putting away of the family with murderous intent, that he had sanctioned the plan adopted for the purpose, that he had received a portion of the proceeds of the confiscation, and was yet in enjoyment of his part, that he dreaded the unexpected appearance of what he was pleased to call the chief malefactor, and accepted it as a menace, that he contemplated such further action as would secure him in the future, and was ready to do whatever his accomplice in Caesarea might advise. And now that the letter had reached him in the hand of him really its subject, it was notice of danger to come, as well as a confession of guilt. So when Ilderim left the tent, Ben-Hur had much to think about, requiring immediate action. His enemies were as adroit and powerful as any in the East. If they were afraid of him, he had greater reason to be afraid of them. He strove earnestly to reflect upon the situation, but could not. His feelings constantly overwhelmed him. There was a certain qualified pleasure in the assurance that his mother and sister were alive, and it mattered little that the foundation of the assurance was a mere inference. That who could tell him where they were seemed to his hopes so long deferred, as if discovery were now close at hand. These were mere causes of feeling; underlying them, it must be confessed, he had a superstitious fancy that God was about to make ordination in his behalf, in which event faith whispered to him to stand still. Occasionally, referring to the words of Ilderim, he wondered whence the Arab derived his information about him. Not from Malluch, certainly, nor from Simonides, whose interests, all adverse, would hold him dumb. Could Messala have been the informant? No, disclosure might be dangerous in that quarter. Conjecture was vain; at the same time, often as Ben-Hur was beaten back from the solution, he was consoled with the thought that whoever the person with the knowledge might be, he was a friend, and being such, would reveal himself in good time. A little more waiting, a little more patience. Possibly the errand of the sheik was to see the worthy; possibly the letter might precipitate a full disclosure. And patient he would have been if only he could have believed Tirzah and his mother were waiting for him under circumstances permitting hope on their part strong as his. If, in other words, conscience had not stung him with accusations respecting them. To escape such accusations he wandered far through the orchard, pausing now where the date-gatherers were busy, yet not too busy to offer him of their fruit and talk with him. Then, under the great trees, to watch the nesting birds, or hear the bees swarming about the berries bursting with honeyed sweetness, and filling all the green and golden spaces with the music of their beating wings. By the lake, however, he lingered longest. He might not look upon the water and its sparkling ripples, so like sensuous life, without thinking of the Egyptian and her marvellous beauty, and of floating with her there and there through the night, made brilliant by her songs and stories. He might not forget the charm of her manner, the lightness of her laugh, the flattery of her attention, the warmth of her little hand under his upon the tiller of the boat. From her it was for his thought but a short way to Balthasar, and the strange things of which he had been witness, unaccountable by any law of nature, and from him, again, to the King of the Jews, whom the good man, with such pathos of patience, was holding in holy promise. The distance was even nearer. And there his mind stayed, finding in the mysteries of that personage a satisfaction answering well for the rest he was seeking. Because it may have been, nothing is so easy as denial of an idea not agreeable to our wishes. He rejected the definition given by Balthasar of the kingdom the king was coming to establish. A kingdom of souls, if not intolerable to his Sadducean faith, seemed to him but an abstraction drawn from the depths of a devotion too fond and dreamy. A kingdom of Judea, on the other hand, was more than comprehensible. Such had been, and if only for that reason, might be again. And it suited his pride to think of a new kingdom broader of domain, richer in power, and of a more unapproachable splendor than the old one, of a new king wiser and mightier than Solomon, a new king under whom, especially, he could find both service and revenge. In that mood he resumed the douar. The midday meal disposed of, still further to occupy himself, Ben-Hur had the chariot rolled out into the sunlight for inspection. The word but poorly conveys the careful study the vehicle underwent. No point or part of it escaped him. With a pleasure which will be better understood hereafter, he saw the pattern was Greek, in his judgment preferable to the Roman in many respects. It was wider between the wheels, and lower and stronger, and the disadvantage of greater weight would be more than compensated by the greater endurance of his Arabs. Speaking generally, the carriage-makers of Rome built for the games almost solely, sacrificing safety to beauty, and durability to grace, while the chariots of Achilles and the King of Men, designed for war and all its extreme tests, still ruled the tastes of those who met and struggled for the crowns Isthmian and Olympic. Next he brought the horses, and hitching them to the chariot, drove to the field of exercise, where, hour after hour, he practised them in movement under the yoke. When he came away in the evening it was with restored spirit, and a fixed purpose to defer action in the matter of Messala until the race was won or lost. He could not forego the pleasure of meeting his adversary under the eyes of the East, That there might be other competitors seemed not to enter his thought. His confidence in the result was absolute, no doubt of his own skill, and as to the four, they were his full partners in the glorious game.
Let him look to it. Let him look to it. Ha! Enter Aldebaran. Shall he not, O honest Rigel? And thou, Ater, king among courses, shall he not be aware of us? Ha! ha! Good hearts!
So in rests he passed from horse to horse, speaking not as a master, but the senior of as many brethren. After nightfall Ben-Hur sat by the door of the tent waiting for Ilderim, not yet returned from the city. He was not impatient or vexed or doubtful. The sheik would be heard from, at least. Indeed, whether it was from satisfaction with the performance of the four, or the refreshment there is in cold water succeeding bodily exercise, or supper partaken with a royal appetite, or the reaction which, as a kindly provision of nature, always follows depression, the young man was in good humour verging upon elation. He felt himself in the hands of Providence no longer his enemy. At last there was a sound of horses' feet coming rapidly, and Malluch rode up.
"Son of Arius,"
he said cheerily, after salutation,
"I salute you for Sheikh Ilderim, who requests you to mount and go to the city. He is waiting for you."
Ben-Hur asked no questions, but went in where the horses were feeding. Aldebaran came to him, as if offering his service. He played with him lovingly, but passed on, and chose another. Not of the four, they were sacred to the race. Very shortly the two were on the road, going swiftly and in silence. Some distance below the Seleucian bridge, they crossed the river by a ferry, and riding far around on the right bank, and recrossing by another ferry, entered the city from the west. The detour was long, but Ben-Hur accepted it as a precaution for which there was good reason. Down to Simonides' landing they rode, and in front of the great warehouse under the bridge Malluch drew rein.
"We are come,"
he said.
"Dismount."
Ben-Hur recognized the place.
Where's the sheik?
he asked.
"Come with me, I will show you."
A watchman took the horses, and almost before he realized it, Ben-Hur stood once more at the door of the house up on the greater one, listening to the response from within.
"In God's name, enter."
End of chapter 6. Book 5th, Chapter 7 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Malluch stopped at the door. Ben-Hur entered alone. The room was the same in which he had formerly interviewed Simonides, and it had been in no wise changed, except now, close by the armchair, a polished brazen rod, set on a broad wooden pedestal, arose higher than a tall man, holding lamps of silver on sliding arms, 6 or more in number, and all burning. The light was clear, bringing into view the panelling on the walls, the cornice with its row of gilded balls, and the dome dully tinted with violet mica. Within a few steps Ben-Hur stopped. 3 persons were present, looking at him: Simonides, Ilderim, and Esther. He glanced hurriedly from one to another, as if to find the answer to the question half formed in his mind. What business can these have with me? He became calm, with every sense on the alert, for the question was succeeded by another. Are they friends or enemies? At length his eyes rested upon Esther. The men returned his look kindly. In her face there was something more than kindness, something too spiritual for definition, which yet went into his inner consciousness without definition. Shall it be said, good reader? Back of his gaze there was a comparison in which the Egyptian arose and set herself over against the gentle Jewess, but it lived an instant, and, as is the habit of such comparisons, passed away without a conclusion.
"Son of her."
The guest turned to the speaker.
"Son of her,"
said Simonides, repeating the address slowly, and with distinct emphasis, as if to impress all its meaning upon him most interested in understanding it.
"Take thou the peace of the Lord God of our fathers. Take it from me."
He paused, then added,
"From me and mine."
The speaker sat in his chair. There were the royal head, the bloodless face, the masterful air, under the influence of which visitors forgot the broken limbs and distorted body of the man. The full black eyes gazed out under the white brows steadily but not sternly. A moment thus, then he crossed his hands upon his breast. The action, taken with a salutation, could not be misunderstood, and was not.
Simonides,
Ben-Hur answered, much moved,
the holy peace you tender is accepted. As son to father, I return it to you. Only let there be perfect understanding between us.
Thus delicately he sought to put aside the submission of the merchant, and in place of the relation of master and servant, substitute one higher and holier. Simonides let fall his hands, and turning to Esther said,
"A seat for the master, daughter."
She hastened and brought a stool, and stood, with suffused face, looking from one to the other, from Ben-Hur to Simonides, from Simonides to Ben-Hur, and they waited, each declining the superiority direction would imply. When at length the pause began to be embarrassing, Ben-Hur advanced, and gently took the stool from her, and going to the chair, placed it at the merchant's feet.
I will sit here,
he said. His eyes met hers, an instant only, but both were better of the look. He recognized her gratitude, she his generosity and forbearance. Simonides bowed his acknowledgment.
"Ah, Esther, child, bring me the paper,"
he said, with a breath of relief. She went to a panel in the wall, opened it, took out a roll of papyrus, and brought and gave it to him.
"Thou saidst well, son of Hur,"
Simonides began, while unrolling the sheets.
"Let us understand each other. In anticipation of the demand which I would have made hadst thou waived it, I have here a statement covering everything necessary to the understanding required. I could see but 2 points involved, the property first, and then our relation. The statement is explicit as to both. Will it please thee to read it now?"
Ben-Hur received the papers, but glanced at Ilderim.
"Nay,"
said Simonides,
"the sheik shall not deter thee from reading. The account, such as thou wilt find it, is of a nature requiring a witness. In the attesting place at the end thou wilt find, when thou comest to it, the name Ilderim Sheik. He knows all. He is thy friend. All he has been to me, that will he be to thee also."
Simonides looked at the Arab, nodding pleasantly, and the latter gravely returned the nod, saying,
"Thou hast said."
Ben-Hur replied,
I know already the excellence of his friendship, and have yet to prove myself worthy of it.
Immediately he continued,
Later, O Simonides, I will read the papers carefully. For the present, do thou take them, and if thou be not too weary, give me their substance.
Simonides took back the roll.
"Here, Esther, stand by me and receive the sheets, lest they fall into confusion."
She took place by his chair, letting her right arm fall lightly across his shoulder, so, when she spoke, the account seemed to have rendition from both of them jointly.
"This,"
said Simonides, drawing out the first leaf,
"shows the money I had of thy father's, being the amount saved from the Romans. There was no property saved, only money, and that the robbers would have secured but for our Jewish custom of bills of exchange. The amount saved, being sums I drew from Rome, Alexandria, Damascus, Carthage, Valentia, and elsewhere within the circle of trade, was 120 talents Jewish money."
He gave the sheet to Esther, and took the next one.
"With that amount, 120 talents, I charged myself. Here now my credits. I use the word, as thou wilt see, with reference rather to the proceeds gained from the use of the money."
From separate sheets he read them footings, which, fractions omitted, were as follows.
"Cr. By ships, 60 talents. By goods in store, 110 talents. By cargoes in transit, 75 talents. By camels, horses, etc., 20 talents. By warehouses, 10 talents. By bills due, 54 talents. By money on hand and subject to draft, 224 talents. Total, 553 talents. To these now, to the 553 talents gained, add the original capital I had from thy father, and thou hast 673 talents. and all thine, making thee, O son of Hur, the richest subject in the world.
He took the papyri from Esther, and, reserving one, rolled them and offered them to Ben-Hur. The pride perceptible in his manner was not offensive. It might have been from a sense of duty well done. It might have been for Ben-Hur without reference to himself.
And there is nothing,
he added, dropping his voice, but not his eyes.
There is nothing now thou mayest not do.
The moment was one of absorbing interest to all present. Simonides crossed his hands upon his breast again. Esther was anxious, Ilderim nervous. A man is never so on trial as in the moment of excessive good fortune. Taking the roll, Ben-Hur arose, struggling with emotion.
All this is to me as a light from heaven, sent to drive away a night which has been so long I feared it would never end, and so dark I had lost the hope of seeing,
he said with a husky voice.
I gave first thanks to the Lord, who has not abandoned me, and my next to thee, O Simonides. Thy faithfulness outweighs the cruelty of me. Thy faithfulness outweighs the cruelty of others, and redeems our human nature. There's nothing I cannot do, be it so. Shall any man in this my hour of such mighty privilege be more generous than I? Serve me as a witness now, Sheik Ilderim. Hear thou my words, as I shall speak them. Hear and remember. And thou, Esther, good angel of this good man, hear thou also.
He stretched his hand with the roll to Simonides.
The things these papers take into account, all of them, ships, houses, goods, camels, horses, money, the least as well as the greatest, give I back to thee, O Simonides, making them all thine, and sealing them to thee and thine forever.
Esther smiled through her tears. Ilderim pulled his beard with rapid motion, his eyes glistening like beads of jet. Simonides alone was calm.
Sealing them to thee and thine forever,
Ben-Hur continued, with better control of himself.
With one exception, and upon one condition.
The breath of the listeners waited upon his words.
The 120 talents which were my father's thou shalt return to me.
Ilderim's countenance brightened.
And thou shalt join me in search of my mother and sister, holding all thine subject to the expense of discovery, even as I will hold mine.
Simonides was much affected. Stretching out his hand, he said,
I see thy spirit, son of Hur, and I am grateful to the Lord that he hath sent thee to me such as thou art. If I served well thy father in life, and his memory afterwards, be not afraid of default to thee. Yet must I say the exception cannot stand.
Exhibiting then the reserved sheet, he continued,
Thou hast not all the account. Take this and read. Read aloud.
Ben-Hur took the supplement and read it.
Statements of the servants of Hur, rendered by Simonides, steward of the estate. Amrah, Egyptian, keeping the palace in Jerusalem. Simonides, the steward, in Antioch. Esther, daughter of Simonides.
Now, in all his thoughts of Simonides, not once had it entered Ben-Hur's mind that, by the law, a daughter followed the parent's condition. In all his visions of her, the sweet-faced Esther had figured as the rival of the Egyptian, and an object of possible love. He shrank from the revelation so suddenly brought him, and looked at her blushing, and, blushing, she dropped her eyes before him. Then he said, while the papyrus rolled itself together,
A man with 600 talents is indeed rich, and may do what he pleases. But rarer than the money, more priceless than the property, is the mind which amassed the wealth, and the heart it could not corrupt when amassed. O Simonides, and thou, fair Esther, fear not. Sheik Ilderim here shall be witness that in the same moment ye were declared my servants, that moment I declared ye free. And what I declare, that will I put in writing. Is it not enough? Can I do more?
Son of Hur,
said Simonides,
verily thou dost make servitude lightsome. I was wrong. There are some things thou canst not do. Thou canst not make us free in law. I am thy servant forever, because I went to the door with thy father one day, and in my ear the awl marks yet abide.
Did my father that?
Judge him not,
cried Simonides quickly.
He accepted me a servant of that class because I prayed him to do so. I never repented the step. It was the price I paid for Rachel, the mother of my child here, for Rachel, who would not be my wife unless I became what she was.
Was she a servant forever?
Even so.
Ben-Hur walked the floor in pain of impotent wish.
I was rich before,
he said, stopping suddenly.
I was rich with the gifts of generous Arius. Now comes this greater fortune, and the mind which achieved it. Is there not a purpose of God in it all? Counsel me, O Simonides. Help me to see the right and do it. Help me to be worthy my name, and what thou art in law to me, that I will be to thee in fact and deed. I will be thy servant forever.
Simonides' face actually glowed.
O son of my dead master, I will do better than help. I will serve thee with all my might of mind and heart. Body I have not. It perished in thy cause, but with mind and heart I will serve thee. I swear it by the altar of our God, and the gifts upon the altar. Only make me formally what I have assumed to be.
Name it,
said Ben-Hur eagerly.
As steward, the care of the property will be mine.
Count myself steward now, or wilt thou have it in writing?
Thy word simply is enough. It was so with the Father, and I will not more from the Son. And now, if the understanding be perfect...
Simonides paused.
It is with me,
said Ben-Hur.
And thou, daughter of Rachel, speak,
said Simonides, lifting her arm from his shoulder. Esther, left thus alone, stood a moment abashed, her colour coming and going. Then she went to Ben-Hur and said, with a womanliness singularly sweet,
I am not better than my mother was, and, as she is gone, I pray you, O my master, let me care for my father.
Ben-Hur took her hand and led her back to the chair, saying,
Thou art a good child. Have thy will.
Simonides replaced her arm upon his neck, and there was silence for a time in the room. End of chapter 7. Book 5th, Chapter 8 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Simonides looked up, none less a master.
Esther,
he said quietly,
the night is going fast, and lest we become too weary for that which is before us, let the refreshments be brought.
She rang a bell. A servant answered with wine and bread, which she bore round.
The understanding, good my master,
continued Simonides, when all were served,
is not perfect in my sight. Henceforth our lives will run on together like rivers which have met and joined their waters. I think their flowing will be better if every cloud is blown from the sky above them. You left my door the other day with what seemed a denial of the claims which I have just allowed in the broadest terms. But it was not so, indeed it was not. Esther is witness that I recognized you, and that I did not abandon you. Let Malak say.
Malak?
exclaimed Ben-Hur.
One bound to a chair like me must have many hands far-reaching if he would move the world from which he is so cruelly barred. I have many such, and Malak is one of the best of them. And sometimes...
He cast a grateful glance at the sheik.
Sometimes I borrow from others, good of heart, like Ilderim the generous, good and brave. Let him say if I either denied or forgot you.
Ben-Hur looked at the Arab.
This is he, good Ilderim. This is he who told you of me?
Ilderim's eyes twinkled as he nodded his answer.
How, O my master?
said Simonides.
May we without trial tell what a man is. I knew you, I saw your father in you, but the kind of man you were I did not know. There are people to whom fortune is a curse in disguise. Were you one of them? I sent Malak to find out for me, and in the service he was my eyes and ears. Do not blame him. He brought me report of you, which was all good.
I do not,
said Ben-Hur heartily.
There was wisdom in your goodness.
The words are very pleasant to me,
said the merchant with feeling.
Very pleasant. My fear of misunderstanding is laid. Let the rivers run on now as God may give them direction.
After an interval he continued,
I am compelled now by truth. The weaver sits weaving, and as the shuttle flies, the cloth increases, and the figures grow, and he dreams dreams meanwhile. So to my hands the fortune grew, and I wondered at the increase, and asked myself about it many times. I could see a care not my own went with the enterprises I set going. The simoons which smote others on the desert jumped over the things which were mine. The storms which heaped the seashores with wrecks did not blow my ships the sooner into port. Strangest of all, I, so dependent upon others, fixed to a place like a dead thing, had never a loss by an agent. Never. The elements stooped to serve me, and all my servants, in fact, were faithful.
It is very strange,
said Ben-Hur.
So I said, and kept saying. Finally, O my master, finally I came to be of your opinion. God was in it, and, like you, I asked, what can his purpose be? Intelligence is never wasted. Intelligence like God's never stirs except with design. I have held the question in heart, lo, these many years, watching for an answer. I felt sure if God were in it, some day in his own good time, in his own way, he would show me his purpose, making it clear as a whited house upon a hill. And I believe he has done so.
Ben-Hur listened with every faculty intent.
Many years ago with my people, thy mother was with me, Esther, beautiful as morning over old Olivet, I sat by the wayside out north of Jerusalem, near the tombs of the kings, when 3 men passed by riding great white camels such as had never been seen in the holy city. The men were strangers and from far countries. The first one stopped and asked me a question. Where is he that is born King of the Jews? As if to allay my wonder, he went on to say, We have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him. I could not understand, but followed them to the Damascus gate, and every person they met on the way, of the guard of the gate even, they asked the question. All who heard it were amazed like me. In time I forgot the circumstance, though there was much talk of it as presage of the Messiah. Alas, what children we are, even the wisest! When God walks the earth, his steps are often centuries apart. You have seen Balthazar?
And heard him tell his story,
said Ben-Hur.
A miracle! A miracle!
Cried Simonides.
As he told it to me, good my master, I seemed to hear the answer I had so long waited. God's purpose burst upon me. Poor will the king be when he comes, poor and friendless, without following, without armies, without cities or castles, a kingdom to be set up, and Rome reduced and blotted out. See, see, O my master, thou flushed with strength, thou trained to arms, thou burdened with riches, behold the opportunity the Lord hath sent thee. Shall not his purpose be thine? Could a man be born to a more perfect glory?
Simonides put his whole force in the appeal.
But the kingdom,
Ben-Hur answered eagerly.
Balthazar says it is to be of souls.
The pride of the Jew was strong in Simonides, and therefore the slightly contemptuous curl of the lip with which he began his reply.
Balthazar has been a witness of wonderful things, of miracles, O my master, and when he speaks of them, I bow with belief, for they are of sight and sound personal to him. But he is a son of Mizraim, and not even a proselyte. Hardly may he be supposed to have special knowledge, by virtue of which he must bow to him in a matter of God's dealing with our Israel. The prophets had their light from heaven directly, even as he had his, many to one, and Jehovah the same forever. I must believe the prophets. Bring me the Torah, Esther.
He proceeded without waiting for her.
May the testimony of a whole people be slighted, my master. Though you travel from Tyre, which is by the sea in the north, to the capital of Edom, which is in the desert south, you will not find a lisper of the Shema, an almsgiver in the temple, or any one who has ever eaten of the lamb of the Passover, to tell you the kingdom of the King is coming to build for us. The children of the covenant is other than of this world, like our father David's. Now where got they the faith, ask you? We will see presently.
Esther here returned, bringing a number of rolls carefully enveloped in dark brown linen, lettered quaintly in gold.
Keep them, daughter, to give to me as I call for them,
the father said, in the tender voice he always used in speaking to her, and continued his argument.
It were long, good my master, too long indeed, for me to repeat to you the names of the holy men who in the providence of God succeeded the prophets, only a little less favored than they, the seers who have written, and the preachers who have taught since the captivity, the very wise who borrowed their lights from the lamp of Malachi, the last of his line, and whose great names Hillel and Shammai never tired of repeating in the colleges. Will you ask them of the kingdom? Thus the Lord of the sheep in the book of Enoch. Who is he? Who but the King of whom we are speaking? A throne is set up for him. He smites the earth, and other kings are shaken from their thrones, and the scourges of Israel flung into the cavern of fire, flaming with pillars of fire. So also the singer of the Psalms of Solomon. Behold, O Lord, and raise up to Israel their king, the son of David, at the time thou knowest, O God, who rule Israel thy children. And he will bring the peoples of the heathen under his yoke to serve him. And he shall be a righteous king taught of God. For he shall rule all the earth with the word of his mouth forever. And last, though not least, hear Ezra, the second Moses, in his visions of the night, and ask him who is the lion with human voice that says to the eagle, which is Rome, Thou hast loved liars and overthrown the cities of the industrious, and razed their walls, though they did thee no harm. Therefore be gone, that the earth may be refreshed, and recover itself, and hope in the justice and piety of him who made her. Whereat the eagle was seen no more. Surely, O my master, the testimony of these should be enough. But the way to the fountain's head is open. Let us go up to it at once. Some wine, Esther, and then the Torah. Dost thou believe the prophets, master?
He asked after drinking.
I know thou dost, for of such was the faith of all thy kindred. Give me, Esther, the book which hath in it the visions of Isaiah.
He took one of the rolls which she had unwrapped for him, and read,
The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Now, Esther, the word of the Lord that came to Micah.
She gave him the roll he asked.
But thou,
he began reading,
But thou, Bethlehem Ephrath, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel. This was he, the very child Balthazar saw and worshipped in the cave. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Give me, Esther, the words of Jeremiah.
Receiving that roll, he read as before,
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. As a king he shall reign, as a king, O my master. Believest thou the prophets? Now, my daughter, the roll of the sayings of that son of Judah in whom there was no blemish.
She gave him the book of Daniel.
Here, my master,
he said.
I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Believest thou the prophets, O my master?
It is enough. I believe,
cried Ben-Hur.
What then?
asked Simonides.
If the king come poor, will not my master of his abundance give him help?
Help him to the last shekel and the last breath. But why speak of his coming poor?
Give me, Esther, the word of the Lord as it came to Zechariah,
said Simonides. She gave him one of the rolls.
Hear how the king will enter Jerusalem.
Then he read,
Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee with justice and salvation, lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt, the foal of an ass.
Ben-Hur looked away.
What see you, O my master?
Rome,
he answered gloomily.
Rome and her legions. I have dwelt with them in their camps. I know them.
Ah,
said Simonides.
Thou shalt be a master of legions for the king, with millions to choose from.
Millions?
cried Ben-Hur. Simonides sat a moment thinking.
The question of power should not trouble you,
he next said. Ben-Hur looked at him inquiringly.
You were seeing the lowly king in the act of coming to his own,
Simonides answered.
Seeing him on the right hand, as it were, and on the left the brassy legions of Caesar, and you are asking, What can he do?
It was my very thought.
Oh, my master,
Simonides continued,
you do not know how strong our Israel is. You think of him as a sorrowful old man weeping by the rivers of Babylon. But go up to Jerusalem next Passover, and stand at the Xystus, or in the street of Barter, and see him as he is. The promise of the Lord to Father Jacob coming out of Paddan Aram was a law under which our people have not ceased multiplying, not even in captivity. They grew under foot of the Egyptian. The clinch of the Roman has been but wholesome nurture to them. Now they are indeed a nation and a company of nations. Nor that only, my master, in fact, to measure the strength of Israel, which is in fact measuring what the king can do. You shall not bide solely by the rule of natural increase, but add thereto the other, I mean the spread of the faith, which will carry you to the far and near of the whole known earth. For the habit is, I know, to think and speak of Jerusalem as Israel, which may be likened to our finding an embroidered shred, and holding it up as a magisterial robe of Caesar's. Jerusalem is but a stone of the temple, or the heart in the body. Turn from beholding the legions, strong though they be, and count the hosts of the faithful waiting the old alarm. To your tents, O Israel! Count the many in Persia, children of those who chose not to return with the returning. Count the brethren who swarm the marts of Egypt and the farther Africa. Count the Hebrew colonists eking profit in the West, in Lodinum and the trade courts of Spain. Count the pure of blood and the proselytes in Greece, and in the isles of the sea and over Pontus, and here in Antioch, and for that matter, those of that city lying accursed in the shadow of the unclean walls of Rome herself. Count the worshippers of the Lord dwelling in the tents along the deserts next us, as well as in the deserts beyond the Nile, and in the regions across the Caspian, and up in the old lands of Gog and Magog even. Separate those who annually send gifts to the holy temple in acknowledgment of God. Separate them, that they may be counted also. And when you have done counting, lo, my master, a census of the sword hands that await you. Lo, a kingdom ready fashioned for him who is to do judgment and justice in the whole earth, in Rome not less than in Zion. Have then the answer, what Israel can do, that can the king.
The picture was fervently given. Upon Ilderim it operated like the blowing of a trumpet.
"Oh, that I had back my youth!"
he cried, starting to his feet. Ben-Hur sat still. The speech, he saw, was an invitation to devote his life and fortune to the mysterious being, who was palpably as much the centre of a great hope with Simonides as with the devout Egyptian. The idea, as we have seen, was not a new one, but had come to him repeatedly, once while listening to Melech in the grove of Daphne, afterwards more distinctly when Balthasar was giving his conception of what the kingdom was to be. Still later, in the walk through the old orchard, it had risen almost, if not quite, into a resolve. At such times it had come and gone only an idea, attended with feelings more or less acute. Not so now. A master had it in charge, a master was working it up. Already he had exalted it into a cause, brilliant with possibilities, and infinitely holy. The effect was as if a door theretofore unseen had suddenly opened, flooding Ben-Hur with light, and admitting him to a service, which had been his one perfect dream, a service reaching far into the future, and rich with the rewards of duty done, and prizes to sweeten and soothe his ambition. One touch more was needed.
"Let us concede all you say, O Simonides,"
said Ben-Hur,
"that the king will come, and his kingdom be as Solomon's. Say also I am ready to give myself and all I have to him in his cause. Yet more, say that I should do as was God's purpose in the ordering of my life. And in your quick amassment of astonishing fortune, then what? Shall we proceed like blind men building? Shall we wait till the king comes, or until he sends for me? You have age and experience on your side. Answer."
Simonides answered at once.
"We have no choice, none. This letter—"
He produced Messala's dispatch as he spoke.
"This letter is the signal for action. The alliance proposed between Messala and Gratus we are not strong enough to resist. We have not the influence at Rome nor the force here. They will kill you if we wait. How merciful they are! Look at me and judge."
He shuddered at the terrible recollection.
"O good my master,"
he continued, recovering himself.
"How strong are you in purpose, I mean."
Ben-Hur did not understand him.
"I remember how pleasant the world was to me in my youth,"
Simonides proceeded.
"Yet,"
said Ben-Hur,
"you are capable of a great sacrifice."
"Yes, for love."
"Has not life other motives as strong?"
Simonides shook his head.
"There is ambition."
"Ambition is forbidden a son of Israel."
"What then of revenge?"
The spark dropped upon the inflammable passion. The man's eyes gleamed. His hands shook. He answered quickly,
"Revenge is a Jew's of right. It is the law."
"A camel, even a dog, will remember a wrong,"
cried Ilderim. Directly Simonides picked up the broken thread of his thought.
"There is a work for the king which should be done in advance of his coming. We may not doubt that Israel is to be his right hand, but alas, it is a hand of peace, without cunning in war. Of millions there is not one trained band, not a captain. The mercenaries of the Herods I do not count, for they are kept to crush us. The condition is as the Roman would have it. His policy has fruited well for his tyranny. But the time of change is at hand, when the shepherd shall put on armor and take to spear and sword, and the feeding flocks be turned to fighting lions. Some one, my son, must have place next the king at his right hand. Who shall it be, if not he who does this work well?"
Ben-Hur's face flushed at the prospect, though he said,
"I see, but speak plainly. A deed to be done is one thing. How to do it is another."
Simonides sipped the wine Esther brought him, and replied,
"The sheikh and thou, my master, shall be principals, each with a part. I will remain here, carrying on as now, and watchful that the spring go not dry. Thou shalt betake thee to Jerusalem, and thence to the wilderness, and begin numbering the fighting men of Israel, and telling them into tens and hundreds, and choosing captains, and training them, and in secret places hoarding armies, for which I shall keep thee supplied. Commencing over in Perea, thou shalt go then to Galilee, whence it is but a step to Jerusalem. In Perea the desert will be at thy back, and Ilderim in reach of thy hand. He will keep the roads, so that nothing shall pass without thy knowledge. He will help thee in many ways. Until the ripening time no one shall know what is here contracted. Mine is but a servant's part. I have spoken to Ilderim. What sayest thou?
Ben-Hur looked at the sheik.
It is as he says, son of Hur.
The Arab responded.
I have given my word, and he is content with it. But thou shalt have my oath, binding me, and the ready hands of my tribe, and whatever serviceable thing I have.
The three, Simonides, Ilderim, Esther, gazed at Ben-Hur fixedly.
Every man,
he answered at first sadly,
has a cup of pleasure poured for him, and soon or late it comes to his hand, and he tastes and drinks, every man but me. I see, Simonides, and thou, O generous sheik, I see whither the proposal tends. If I accept, and enter upon the course, farewell peace, and the hopes which cluster around it. The doors I might enter, and the gates of quiet life will shut behind me, never to open again. For Rome keeps them all, and her outlawry will follow me, and her hunters, and in the tombs near the cities, and the dismal caverns of the remotest hills, I must eat my crust and take my rest.
The speech was broken by a sob. All turned to Esther, who hid her face upon her father's shoulder.
I did not think of you, Esther,
said Simonides gently, for he was himself deeply moved.
It is well enough, Simonides,
said Ben-Hur.
A man bears a hard doom better, knowing there is pity for him. Let me go on.
They gave him ear again.
I was about to say,
he continued,
I have no choice, but take the part you assign me, and as remain here is to meet an ignoble death. I will to the work at once.
Shall we have writings?
asked Simonides, moved by his habit of business.
I rest upon your word,
said Ben-Hur.
And I,
Ilderim answered. Thus simply was effected the treaty which was to alter Ben-Hur's life. And almost immediately the latter added,
It is done, then.
May the God of Abraham help us,
Simonides exclaimed.
One word now, my friends,
Ben-Hur said more cheerfully.
By your leave, I will be my own until after the games. It is not probable Messala will set peril on foot for me until he has given the procurator time to answer him, and that cannot be in less than 7 days from the dispatch of his letter. The meeting him in the circus is a pleasure I would buy at whatever risk.
Ilderim, well pleased, assented readily, and Simonides, intent on business, added,
It is well. For look you, my master, the delay will give me time to do you a good part. I understood you to speak of an inheritance derived from Arius. Is it in property?
A villa near Misenum, and houses in Rome.
I suggest, then, the sale of the property, and safe deposit of the proceeds. Give me an account of it, and I will have authorities drawn, and dispatch an agent on the mission forthwith. We will forestall the imperial robbers at least this once.
You shall have the account tomorrow.
Then, if there be nothing more, the work of the night is done,
said Simonides. Ilderim combed his beard complacently, saying,
And well done.
The bread and wine again, Esther. Sheikh Ilderim will make us happy by staying with us till tomorrow, or at his pleasure. And thou, my master?
Let the horses be brought,
said Ben-Hur.
I will return to the orchard. The enemy will not discover me if I go now, and
he glanced at Ilderim.
The four will be glad to see me.
As the day dawned, he and Maluk dismounted at the door of the tent. End of chapter 8. Book 5th, Chapter 9 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Next night, about the 4th hour, Ben-Hur stood on the terrace of the great warehouse with Esther. Below them, on the landing, there was much running about and shifting of packages and boxes, and shouting of men, whose figures, stooping, heaving, hauling, looked, in the light of the crackling torches kindled in their aid, like the labouring genii of the fantastic Eastern tales. A galley was being laden for instant departure. Simonides had not yet come from his office, in which, at the last moment, he would deliver to the captain of the vessel instructions to proceed without stop to Ostia, the seaport of Rome, and after landing a passenger there, continue more leisurely to Valencia, on the coast of Spain. The passenger is the agent going to dispose of the estate derived from Arius the Duumvir. When the lines of the vessel are cast off and she is put about, and her voyage begun, Ben-Hur will be committed irrevocably to the work undertaken the night before. If he is disposed to repent the agreement with Ilderim, a little time is allowed him to give notice and break it off. He is master, and has only to say the word. Such may have been the thought at the moment in his mind. He was standing with folded arms, looking upon the scene in a manner of man debating with himself. Young, handsome, rich, but recently from the patrician circles of Roman society, it is easy to think of the world besetting him with appeals not to give more to onerous duty or ambition, attended with outlawry and danger. We can even imagine the arguments with which he was pressed, the hopelessness of contention with Caesar, the uncertainty veiling everything connected with the king and his coming, the ease, honours, state, purchasable like goods in market, and strongest of all, the sense newly acquired of home, with friends to make it delightful. Only those who have been wanderers long desolate can know the power there was in the latter appeal. Let us add, now, the world always cunning enough of itself, always whispering to the weak, "Stay, take thine ease," always presenting the sunny side of life. The world was in this instant helped by Ben-Hur's companion.
Were you ever at Rome?
He asked.
No,
Esther replied.
Would you like to go?
I think not.
Why?
I am afraid of Rome,
she answered, with a perceptible tremor of the voice. He looked at her then, or rather down upon her, for at his side she appeared little more than a child. In the dim light he could not see her face distinctly, even the form was shadowy. But again he was reminded of Tirzah, and a sudden tenderness fell upon him, just so the lost sister stood with him on the housetop, the calamitous morning of the accident to Gratus. Poor Tirzah! Where was she now? Esther had the benefit of the feeling evoked. If not his sister, he could never look upon her as his servant, and that she was his servant in fact would make him always the more considerate and gentle towards her.
I cannot think of Rome,
she continued, recovering her voice and speaking in her quiet, womanly way.
I cannot think of Rome as a city of palaces and temples and crowded with people. She is to me a monster which has possession of one of the beautiful lands, and lies there luring men to ruin and death, a monster which it is not possible to resist, a ravenous beast gorging with blood. Why—"
She faltered, looked down, stopped.
"Go on," said
Ben-Hur reassuringly. She drew closer to him, looked up again, and said,
"Why must you make her your enemy? Why not rather make peace with her and be at rest? You have had many ills, and borne them. You have survived the snares laid for you by foes. Sorrow has consumed your youth. Is it well to give it the remainder of your days?" The girlish face under his eyes seemed to come nearer and get whiter as the pleading went on. He stooped towards it and asked softly,
"What would you have me do, Esther?"
She hesitated a moment, then asked in return,
"Is the property near Rome a residence?"
"Yes."
"And pretty?"
"It is beautiful, a palace in the midst of gardens, and shell-strewn walks, fountains without and within, statuary in the shady nooks, hills around covered with vines, and so high that Neapolis and Vesuvius are in sight, and the sea an expanse of purpling blue dotted with restless sails. Caesar has a country seat near by, but in Rome they say the old Arian villa is the prettiest."
"And the life there, is it quiet?"
"There was never a summer day, never a moonlit night more quiet, save when visitors come. Now that the old owner is gone, and I am here, there's nothing to break its silence. Nothing, unless it be the whispering of servants, or the whistling of happy birds, or the noise of fountains at play. It is changeless, except as day by day old flowers fade and fall, and new ones bud and bloom, and the sunlight gives place to the shadow of a passing cloud. The life, Esther, was all too quiet for me. It made me restless by keeping always present a feeling that I, who have so much to do, was dropping into idle habits and tying myself with silken chains, and after a while, and not a long while either, would end with nothing done."
She looked off over the river.
"Why did you ask?"
he said.
"Good my master."
"No, no, Esther, not that. Call me friend, brother if you will. I am not your master, and will not be. Call me brother."
He could not see the flush of pleasure which reddened her face, and the glow of the eyes that went out, lost in the void above the river.
"I cannot understand,"
she said,
"the nature which prefers the life you are going to, a life of—"
"Of violence, and it may be of blood,"
he said, completing the sentence.
Yes,
she added,
the nature which could prefer that life to such as might be in the beautiful villa.
Esther, you mistake. There is no preference. Alas, the Roman is not so kind. I am going of necessity. To stay here is to die, and if I go there, the end will be the same, a poisoned cup, a bravo's blow, or a judge's sentence obtained by perjury. Messala and the procurator Gratus are rich with the plunder of my father's estate, and it is more important to them to keep their gains now than was their getting in the first instance. A peaceable settlement is out of reach, because of the confession it would imply. And then, ah, Esther, if I could buy them, I do not know that I would. I do not believe peace possible to me. No, not even in the sleepy shade and sweet air of the marble porches of the old villa, no matter who might be there to help me bear the burden of the days, nor by what patience of love she made the effort. Peace is not possible to me while my people are lost, for I must be watchful to find them. If I find them, and they have suffered wrong, shall not the guilty suffer for it? If they are dead by violence, shall the murderers escape? Oh, I could not sleep for dreams, nor could the holiest love, by any stratagem, lull me to a rest which conscience would not strangle.
Is it so bad, then?
she asked, her voice tremulous with feeling.
Can nothing be done?
Ben-Hur took her hand.
Do you care so much for me?
Yes,
she answered simply. The hand was warm, and in the palm of his it was lost. He felt it tremble. Then the Egyptian came, so the opposite of this little one, so tall, so audacious, with a flattery so cunning, a wit so ready, a beauty so wonderful, a manner so bewitching. He carried the hand to his lips, and gave it back.
You shall be another Tirzah to me, Esther.
Who is Tirzah?
The little sister the Romans stole from me, and whom I must find before I can rest or be happy.
Just then a gleam of light flashed athwart the terrace and fell upon the two, and looking round they saw a servant roll Simonides in his chair out of the door. They went to the merchant, and in the after-talk he was principal. Immediately the lines of the galley were cast off, and she swung round, and midst the flashing of torches and the shouting of joyous sailors, hurried off to the sea, leaving Ben-Hur committed to the cause of the king who was to come. End of chapter 9. Book 5th, Chapter 10 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The day before the games, in the afternoon, all Ilderim's racing property was taken to the city, and put in quarters adjoining the circus. Along with it the good man carried a great deal of property not of that class, so with servants, retainers mounted and armed, horses in leading, cattle driven, camels laden with baggage, his outgoing from the orchard was not unlike a tribal migration. The people along the road failed not to laugh at his motley procession. On the other side, it was observed that, with all his irascibility, he was not in the least offended by their rudeness. If he was under surveillance, as he had reason to believe, the informer would describe the semi-barbarous show with which he came up to the races. The Romans would laugh, the city would be amused, but what cared he? Next morning the pageant would be far on the road to the desert, and going with it would be every movable thing of value belonging to the orchard, everything save such as were essential to the success of his four. He was, in fact, started home. His tents were all folded, the douar was no more. In 12 hours all would be out of reach, pursue who might. A man is never safer than when he is under the laugh, and the shrewd old Arab knew it. Neither he nor Ben-Hur overestimated the influence of Messala. It was their opinion, however, that he would not begin active measures against them until after the meeting in the circus. If defeated there, especially if defeated by Ben-Hur, they might instantly look for the worst he could do. He might not even await for advices from Gratus. With this view they shaped their course, and were prepared to betake themselves out of harm's way. They rode together now in good spirits, calmly confident of success on the morrow. On the way they came upon Malluch waiting for them. The faithful fellow gave no sign by which it was possible to infer any knowledge on his part of the relationship so recently admitted between Ben-Hur and Simonides, or of the treaty between them and Ilderim. He exchanged salutations as usual, and produced a paper, saying to the sheik,
I have here the notice of the editor of the games, just issued. in which you will find your horses published for the race. You will find in it also the order of exercises. Without waiting, good sheikh, I congratulate you upon your victory."
He gave the paper over, and leaving the worthy to master it, turned to Ben-Hur.
"To you also, son of Arius, my congratulations. There is nothing now to prevent your meeting Miss Sala. Every condition preliminary to the race is complied with. I have the assurance from the editor himself."
"I thank you, Malak,"
said Ben-Hur. Malak proceeded.
"Your color is white, and Miss Sala's mixed scarlet and gold. The good effects of the choice are visible already. Boys are now hawking white ribbons along the streets. Tomorrow every Arab and Jew in the city will wear them. In the circus you will see the white fairly divide the galleries with the red."
"The galleries, but not the tribunal over the Porta Pompei."
"No, the scarlet and gold will rule there. But if we win—"
Malak chuckled with the pleasure of the thought.
"If we win, how the dignitaries will tremble. They will bet, of course, according to their scorn of everything not Roman. 2, 3, 5 to 1 on Messala, because he is Roman."
Dropping his voice, he continued,
"It ill becomes a Jew of good standing in the temple to put his money at such a hazard. Yet, in confidence, I will have a friend next behind the consul's seat to accept offers of 3 to 1, or 5, or 10. The madness may go to such height. I have put to his order 6,000 shekels for the purpose."
"Nay, Malak,"
said Ben-Hur,
"a Roman will wager only in his Roman coin. Suppose you find your friend tonight, and place it to his order sestertii in such amount as you choose. And look you, Malak, let him be instructed to seek wagers with Messala and his supporters. Ilderim's fort against Messala's."
Malak reflected a moment.
"The effect will be to center interest upon your contest."
"The very thing I seek, Malak."
I see.
"Aye, Malak, would you serve me perfectly? Help me to fix the public eye upon our race, Messala's and mine."
Malak spoke quickly.
"It can be done."
"Then let it be done,"
said Ben-Hur.
"Enormous wagers offered will answer. If the offers are accepted, all the better."
Malak turned his eyes watchfully upon Ben-Hur.
"Shall I not have back the equivalent of his robbery?"
said Ben-Hur, partly to himself.
"Another opportunity may not come, and if I could break him in fortune as well as in pride, our father Jacob could take no offence."
A look of determined will knit his handsome face, giving emphasis to his further speech.
"Yes, it shall be. Hark, Malak, stop not in thy offer of sestertii. Advance them to talents, if any there be who dare so high. 5, 10, 20 talents, aye, 50, so the wager be with Messala himself."
"It is a mighty sum,"
said Malak.
"I must have security."
"So thou shalt. Go to Simonides, and tell him I wish the matter arranged. Tell him my heart is set on the ruin of my enemy, and that the opportunity hath such excellent promise that I choose such hazards. On our side be the God of our fathers. Go, good Malak, let this not slip."
And Malak, greatly delighted, gave him parting salutation, and started to ride away, but returned presently.
"Your pardon,"
he said to Ben-Hur.
"There was another matter. I could not get near Messala's chariot myself, but I had another measure it, and from his report, his hub stands quite a palm higher from the ground than yours."
"A palm? So much?"
cried Ben-Hur joyfully. Then he leaned over to Malak.
"As thou art a son of Judah, Malak, and faithful to thy kin, get thee a seat in the gallery over the gate of triumph, down close to the balcony in front of the pillars, and watch well when we make the turns there. Watch well, for if I have favor at all, I will. Nay, Malak, let it go unsaid, only get thee there, and watch well."
At that moment a cry burst from Ilderim.
"Ha! By the splendor of God, what is this?"
He drew near Ben-Hur with a finger pointing on the face of the notice.
"Read," said Ben-Hur.
"No, better thou."
Ben-Hur took the paper, which, signed by the prefect of the province as editor, performed the office of a modern programme, giving particularly the several advertisements provided for the occasion. It informed the public that there would be first a procession of extraordinary splendor, that the procession would be succeeded by the customary honors to the god Consus, whereupon the games would begin, running, leaping, wrestling, boxing, each in the order stated. The names of the competitors were given, with their several nationalities and schools of training, the trials in which they had been engaged, the prizes won, and the prizes now offered. Under the latter head the sums of money were stated in illuminated letters, telling of the departure of the day when the simple chaplet of pine or laurel was fully enough for the victor, hungering for glory as something better than riches, and content with it. Over these parts of the programme Ben-Hur sped with rapid eyes. At last he came to the announcement of the race. He read it slowly. Attending lovers of the heroic sports were assured that they would certainly be gratified by an Orestian struggle unparalleled in Antioch. The city offered the spectacle in honour of the consul. 100,000 sestertii and a crown of laurel were the prizes. Then followed the particulars. The entries were 6 in all, 4s only permitted, and, to further the interest in the performance, the competitors would be turned into the course together. Each 4 then received description.
1. A 4 of Lysippus the Corinthian, 2 greys, a bay, and a black. Entered at Alexandria last year, and again at Corinth, where they were winners. Lysippus, driver. Color, yellow. 2. A 4 of Massala of Rome, 2 white, 2 black. Victors of the Circensian, as exhibited in the Circus Maximus last year. Massala, driver. Colors, scarlet and gold. A 4 of Cleanthes the Athenian, 3 grey, 1 bay, winners at the Isthmian last year. Cleanthes, driver. Color, green. 4. A 4 of Dicaeus the Byzantine, 2 black, 1 grey, 1 bay, winners this year at Byzantium. Dicaeus, driver. Color, black. A 4 of Admetus the Sidonian, all greys. Thrice entered at Caesarea, and thrice victors. Admetus, driver. Color, blue. A 4 of Ilderim, sheik of the desert. All bays. First race. Ben-Hur, a Jew. Driver. Color, white.
Ben-Hur, a Jew! Driver! Why that name instead of Arius? Ben-Hur raised his eyes to Ilderim. He had found the cause of the Arabs' outcry. Both rushed to the same conclusion. The hand was the hand of Massala! End of chapter 10. Book 5th, Chapter 11 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. Evening was hardly come upon Antioch when the Omphalos, nearly in the centre of the city, became a troubled fountain from which in every direction, but chiefly down to the Nymphaeum and east and west along the colonnade of Herod, flowed currents of people, for the time given up to Bacchus and Apollo. For such indulgence anything more fitting cannot be imagined than the great roofed streets, which were literally made on miles and miles of porticos wrought of marble, polished to the last degree of finish, and all gifts to the voluptuous city by princes careless of expenditure, where, as in this instance, they were thought they were eternizing themselves. Darkness was not permitted anywhere, and the singing, the laughter, the shouting, were incessant, and in compound like the roar of waters dashing through hollow grots, confused by a multitude of echoes. The many nationalities represented, though they might have amazed a stranger, were not peculiar to Antioch. Of the various missions of the great empire, one seems to have been the fusion of men and the introduction of strangers to each other. Accordingly, whole peoples rose up and went at pleasure, taking with them their costumes, customs, speech, and gods, and where they chose they stopped, engaged in business, built houses, erected altars, and were what they had been at home. There was a peculiarity, however, which could not have failed the notice of a looker-on this night in Antioch. Nearly everybody wore the colours of one or other of the charioteers announced for the morrow's race. Sometimes it was in the form of a scarf, sometimes a badge, often a ribbon or feather. Whatever the form, it signified merely the wearer's partiality. Thus, green published a friend of Cleanthes the Athenian, and black an adherent of the Byzantine. This was according to a custom, old probably as the day of the race of Orestes. A custom, by the way, worthy of study as a marvel of history, illustrative of the absurd yet appalling extremities to which men frequently suffer their follies to drag them. The observer abroad on this occasion, once attracted to the wearing of colours, would have very shortly decided that there were three in predominance, green, white, and the mixed scarlet and gold. But let us from the streets to the palace on the island. The 5 great chandeliers in the saloon are freshly lighted. The assemblage is much the same as that already noticed in connection with the place. The divan has its core of sleepers and burden of garments, and the tables yet resound with the rattle and clash of dice. Yet the greater part of the company are not doing anything. They walk about, or yawn tremendously, or pause as they pass each other to exchange idle nothings. Will the weather be fair tomorrow? Are the preparations for the games complete? Do the laws of the circus in Antioch differ from the laws of the circus in Rome? Truth is, the young fellows are suffering from ennui. Their heavy work is done, that is, we would find their tablets, could we look at them, covered with memoranda of wagers on every contest, on the running, the wrestling, the boxing, on everything but the chariot race. And why not on that? Good reader, they cannot find anybody who will hazard so much as a denarius with them against Messala. There are no colours in the saloon but his. No one thinks of his defeat. Why, they say, is he not perfect in his training? Did he not graduate from an imperial lanista? Were not his horses winners at the Circensian in the Circus Maximus? And then, ah, yes, he is a Roman. In a corner, at ease on the divan, Messala himself may be seen. Around him, sitting or standing, are his courtly admirers, plying him with questions. There is, of course, but one topic. Enter Drusus and Cecilius.
Ah!
Cries the young prince, throwing himself on the divan at Messala's feet.
Ah, by Bacchus, I'm tired.
Whither away?
Asks Messala.
Up the street, up to the Omphalos, and beyond, who shall say how far? Rivers of people, never so many in the city before. They say we will see the whole world at the circus tomorrow.
Messala laughed scornfully.
The idiots! Purpole! They never beheld a Circensian with Caesar for editor. But, my Drusus, what found you?
Nothing.
Oh, you forget,
said Cecilius.
What?
Asked Drusus.
The procession of whites.
Mirable!
Cried Drusus, half rising.
We met a fashion of whites, and they had a banner. But...
He fell back indolently.
Cruel Drusus, not to go on,
said Messala.
Scum of the desert they were, my Messala, and garbage eaters from the Jacob's temple in Jerusalem. What had I to do with them?
Nay,
said Cecilius.
Drusus is afraid of a laugh, but I am not, my Messala.
Speak thou, then.
Well, we stopped the faction, and...
Offered them a wager,
said Drusus, relenting and taking the word from the shadow's mouth.
And one fellow, with not enough skin on his face to make a worm for a carp, stepped forth and said yes. I drew my tablets. Who is your man? I asked. Ben-Hur, the Jew, said he. Then I, what shall it be? How much? He answered, Excuse me, Messala, by Jove's thunder I cannot go on for laughter.
The listeners leaned forward. Messala looked to Cecilius.
A shekel, said the latter.
A shekel!
A shekel!
A burst of scornful laughter ran fast upon the repetition.
And what did Drusus? Asked
Messala. An outcry over about the door just then occasioned a rush to that quarter, and as the noise there continued and grew louder, even Cecilius betook himself off, pausing only to say,
The noble Drusus, my Messala, put up his tablets and lost the shekel.
A white, a white.
Let him come.
This way, this way.
These and like exclamations filled the saloon to the stoppage of other speech. The dice players quit their games, the sleepers awoke, rubbed their eyes, drew their tablets, and hurried to the common centre.
I offer you.
And I.
The person so warmly received was the respectable Jew, Ben-Hur's fellow voyager from Cyprus. He entered grave, quiet, observant. His robe was spotlessly white, so was the cloth of his turban. Bowing and smiling at the welcome, he moved slowly towards the central table. Arrived there, he drew his robe about him in a stately manner, took seat, and waved his hand. The gleam of a jewel on a finger helped him not a little to the silence which ensued.
"Romans, most noble Romans, I salute you,"
he said.
"Easy, by Jupiter. Who is he?"
asked Drusus.
"A dog of Israel, Sanballat by name, purveyor for the army, residence Rome, vastly rich, grown so as a contractor of the furnishments which he never furnishes. He spins mischiefs, nevertheless, finer than spiders spin their webs. Come, by the girdle of Venus, let us catch him!"
Messala arose as he spoke, and with Drusus joined the mass crowded about the purveyor.
"It came to me on the street,"
said that person, producing his tablets, and opening them on the table with an impressive air of business,
"that there was great discomfort in the palace because offers on Messala were going without takers. The gods, you know, must have sacrifices, and here I am. You see my color. Let us to the matter. Odds first, amounts next. What will you give me?"
The audacity seemed to stun his hearers.
"Haste,"
he said.
"I have an engagement with the consul."
The spur was effective.
2 to 1,
cried half a dozen in a voice.
"What?"
exclaimed the purveyor, astonished.
"Only 2 to 1, and yours a Roman?"
"Take 3, then."
"3, say you? Only 3? And mine but a dog of a Jew. Give me 4.
4 it is,"
said a boy, stung by the taunt.
5, give me 5.
cried the purveyor instantly. A profound stillness fell upon the assemblage.
The consul, your master and mine, is waiting for me.
The inaction became awkward to the many.
Give me 5, for the honor of Rome, 5.
5 let it be,
said one in answer. There was a sharp cheer, a commotion, and Messala himself appeared.
5 let it be,
he said. And Sanballat smiled and made ready to write.
If Caesar die tomorrow,
he said,
Rome will not be all bereft. There is at least one other with spirit to take his place. Give me 6.
6 be it,
answered Messala. There was another shout louder than the first.
6 be it,
repeated Messala.
6 to 1, the difference between a Roman and a Jew. And, having found it, now, O Redemptor of the flesh of swine, let us on. The amount, and quickly. The consul may send for thee, and I will then be bereft.
Sanballat took the laugh against him coolly, and wrote, and offered the writing to Messala.
Read.
Read,
everybody demanded. And Messala read.
Mem. Chariot race. Messala of Rome, in wager with Sanballat, also of Rome, says he will beat Ben-Hur, the Jew. Amount of wager, 20 talents. Odds to Sanballat, 6 to 1. Witnesses, Sanballat.
There was no noise, no motion. Each person seemed held in the pose the reading found him. Messala stared at the memorandum, while the eyes which had him in view opened wide and stared at him. He felt the gaze and thought rapidly. So lately he stood in the same place, and in the same way hectored the countrymen around him. They would remember it. If he refused to sign, his heroship was lost. And sign he could not. He was not worth 100 talents, nor the 5th part of the sum. Suddenly his mind became a blank. He stood speechless, the colour fled his face. An idea at last came to his relief.
Thou Jew,
he said,
where hast thou 20 talents? Show me.
Sanballat's provoking smile deepened.
There,
he replied, offering Messala a paper.
Read.
Read,
arose all around. Again Messala read.
At Antioch, Tammuz, 16th day, the bearer, Sanballat of Rome, hath now to his order with me 50 talents, coin of Caesar, Simonides.
50 talents?
50 talents!
Echoed the throng in amazement. Then Drusus came to the rescue.
By Hercules,
he shouted,
the paper lies, and the Jew is a liar. Who but Caesar hath 50 talents at order? Down with the insolent white.
The cry was angry, and it was angrily repeated, yet Sanballat kept his seat, and his smile grew more exasperating the longer he waited. At length Messala spoke.
Hush! 1-to-1, my countrymen, 1-to-1, for love of our ancient Roman name.
The timely action recovered him his ascendancy.
O thou circumcised dog,
he continued to Sanballat.
I gave thee 6-to-1, did I not?
Yes,
said the Jew quietly.
Well, give me now the fixing of the amount.
With reserve, if the amount be trifling, have thy will,
answered Sanballat.
Write then 5 in place of 20.
Hast thou so much?
By the mother of the gods, I will show you receipts.
Nay, the word of so brave a Roman must pass. Only make the sum even. 6 make it, and I will write.
Write it so.
And forthwith they exchanged writings. Sanballat immediately arose and looked around him, a sneer in place of his smile. No man better than he knew those with whom he was dealing.
Romans,
he said,
another wager, if you dare. 5 talents against 5 talents that the white will win. I challenge you collectively.
They were again surprised.
What?
He cried louder.
Shall it be said in the circus tomorrow that a dog of Israel went into the saloon of the palace full of Roman nobles, among them the scion of a Caesar, and laid 5 talents before them in challenge, and they had not the courage to take it up?
The sting was unendurable.
Have done, O insolent,
said Drusus.
Write the challenge, and leave it on the table. And tomorrow, if we find thou hast indeed so much money to put at such hopeless hazard, I, Drusus, promise it shall be taken.
Sanballat wrote again, and rising, said, unmoved as ever,
See, Drusus, I leave the offer with you. When it is signed, send it to me any time before the race begins. I will be found with the consul in a seat over the Porta Pompei. Peace to you. Peace to all.
He bowed and departed, careless of the shout of derision with which they pursued him out of the door. In the night the story of the prodigious wager flew along the streets and over the city, and Ben-Hur, lying with his 4, was told of it, and also that Messala's whole fortune was on the hazard. And he slept never so soundly. End of chapter 11. Book 5th, Chapter 12 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. The circus at Antioch stood on the south bank of the river, nearly opposite the island, differing in no respect from the plan of such buildings in general. In the purest sense, the games were a gift to the public. Consequently, everybody was free to attend, and, vast as the holding capacity of the structure was, so fearful were the people, on this occasion, lest there should not be room for them, that, early the day before the opening of the exhibition, they took up all the vacant spaces in the vicinity, where their temporary shelter suggested an army in waiting. At midnight the entrances were thrown wide, and the rabble, surging in, occupied the quarters assigned to them, from which nothing less than an earthquake or an army with spears could have dislodged them. They dozed the night away on the benches, and breakfasted there, and there the close of the exercises found them, patient and sight-hungry as in the beginning. The better people, their seats secured, began moving towards the circus, about the first hour of the morning, the noble and very rich among them distinguished by litters and retinues of liveried servants. By the second hour the efflux from the city was a stream unbroken and innumerable. Exactly as the gnomon of the official dial-up in the citadel pointed on the second hour half gone, the legion, in full panoply, and with all its standards on exhibit, descended from Mount Sulpius, and when the rear of the last cohort disappeared in the bridge, Antioch was literally abandoned. Not that the circus could hold the multitude, but that the multitude was gone out to it nevertheless. A great concourse on the river shore witnessed the consul come over from the island in a barge of state. As the great man landed and was received by the legion, the martial show for one brief moment transcended the attraction of the circus. At the third hour, the audience, if such it may be termed, was assembled. At last a flourish of trumpets called for silence, and instantly the gaze of over 100,000 persons was directed towards a pile forming the eastern section of the building. There was a basement first, broken in the middle by a broad arched passage, called the Porta Pompei, over which, on an elevated tribunal magnificently decorated with insignia and legionary standards, the consul sat in the place of honour. On both sides of the passage the basement was divided into stalls termed carceres, each protected in front by massive gates swung to statuesque pilasters. Over the stalls next was a cornice crowned low by a balustrade, back of which the seats arose in theatre arrangement, all occupied by a throng of dignitaries superbly attired. The pile extended the width of the circus, and was flanked on both sides by towers which, besides helping the architects give grace to their work, served the velaria, or purple awnings, stretched between them so as to throw the whole quarter in a shade that became exceedingly grateful as the day advanced. This structure, it is now thought, can be made useful in helping the reader to a sufficient understanding of the arrangement of the rest of the interior of the circus. He has only to fancy himself seated on the tribunal with the consul, facing to the west, where everything is under his eye. On the right and left, if he will look, he will see the main entrances, very ample, and guarded by gates hinged to the towers. Directly below him is the arena, a level plain of considerable extent, covered with fine white sand. There all the trials will take place, except the running. Looking across the sanded arena, westwardly still, there is a pedestal of marble supporting 3 low conical pillars of grey stone, much carven. Many an eye will hunt for those pillars before the day is done, for they are the first goal, and mark the beginning and end of the race-course. Behind the pedestal, leaving a passage-way and space for the altar, commences a wall 10 or 12 feet in breadth and 5 or 6 in height, extending thence exactly 200 yards, or 1 Olympic stadium. At the farther or westward extremity of the wall there is another pedestal, surmounted with pillars which mark the second goal. The racers will enter the course on the right of the first goal, and keep the wall all the time to their left. The beginning and ending points of the contest lie, consequently, directly in front of the consul, across the arena, and for that reason his seat was admittedly the most desirable in the circus. Now, if the reader, who is still supposed to be seated on the consular tribunal over the Porta Pompei, will look up from the grand arrangement of the interior, the first point to attract his notice will be the marking of the outer boundary line of the course, that is, a plain-faced, solid wall, 15 or 20 feet in height, with a balustrade on its cope, like that over the carceres, or stalls, in the east. This balcony, if followed round the course, will be found broken in 3 places to allow passages of exit and entrance, 2 in the north and 1 in the west, the latter very ornate and called the Gate of Triumph, because, when it is all over, the victors will pass out that way, crowned, and with triumphal escort and ceremonies. At the west end the balcony encloses the course in the form of half a circle, and is made to uphold 2 great galleries. Directly behind the balustrade on the coping of the balcony is the first seat, from which ascend the succeeding benches, each higher than the one in front of it, giving to view a spectacle of surpassing interest, the spectacle of a vast space, ruddy and glistening with human faces, and rich with vari-coloured costumes. The commonalty occupy quarters over in the west, beginning at the point of termination of an awning, stretched, it would seem, for the accommodation of the better classes exclusively. Having thus the whole interior of the circus under view at the moment of the sounding of the trumpets, let the reader next imagine the multitude seated and sunk to sudden silence, and motionless in its intensity of interest. Out of the Porta Pompei over in the east rises a sound mixed of voices and instruments harmonized. Presently forth issues the chorus of the procession with which the celebration begins, the editor and civic authorities of the city, givers of the games, follow in robes and garlands, then the gods, some on platforms borne by men, others in great 4-wheel carriages gorgeously decorated. Next them, again, the contestants of the day, each in costume exactly as he will run, wrestle, leap, box, or drive. Slowly crossing the arena, the procession proceeds to make circuit of the course. The display is beautiful and imposing. Approval runs before it in a shout, as the water rises and swells in front of a boat in motion. If the dumb-figured gods make no sign of appreciation of the welcome, the editor and his associates are not so backward. The reception of the athletes is even more demonstrative, for there is not a man in the assemblage who has not something in wager upon them, though but a mite or farthing. And it is noticeable, as the classes move by, that the favourites among them are speedily singled out. Either their names are loudest in the uproar, or they are more profusely showered with wreaths and garlands tossed to them from the balcony. If there is a question as to the popularity with the public of the several games, it is now put to rest. To the splendour of the chariots and the super-excellent beauty of the horses, the charioteers add the personality necessary to perfect the charm of their display. Their tunics, short, sleeveless, and of the finest woollen texture, are of the assigned colours. A horseman accompanies each one of them except Ben-Hur, who, for some reason, probably distrust, has chosen to go alone. So too they are all helmeted but him. As they approach, the spectators stand upon the benches, and there is a sensible deepening of the clamour, in which a sharp listener may detect the shrill piping of women and children. At the same time, things roseate flying from the balcony thicken into a storm, and striking the men drop into chariot beds, which are threatened with filling to the tops. Even the horses have a share in the ovation, nor may it be said that they are less conscious than their masters of the honours they receive. Very soon, as with the other contestants, it is made apparent that some of the drivers are more in favour than the others, and then the discovery follows that nearly every individual on the benches, women and children as well as men, wears a colour, most frequently a ribbon upon the breast or in the hair. Now it is green, now yellow, now blue, but, searching the great body carefully, it is manifest that there is a preponderance of white and scarlet and gold. In a modern assemblage called together as this one is, particularly where there are sums at hazard upon the race, a preference would be decided by the qualities or performance of the horses. Here, however, nationality was the rule. If the Byzantine and Sidonian found small support, it was because their cities were scarcely represented on the beaches. On their side, the Greeks, though very numerous, were divided between the Corinthian and the Athenian, leaving but a scant showing of green and yellow. Massalla's scarlet and gold would have been but little better had not the citizens of Antioch, proverbially a race of courtiers, joined the Romans by adopting the colour of their favourite. There were left, then, the country people, or Assyrians, the Jews, and the Arabs, and they, from faith in the blood of the Sheiks blent largely with the hate of the Romans, whom they desired, above all things, to see beaten and humbled, mounted the white, making the most noisy, and probably the most numerous, faction of all. As the charioteers move on in the circuit, the excitement increases at the second goal, where, especially in the galleries, the white is the ruling colour. The people exhaust their flowers and rive the air with screams.
Messala! Messala!
Ben-Hur! Ben-Hur!
Such are the cries. Upon the passage of the procession, the factionists take their seats and resume conversation.
Ah, by Bacchus! Was he not handsome?
Exclaims a woman, whose Romanism is betrayed by the colours flying in her hair.
And how splendid his chariot!
Replies a neighbour, of the same proclivities.
It is all ivory and gold. Jupiter grant he wins.
The notes on the bench behind them were entirely different.
100 shekels on the Jew.
The voice is high and shrill. Nay, be thou not rash, whispers a moderating friend to the speaker.
The children of Jacob are not much given to Gentile sports, which are too often accursed in the sight of the Lord.
True, but saw you ever one more cool and assured? And what an arm he has!
And what horses?
Says a third.
And for that,
a fourth one adds,
they say he has all the tricks of the Romans.
A woman completes the eulogium.
Yes, and he is even handsomer than the Roman.
Thus encouraged, the enthusiast shrieks again.
100 shekels on the Jew.
Thou fool,
answers an Antiochian, from a bench well forward on the balcony.
Knowest thou not there are 50 talents laid against him, 6 to 1 on Messala? Put up thy shekels, lest Abraham rise and smite thee.
Thou ass of Antioch, cease thy bray. Knowest thou not it was Messala betting on himself?
Such the reply. And so ran the controversy, not always good-natured. When at length the march was ended, and the Porta Pompey received back the procession, Ben-Hur knew he had his prayer. The eyes of the East were upon his contest with Messala. End of chapter 12. Book 5th, Chapter 13 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. About 3 o'clock, speaking in a modern style, the program was concluded except the chariot race. The editor, wisely considerate of the comfort of the people, chose that time for a recess. At once the vomitoria were thrown open, and all who could hasten to the portico outside, where the restaurateurs had their quarters. Those who remained yawned, talked, gossiped, consulted their tablets, and all distinctions else forgotten merged into but two classes, the winners, who were happy, and the losers, who were grum and captious. Now, however, a third class of spectators, composed of citizens who desired only to witness the chariot race, availed themselves of the recess to come in and take their reserved seats. By doing so they thought to attract the least attention and give the least offence. Among these were Simonides and his party, whose places were in the vicinity of the main entrance on the north side, opposite the consul. As the 4 stout servants carried the merchant into his chair up the aisle, curiosity was much excited. Presently someone called his name. Those about caught it and passed it on, along the benches to the west, and there was hurried climbing on seats to get sight of the man about whom common report had coined and put in circulation a romance so mixed of good fortune and bad that the like had never been known or heard of before. Ilderim was also recognized and warmly greeted, but nobody knew Balthasar or the 2 women who followed him closely veiled. The people made way for the party respectfully, and the ushers seated them in easy speaking distance of each other, down by the balustrade overlooking the arena. In providence of comfort they sat upon cushions and had stools for footrests. The women were Eros and Esther. Upon being seated, the latter cast a frightened look over the circus, and drew the veil closer about her face, while the Egyptian, letting her veil fall upon her shoulders, gave herself to view, and gazed at the scene with the seeming unconsciousness of being stared at, which, in a woman, is usually the result of long social habitude. The newcomers generally were yet making their first examination of the great spectacle, beginning with the consul and his attendants, when some workmen ran in, and commenced to stretch a chalked rope across the arena, from balcony to balcony, in front of the pillars of the first goal. About the same time also 6 men came in through the Porta Pompei, and took post, one in front of each occupied stall, whereat there was a prolonged hum of voices in every quarter.
See, see! The green goes to number 4 on the right. The Athenian is there.
Ah, Messala. Yes, he's in number 2.
The Corinthian...
Watch the white. See, he crosses over. He stops. Number 1 it is. Number 1 on the left.
No, the black stops there, and the white number 2.
So it is.
These gatekeepers, it should be understood, were dressed in tunics coloured like those of the competing charioteers. So, when they took their stations, everybody knew the particular stall in which his favourite was at that moment waiting.
Did you ever see Messala?
The Egyptian asked Esther. The Jewess shuddered as she answered no. If not her father's enemy, the Roman was Ben-Hur's.
He is as beautiful as Apollo.
As Eros spoke, her large eyes brightened, and she shook her jewelled fan. Esther looked at her with the thought,
Is he, then, so much handsomer than Ben-Hur?
Next moment she heard Ilderim say to her father,
Yes, his stall is number 2 on the left of the Porta Pompei.
And, thinking it was of Ben-Hur he spoke, her eyes turned that way. Taking but the briefest glance at the wattled face of the gate, she drew the veil closed and muttered a little prayer. Presently Sanballat came to the party.
I am just from the stalls, O Sheik,
he said, bowing gravely to Ilderim, who began combing his beard, while his eyes glittered with eager inquiry.
The horses are in perfect condition.
Ilderim replied simply,
If they are beaten, I pray it be by some other than Messala.
Turning to Simonides, Sanballat drew out a tablet, saying,
I bring you also something of interest. I reported, you will remember, the wager concluded with Messala last night, and stated that I left another which, if taken, was to be delivered to me in writing today, before the race began. Here it is.
Simonides took the tablet and read the memorandum carefully.
Yes,
he said.
Their emissary came to ask me if you had so much money with me. Keep the tablet close. If you lose, you know where to come. If you win, friend, see to it. See the signers escape not. Hold them to the last shekel. That is what they would with us.
Trust me,
replied the purveyor.
Will you not sit with us?
Asked Simonides.
You are very good,
the other returned.
But if I leave the consul, young Rome yonder will boil over. Peace to you, peace to all.
At length the recess came to an end. The trumpeters blew a call at which the absentees rushed back to their places. At the same time some attendants appeared in the arena. The trumpeters blew a call at which the absentees rushed back to their places. At the same time some attendants appeared in the arena, and, climbing upon the division wall, went to an entablature near the second goal at the west end, and placed upon it 7 wooden balls. Then returning to the first goal, upon an entablature there, they set up 7 other pieces of wood hewn to represent dolphins.
What shall they do with the balls and fishes, O Sheik?
Asked Balthazar.
Hast thou never attended a race?
Never before, and hardly know I why I am here.
Well, they are to keep the count. At the end of each round run, thou shalt see 1 ball and 1 fish taken down.
The preparations were now complete, and presently a trumpeter in gaudy uniform arose by the editor, ready to blow the signal of commencement promptly at his order. Straightway the stir of the people and the hum of their conversation died away. Every face near by, and every face in the lessening perspective, turned to the east, as all eyes settled upon the gates of the 6 stalls which shut in the competitors. The unusual flush upon his face gave proof that even Simonides had caught the universal excitement. Ilderim pulled his beard fast and furious.
"Look now for the Roman,"
said the fair Egyptian to Esther, who did not hear her, for, with close-drawn veil and beating heart, she sat watching for Ben-Hur. The structure containing the stalls, it should be observed, was in form of the segment of a circle, retired on the right so that its central point was projected forward, and midway the course, on the starting side of the first goal. Every stall, consequently, was equally distant from the starting line or chalked rope above mentioned. The trumpet sounded short and sharp, whereupon the starters, 1 for each chariot, leaped down from behind the pillars of the goal, ready to give assistance if any of the 4s proved unmanageable. Again the trumpet blew, and simultaneously the gatekeepers threw the stalls open. First appeared the mounted attendants of the charioteers, 5 in all, Ben-Hur having rejected the service. The chalked line was lowered to let them pass, then raised again. They were beautifully mounted, yet scarcely observed as they rode forward, for all the time the trampling of eager horses, and the voices of drivers scarcely less eager, were heard behind in the stalls, so that one might not look away an instant from the gaping doors. The chalked line up again, the gatekeepers called their men, instantly the ushers on the balcony waved their hands, and shouted with all their strength,
"Down! Down!"
as well have whistled to stay a storm. Forth from each stall, like missiles in a volley from so many great guns, rushed the 6 4s, and up the vast assemblage rose, electrified and irrepressible, and leaping upon the benches, filled the circus and the air above it with yells and screams. This was the time for which they had so patiently waited, this the moment of supreme interest treasured up in talk and dreams since the proclamation of the games.
"He has come! There, look!"
cried Iras, pointing to Messala.
"I see him,"
answered Esther, looking at Ben-Hur. The veil was withdrawn. For an instant the little Jewess was brave. An idea of the joy there is in doing a heroic deed under the eyes of a multitude came to her, as she understood ever after how, at such times, the souls of men, in the frenzy of performance, laugh at death or forget it utterly. The competitors were now under view from nearly every part of the circus, yet the race was not begun. They had first to make the chalked line successfully. The line was stretched for the purpose of equalizing the start. If it were dashed upon, discomfiture of man and horses might be apprehended. On the other hand, to approach it timidly was to incur the hazard of being thrown behind in the beginning of the race, and that was certain forfeit of the great advantage always striven for, the position next the division wall on the inner line of the course. This trial, its perils and consequences, the spectators knew thoroughly, and if the opinion of old Nestor, uttered that time he handed the reins to his son, were true, it is not strength but art obtained the prize, and to be swift is less than to be wise. All on the benches might well look for warning of the winner now to be given, justifying the interest with which they breathlessly watched for the result. The arena swam in a dazzle of light, yet each driver looked first thing for the rope, then for the coveted inner line. So all 6 aiming at the same point and speeding furiously. A collision seemed inevitable, nor that merely. What if the editor, at the last moment, dissatisfied at the start, should withhold the signal to drop the rope? Or if he should not give it in time? The crossing was about 250 feet in width. Quick the eye, steady the hand, unerring the judgment required. If now one look away, or his mind wander, or a rein slip! And what attraction in the assemble of thousands over the spreading balcony! Calculating upon the natural impulse to give one glance, just one, in sooth of curiosity or vanity, malice might be there with an artifice, while friendship and love, did they serve the same result, might be as deadly as malice. The divine last touch in perfecting the beautiful is animation. Can we accept the saying, then these latter days, so tame in pastime and dull in sports, have scarcely anything to compare to the spectacle offered by the 6 contestants? Let the reader try to fancy it. Let him first look down upon the arena and see it glistening in its frame of dull grey granite walls. Let him then, in this perfect field, see the chariots, light of wheel, very graceful and ornate as paint and burnishing can make them. Masalas rich with ivory and gold. Let him see the drivers, erect and statuesque, undisturbed by the motion of the cars, their limbs naked and fresh and ruddy with the healthful polish of the baths, in their right hands goads, suggestive of torture dreadful to the thought, in their left hands, held in careful separation, and high, that they might not interfere with view of the steeds, the reins passing taut from the 4 ends of the carriage poles. Let him see the 4s, chosen for beauty as well as speed. Let him see them in magnificent action, their masters not more conscious of the situation and all that is asked and hoped from them. Their heads tossing, nostrils in play, now distant, now contracted, limbs too dainty for the sand which they touch, but to spurn. Limbs slender, yet with impact crushing as hammers. Every muscle of the rounded bodies instinct with glorious life, swelling, diminishing, justifying the world in taking from them its ultimate measure of force. Finally, along with chariots, drivers, horses, let the reader see the accompanying shadows fly, and with such distinctness as the picture comes, he may share the satisfaction and deeper pleasure of those to whom it was a thrilling fact, not a feeble fancy. Every age has its plenty of sorrows. Heaven help where there are no pleasures! The competitors, having started each on the shortest line for the position next the wall, yielding would be like giving up the race, and who dared yield? It is not in common nature to change a purpose in mid-career, and the cries of encouragement from the balcony were indistinguishable and indescribable, a roar which had the same effect upon all the drivers. The 4s neared the rope together. Then the trumpeter by the editor's side blew a signal vigorously. 20 feet away it was not heard. Seeing the action, however, the judges dropped the rope, and not an instant too soon, for the hoof of one of Masala's horses struck it as it fell. Nothing daunted, the Roman shook out his long lash, loosed the reins, leaned forward, and with a triumphant shout took the wall.
"Jove with us!
Jove with us!"
yelled all the Roman faction in a frenzy of delight. As Masala turned in, the bronze lion's head at the end of his axle caught the foreleg of the Athenian's right-hand trace-mate, flinging the brute over against its yoke-fellow. Both staggered, struggled, and lost their headway. The ushers had their will at least in part. The thousands held their breath with horror. Only up to where the consul sat was there shouting.
"Jove with us!"
screamed Drusus frantically.
"He wins!"
"Jove with us!"
answered his associates, seeing Masala speed on. Tablet in hand, Sanballat turned to them. A crash from the course below stopped his speech, and he could not but look that way. Masala having passed, the Corinthian was the only contestant on the Athenian's right, and to that side the latter tried to turn his broken fore, and then, as ill fortune would have it, the wheel of the Byzantine, who was next on the left, struck the tailpiece of his chariot, knocking his feet from under him. There was a crash, a scream of rage and fear, and the unfortunate Cleanthes fell under the hoofs of his own steeds, a terrible sight, against which Esther covered her eyes. On swept the Corinthian, on the Byzantine, on the Sidonian. Sanballat looked for Ben-Hur, and turned again to Drusus and his coterie.
100 sestertii on the Jew,
he cried.
Taken,
answered Drusus.
Another 100 on the Jew,
shouted Sanballat. Nobody appeared to hear him. He called again. The situation below was too absorbing, and they were too busy shouting,
Masala!
Masala!
Jove with us!
When the Jewess ventured to look again, a party of workmen were removing the horses and broken car, another party were taking off the man himself, and every bench upon which there was Greek was vocal with execrations and prayers for vengeance. Suddenly she dropped her hands. Ben-Hur, unhurt, was to the front, coursing freely forward along with the Roman. Behind them, in a group, followed the Sidonian, the Corinthian, and the Byzantine. The race was on. The souls of the racers were in it. Over them bent the myriads. End of chapter 13. Book 5th, Chapter 14 of Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. When the dash for position began, Ben-Hur, as we have seen, was on the extreme left of the six. For a moment, like the others, he was half blinded by the light in the arena, yet he managed to catch sight of his antagonists and divine their purpose. At Masala, who was more than an antagonist to him, he gave one searching look. The air of passionless hatred characteristic of the fine patrician face was there as of old, and so was the Italian beauty, which the helmet rather increased, but more, it may have been a jealous fancy, or the effect of the brassy shadow in which the features were at the moment cast. Still the Israelite thought he saw the soul of the man as through a glass, darkly, cruel, cunning, desperate, not so excited as determined, a soul in a tension of watchfulness and fierce resolve. In a time not longer than was required to turn his foe again, Ben-Hur felt his own resolution harden to a like temper. At whatever cost, at all hazards, he would humble this enemy. Prize, friends, wagers, honour, everything that can be thought of as a possible interest in the race was lost in the one deliberate purpose. Regard for life even should not hold him back. Yet there was no passion on his part, no blinding rush of heated blood from heart to brain, and back again, no impulse to fling himself upon fortune. He did not believe in fortune, far otherwise. He had his plan, and confiding in himself, he settled to the task never more observant, never more capable. The air about him seemed aglow with a renewed and perfect transparency. When not halfway across the arena he saw that Masala's rush would, if there was no collision, and the rope fell, give him the wall, that the rope would fall, he ceased as soon to doubt, and further, it came to him, a sudden flash-like insight, that Masala knew it was to be let drop at the last moment. Pre-arrangement with the editor could safely reach that point in the contest, and it suggested, what more Roman-like than for the official to lend himself to a countryman who, besides being so popular, had also so much at stake? There could be no other accounting for the confidence with which Masala pushed his four forward the instant his competitors were prudentially checking their fours in front of the obstruction. No other except madness. It is one thing to see a necessity, and another to act upon it. Ben-Hur yielded the wall for the time. The rope fell, and all the fours but his sprang into the course under urgency of voice and lash. He drew head to the right, and with all the speed of his Arabs darted across the trails of his opponents, the angle of movement being such as to lose the least time and gain the greatest possible advance. So, while the spectators were shivering at the Athenians' mishap, and the Sidonian, Byzantine, and Corinthian were striving, with such skill as they possessed, to avoid involvement in the ruin, Ben-Hur swept around and took the course neck and neck with Masala, though on the outside. The marvellous skill shown in making the change thus from the extreme left across to the right, without appreciable loss, did not fail the sharp eyes upon the benches. The circus seemed to rock and rock again with prolonged applause. Then Esther clapped her hands in glad surprise, and Sanballat, smiling, offered his 100 sestertii a second time without a taker. And then the Romans began to doubt, thinking Masala might have found an equal, if not a master, and that in an Israelite. And now, racing together side by side, a narrow interval between them, the two neared the second goal. The pedestal of the 3 pillars there, viewed from the west, was a stone wall in the form of a half circle, around which the course and opposite balcony were bent in exact parallelism. Making this turn was considered in all respects the most telling test of a charioteer. It was, in fact, the very feat in which Oreates failed. At an involuntary admission of interest on the part of the spectators, a hush fell over all the circus, so that for the first time in the race the rattle and clang of the cars, plunging after the tugging steeds, were distinctly heard. Then, it would seem, Messala observed Ben-Hur, and recognized him, and at once the audacity of the man flamed out in an astonishing manner.
"Down Eros! Up Mars!"
he shouted, whirling his lash with practised hand.
"Down Eros! Up Mars!"
he repeated, and caught the well-doing Arabs of Ben-Hur a cut the like of which they had never known. The blow was seen in every quarter, and the amazement was universal. The silence deepened. Up on the benches behind the consul the boldest held his breath, waiting for the outcome. Only a moment thus, then, involuntary, down from the balcony, as thunder falls, burst the indignant cry of the people. The 4 sprang forward affrighted. No hand had ever been laid upon them except in love. They had been nurtured ever so tenderly, and as they grew, their confidence in man became a lesson to men beautiful to see. What should such dainty natures do under such indignity but leap as from death? Forward they sprang as with one impulse, and forward leaped the car. Past question, every experience is serviceable to us. Where got Ben-Hur the large hand and mighty grip which helped him now so well? Where but from the oar with which so long he fought the sea? And what was this spring of the floor under his feet to the dizzy eccentric lurch with which in the old time the trembling ship yielded to the beat of staggering billows, drunk with their power? So he kept his place, and gave the 4 free rein, and called to them in soothing voice, trying merely to guide them round the dangerous turn, and before the fever of the people began to abate, he had back the mastery. Nor that only, on approaching the first goal, he was again side by side with Messala, bearing with him the sympathy and admiration of everyone not a Roman. So clearly was the feeling shown, so vigorous its manifestation, that Messala, with all his boldness, felt it unsafe to trifle further. As the cars whirled round the goal, Esther caught sight of Ben-Hur's face, a little pale, a little higher raised, otherwise calm, even placid. Immediately a man climbed on the entablature at the west end of the division wall, and took down one of the conical wooden balls. A dolphin on the east entablature was taken down at the same time. In like manner the second ball and second dolphin disappeared, and then the third ball and third dolphin. 3 rounds concluded. Still Messala held the inside position. Still Ben-Hur moved with him side by side. Still the other competitors followed as before. The contest began to have the appearance of one of the double races which became so popular in Rome during the later Caesarean period. Messala and Ben-Hur in the first, the Corinthian, Sidonian, and Byzantine in the second. Meantime the ushers succeeded in returning the multitude to their seats, though the clamour continued to run the rounds, keeping, as it were, even pace with the rivals in the course below. In the 5th round the Sidonian succeeded in getting a place outside Ben-Hur, but lost it directly. The 6th round was entered upon without change of relative position. Gradually the speed had been quickened, gradually the blood of the competitors warmed with the work. Men and beasts seemed to know alike that the final crisis was near, bringing the time for the winner to assert himself. The interest which from the beginning had centred chiefly in the struggle between the Roman and the Jew, with an intense and general sympathy for the latter, was fast changing to anxiety on his account. On all the benches the spectators bent forward motionless, except as their faces turned following the contestants. Ilderim quitted combing his beard, and Esther forgot her fears.
100 sestertii on the Jew!
Cried Sanballat to the Romans under the consul's awning. There was no reply.
A talent, or 5 talents, or 10, choose ye!
He shook his tablets at them defiantly.
I will take this sestertii,
answered a Roman youth, preparing to write.
Do not so,
interposed a friend.
Why?
Messala hath reached his utmost speed. See him lean over his chariot rim, the reins loose as flying ribbons. Look then at the Jew.
The first one looked.
By Hercules,
he replied, his countenance falling.
The dog throws all his weight on the bits. I see. If the gods help not our friend, he will be run away with by the Israelite. No, not yet. Look! Jove with us! Jove with us!
The cry, swelled by every Latin tongue, shook the Valeria over the consul's head. If it were true that Messala had attained his utmost speed, the effort was with effect. Slowly but certainly he was beginning to forge ahead. His horses were running with their heads low down. From the balcony their bodies appeared actually to skim the earth. Their nostrils showed blood red in expansion. Their eyes seemed straining in their sockets. Certainly the good steeds were doing their best. How long could they keep the pace? It was but the commencement of the 6th round. On they dashed. As they neared the second goal, Ben-Hur turned in behind the Roman's car. The joy of the Messala faction reached its bound. They screamed and howled and tossed their colours, and Sanballat filled his tablets with wagers of their tendering. Malach, in the lower gallery over the Gate of Triumph, found it hard to keep his cheer. He had cherished the vague hint dropped to him by Ben-Hur of something to happen in the turning of the western pillars. It was the 5th round, yet the something had not come, and he said to himself, "The 6th will bring it." But lo! Ben-Hur was hardly holding a place at the tail of his enemy's car. Over in the east end, Simonides' party held their peace. The merchant's head was bent low. Ilderim tugged at his beard and dropped his brows, till there was nothing of his eyes but an occasional sparkle of light. Esther scarcely breathed. Eros alone appeared glad. Along the home stretch, 6th round, Messala leading, next him Ben-Hur, and so close it was the old story. First flew Eumelus on Phaeacian steeds, with those of Tros bold Diomed succeeds. Close on Eumelus' back they puff the wind, and seem just mountaining on his car behind. Full on his neck he feels the sultry breeze, and hovering o'er their stretching shadow sees. Thus to the first goal, and round it. Messala, fearful of losing his place, hugged the stony wall with perilous clasp. A foot to the left, and he had been dashed to pieces. Yet when the turn was finished, no man, looking at the wheel tracks of the two cars, could have said, "Here went Messala, there the Jew." They left but one trace behind them. As they whirled by, Esther saw Ben-Hur's face again, and it was whiter than before. Simonides, shrewder than Esther, said to Ilderim the moment the rivals turned into the course,
"I am no judge, good sheikh. If Ben-Hur be not about to execute some design, his face hath that look."
To which Ilderim answered,
"Saw you how clean they were and fresh? By the splendor of God, friend, they have not been running. But now watch."
One ball and one dolphin remained on the entablatures. All the people drew a long breath, for the beginning of the end was at hand. First the Sidonian gave the scourge to his four, and smarting with fear and pain, they dashed desperately forward, promising for a brief time to go to the front. The effort ended in promise. Next the Byzantine and the Corinthian each made the trial with like result, after which they were practically out of the race. Thereupon, with a readiness perfectly explicable, all the factions except the Romans joined hope in Ben-Hur, and openly indulged their feeling. "Ben-Hur!
Ben-Hur!"
they shouted, and the blent voices of the many ruled overwhelmingly against the consular stand. From the benches above him as he passed, the favourite descended in fierce injunctions. "Speed thee, Jew! Take the wall now!"
"On! Loose the Arabs! Give them rein and scourge!"
"Let him not have the turn on thee again, now or never!"
Over the balustrade they stooped low, stretching their hands imploringly to him. Either he did not hear, or could not do better, for halfway round the course and he was still following, at the second goal even still no change. And now to make the turn, Messala began to draw in his left-hand steeds, an act which necessarily slackened their speed. His spirit was high, more than one altar was richer of his vows, the Roman genius was still present. On the 3 pillars only 600 feet away were fame, increase of fortune, premonitions, and a triumph ineffably sweetened by hate, all in store for him. That moment Malach in the gallery saw Ben-Hur lean forward over his Arabs and give them the reins. Out flew the many-folded lash in his hand, over the backs of the startled steeds. It writhed and hissed and writhed again and again, and though it fell not, there were both sting and menace in its quick report, and as the men passed thus from quiet to resistless action, his face suffused, his eyes gleaming, along the reins he seemed to flash his will, and instantly not one, but the four as one, answered with a leap that landed them alongside the Roman's car. Messala, on the perilous edge of the goal, heard, but dared not look to see what the awakening portended. From the people he received no sign. Above the noises of the race there was but one voice, and that was Ben-Hur's. In the old Aramaic, as the sheik himself, he called to the Arabs,
"On, Esther! On, Regal! What, Antares? Dost thou linger now? Good horse! Aho, Aldebaran! I hear them singing in the tents. I hear the children singing, and the women singing of the stars, of Esther, Antares, Regal, Aldebaran. Victory! And the song will never end. Well done! Home tomorrow, under the black tent. Home! On, Antares! The tribe is waiting for us, and the master is waiting. 'Tis done! 'Tis done! Ha, ha! We have overthrown the proud. The hand that smote us is in the dust. Ours the glory. Ha, ha! Steady! The work is done. So ho! Rest!"
There had never been anything of the kind, more simple, seldom anything so instantaneous. At the moment chosen for the dash, Messala was moving in a circle round the goal. To pass him, Ben-Hur had to cross the track, and a good strategy required the movement to be in a forward direction, that is, on a like circle limited to the least possible increase. The thousands on the benches understood it all. They saw the signal given, the magnificent response, the four close outside Messala's outer wheel, Ben-Hur's inner wheel behind the other's car. All this they saw. Then they heard a crash loud enough to send a thrill through the circus, and quicker than thought, out over the course of a spray of shining white and yellow flingers flew. Down on its right side toppled the bed of the Roman's chariot. There was a rebound as of the axle hitting the hard earth, another and another. Then the car went to pieces, and Messala, entangled in the reins, pitched forward headlong. To increase the horror of the sight by making death certain, the Sidonian, who had the wall next behind, could not stop or turn out. Into the wreck full speed he drove, then over the Roman, and into the latter's four, all mad with fear. Presently, out of the turmoil, the fighting of horses, the resound of blows, the murky cloud of dust and sand, he crawled, in time to see the Corinthian and Byzantine go on down the course after Ben-Hur, who had not been an instant delayed. The people arose and leaped upon the benches and shouted and screamed. Those who looked that way caught glimpses of Messala, now under the trampling of the fours, now under the abandoned cars. He was still, they thought him dead, but far the greater number followed Ben-Hur in his career. They had not seen the cunning touch of the reins by which, turning a little to the left, he caught Messala's wheel with the iron-shod point of his axle and crushed it, but they had seen the transformation of the man, and themselves felt the heat and glow of his spirit, the heroic resolution, the maddening energy of action with which, by look, word, and gesture, he so suddenly inspired his Arabs. And such running! It was rather the long leaping of lions in harness, but for the lumbering chariot it seemed the four were flying. When the Byzantine and the Corinthian were halfway down the course, Ben-Hur turned the first goal. And the race was won! The consul arose, the people shouted themselves hoarse, the editor came down from his seat and crowned the victors. The fortunate man among the boxers was a low-browed, yellow-haired Saxon, of such brutalized face as to attract a second look from Ben-Hur, who recognized a teacher with whom he himself had been a favorite at Rome. From him the young Jew looked up and beheld Simonides and his party on the balcony. They waved their hands to him. Esther kept her seat, but Eros arose and gave him a smile and a wave of her fan, favours not the less intoxicating to him because we know, O reader, they would have fallen to Messala had he been the victor. The procession was then formed, and, midst the shouting of the multitude which had had its will, passed out of the gate of triumph. And the day was over. End of chapter 14.